You may be seated now. Yeah, that's good. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation inter.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports
From committees, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on the Canada-People's Republic of China relationship in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022 regarding the Canada-People's Republic of China. This motion, just for the sake of the House, is that the committee express its report for the brave and courageous Chinese protesters who are fighting for their fundamental human rights and freedoms of association and expression, and call on Beijing to respect the right to peaceful assembly and avoid a repeat of the Tiananmen Square massacre of the 5th of June, 1989. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022. I'd now like to thank our Finance Committee clerks, Alexandre Roger and Karine Grandjean, legislative clerks, Philippe Mella and Jean-François Paget, analyst Joël Malo, and Michael Lambert-Racine, committee assistant Linda Goudreau, all committee staff, interpreters, services, and all members of the Finance Committee for their dedication and hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, Public Institutions. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, certainly anyone who read the Ontario Auditor General's report into the financial disaster at Laurentian University understands the importance of protecting public institutions from ever being exploited through the Bankruptcy Protection Act. What happened at Laurentian was a debacle. We now know that this was not an accident, that the administration and lawyers deliberately chose bankruptcy protection, and in doing so, trashed the careers of numerous academics, destroyed programs that took years to build up, damaged the career trajectory of over 1,000 students, and it will take years to restore confidence. We need to ensure that the Bankruptcy Protection Act is never used against institutions that receive public funding, whether it's hospitals, whether it's universities, healthcare centers, that this cannot be a tactic used by right-wing governments at the provincial level to undermine public investment in key institutions like what happened at Laurentian University.
Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can tell, my voice isn't perfect, so my apologies to the interpreters. I have a petition on behalf of my constituents. They're asking for the Minister of Finance to suspend the federal excise tax and carbon tax for Canadians until the cost of living crisis has been resolved. They're reminding the government that currently the triple over the target of Bank of Canada's 2% inflation is destroying their ability to purchase groceries, fuel, and pay for home heating. So they're asking for this tax to be axed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to present a petition on behalf of many constituents in my riding of North Island Powell River who are very concerned about the foam from marine infrastructure and its increasing pollution in Canadians' beaches. Expanded polystyrene, commonly known as styrofoam, in the marine environment is very, very hazardous. They're sharing their concern that it will have significant harm on marine life, seafood resources, and ecosystems. It is incredibly difficult to clean this debris from the shores. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it breaks up into very small pieces. It enters the system and is very hard to get out. So these members are calling for action to prohibit the use of expanded polystyrene in the marine environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, it's an honour to table this petition on behalf of constituents from my riding at Courtenay Alberni. They're calling for the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation that reduces emissions by at least 60%, Mr. Speaker, below 2005 levels by 2030 and make significant contributions to emissions reductions in countries in the global south. That creates new public economic institutions and expands public ownership of services and utilities across the economy to implement this transition. And that creates good green jobs and drives inclusive workforce development led by and including affected workers and communities, and ensures decent low-carbon work for all workers, protects and strengthens human rights and workers' rights, respects Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge by including them and creating them and implementing this legislation, and pays for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we head into December 3rd, which is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, I find myself again in this House advocating for reduction of poverty amongst persons that live with disabilities. So today I am tabling a petition on behalf of the constituents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore and Belcarra to ask the government to finally lift people with disabilities out of poverty. Over 1 million people in Canada with disabilities live in poverty, and we need to end it, Mr. Speaker. So this petition asks the government to end the current practice of legislated poverty of Canadians living with disabilities and to establish a federal disability benefit that upholds human rights, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the Sustainable Development Goal number 1, no poverty, under Canada Disability Benefit Act. And Mr. Speaker, I close by saying this is possible immediately.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud this morning to rise on behalf of over 2,000 petitioners who are recognizing that housing affordability and homelessness are twin national crises. They note that private corporations and real estate investment trusts are rapidly buying up affordable units across the country and raising rents, and that this financialization of the housing market is inflating real estate prices. They're calling on the Government of Canada to implement a suite of 8 different measures that would address this root cause of the housing crisis that we're in, including creating regulations for real estate investment trusts, putting in place a national standard for rent control, and providing funding for nonprofit and co-op housing. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to present this petition on behalf of single seniors in Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, and across the country. They're asking for an adjustment to Canada's tax laws that will allow them the same opportunities and advantages as single or as senior couples. Mr. Speaker, many opportunities in the tax laws to split income, for example, give senior couples a major advantage over single seniors. So they're just asking for fairness in the tax system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. The first petition I'm presenting is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the Liberal Party of Canada's promise in their last election platform to revoke charitable status for pro-life organizations such as pregnancy care centres, which counsel women and save countless lives every year. Revoking the charitable status of pro-life organizations is the first step to the politicization of the charitable status in Canada. This would mean that churches, summer camps, other great organizations like the Mustard Seed in Calgary maybe have their charitable status at risk. Therefore, the folks that have signed this are calling on the Government of Canada and this Parliament to protect the charitable status of pro-life organizations and to ensure that the pro-life or the charitable status is not politicized. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across Canada. They are concerned around the fact that Canada is the only G6 nation that prohibits the use of a health and safety device, given the highly damaging noise levels that come from firearm use. These folks are calling for the Government of Canada to allow the use of sound moderators. These are universally recognized health and safety devices that are criminally prohibited in Canada. They would note that sound moderators reduce noise pollution and noise complaints in communities are near shooting ranges, in rural and farming communities, and in areas used for recreational activities. The use of sound moderators facilitate increased humane husbandry of game animals, livestock, and pets that are hunting companions, and that the hearing damage that does happen from the use of firearms is significant for many and is a public health issue costing Canadian taxpayers millions of dollars annually. They call on the Government of Canada to empower Canadians to be responsible for their own health and safety by removing the prohibition on sound moderators here in Canada and allow the illegal acquisition and possession of sound moderators in Canada. And they call on the provinces and territories to amend provincial and territorial prohibitions as well. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I have to present comes from Canadians from across the country who are still concerned around the imposition of COVID-19 mandates. They continue to talk about the restrictions that they have at the border. They're calling on the Government of Canada to work with the United States to increase cross-border travel. They're also calling on the Prime Minister to quit politicizing the use of vaccines and insulting Canadians who disagree with him. They're also calling on the government to protect the sacred duty of the Government of Canada to guard against discrimination and guarantee the freedoms of all Canadians. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to immediately end all vaccine mandates for truckers and travelers, and they call for a complete and total end, not just a suspension of these mandates. And the final petition I have to present today, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the recent announcements around changes to the chaplaincy service in the Canadian military, Canadian Armed Forces. They report that there are, or the folks note that there has been reports of slander even in the mainstream Canadian media against religious communities. The folks that have signed these petitions are calling on the Canadian Armed Forces to reject the recommendations that on the final report that has been made to the Minister of National Defence Advisory Panel, and they call on the Canadian government to affirm the rights of all Canadians, including Canadians in the armed forces, to chaplaincy and to the freedom of religion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise today, and I do have a number of petitions to present to the House. The first petition comes from Canadians living with disabilities who have a number of asks as it relates to policies in the ambit of the federal government, of Parliament, as it relates to Canadians with disabilities. They note that inflation has increased the cost of living and is having the greatest impact on Canadians with fixed income, including Canadians living with disabilities. They also note disturbing reports of people accessing euthanasia in Canada due to a lack of access to care and support. Note that Canada's leading disability advocacy organizations had warned that Bill C-7 threatens the lives and security of Canadians living with disabilities, and a choice to access euthanasia can never be truly free if those who suffer do not have access to the support that they require. Petitioners urge the House of Commons to pass Bill C-22, ensuring the new Canada Disability Benefit is accessible to all Canadians who live with disabilities and does not take away existing benefits, and also to repeal Bill C-7 so that Canadians who live with disabilities are not coerced into accepting euthanasia because they don't have access to adequate support. The next petition is about Bill C-11, bill currently before the Senate, whereby the government has now admitted that they seek to give themselves the power to regulate social media algorithms. Petitioners are opposed to that bill. They call on the Government of Canada to respect Canadians' fundamental rights to freedom of expression and also to prevent internet censorship in Canada. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with the case of the ongoing arbitrary detention of Hussein Chalil, Canadian citizen of Uyghur origin, his ongoing detention in China. Mr. Chalil is a Canadian Uyghur rights activist. He was detained in China for supporting the political and religious rights of Uyghurs. I should say he was originally detained in Uzbekistan and sent back to China, illegally rendered to China, and the Chinese government continues to deny his Canadian citizenship. Petitioners note that they were pleased to see the release of the two Michaels, and they want to see the government as actively engaged on the case of Hussein Chalil as they were on those two previous cases. The asks in this petition are the Government of Canada demand that the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law. To formally state that the release of Mr. Chalil from the Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of equal concern as the release of unjust detention of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, and to appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release and to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Chalil's release, as was done with the two Michaels. And if you'll excuse me for a second, my petitions just fell off the desk. Here we go. We're back. The next petition is dealing with a proposal in the Liberal 2021 election platform to politicize charitable status, to make charitable status determinations not on the basis of the work that organizations do, but rather on the basis of what their conviction happen to be with respect to the pro-life question. The proposal to exclude organizations with pro-life convictions from accessing charitable status could put at risk the charitable status of worthy organizations such as hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who happen not to agree with the Liberals on that particular issue. Petitioners note that the imposition of a values test associated with charitable status, similar to the one imposed on the Canada Summer Jobs program, would effectively involve charitable status being meted out on the basis of the political or private religious convictions of different organizations, and that goes against the core principles of our Charter of Rights. Petitioners therefore call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of those opinions and without the imposition of another values test, and also to affirm the right of all Canadians to freedom of expression. Next, I'd like to table a petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This bill also has a provision whereby someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has been before Parliament in various forms for the last 15 years, and petitioners call on the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on this proposed legislation to support it, and are hopeful that this Parliament will be the one that finally gets it passed into law. I'm afraid we have
20 seconds left, and it's not enough to go through another petition, so we'll stop it. And it's okay. We're down to 16 now. I'm sure the honourable member will have his petition ready for tomorrow, and we look forward to it, or the next time we have petitions. The questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I'm now ready to rule on a point of order raised on October 4th, 2022 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader regarding Bill C-285, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, the Canada Labour Code, and the Employment Insurance Act. Lors de ma déclaration,
in my statement of the 26th of September 2022 concerning private members' business, I expressed concern about Bill C-285, which stands in the name of the member for Niagara West. At the time, I encouraged members who wished to present their views on the need for the bill to be accompanied by a royal recommendation to do so.
when he rose in the House, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader explained that Bill C-285 would provide an exception for claimants to receive employment insurance benefits if they lose their job for the sole reason that they made certain decisions about their health. In his view, this amendment to the Act would therefore authorize employment insurance benefits in a manner and for purposes not currently permitted by the Act. As noted in House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, on page 838, and I quote, "Without royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiatives," unquote. L'article
Clause 7 of the bill adds a section 35(1) to the Employment Insurance Act. It creates an exception to the grounds for disqualifying or disentitling a claimant from receiving employment insurance benefits that are listed in sections 30 to 33 of the Act by providing that no claimant is disqualified or disentitled from receiving benefits if they lost their employment for the sole reason that they made certain decisions about their health.
The Chair is of the view that the bill imposes a new charge on the public treasury and infringes on the financial prerogative of the Crown. As a result, the Chair finds that the bill must be accompanied by a royal recommendation if it is to receive a final vote in the House at third reading. En attendant la prochaine fois que la Chambre...
For now, the next time the House takes up the bill, it will begin debate on the second reading motion. And this motion can be put to a vote at the conclusion of that debate.
Merci.
I thank members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts, a bill standing in the name of the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to help to kick off second reading debate of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity. I know this chamber has been anxiously awaiting the chance to advance discourse on this important legislation, and I would begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, that cybersecurity is national security. We need to make sure that our defences meet all of the challenges that are reflected today. And we need to make sure both the public and private sectors are able to better protect themselves against malicious cyber activity, including cyber attacks. It's about defending Canada and the critical infrastructure we rely on. And we know this won't be the last we hear of this issue. What we decide now in the cybersecurity realm will help us form a launching pad for the way forward. because we know our actions in the cybersphere are always a work in progress. And we know that meeting the moment means that our actions must continually, effectively, and safely provide a foundation for the way Canadians thrive in the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, being online and connected is essential to all Canadians. Now, more than ever, Canadians rely on the Internet for their daily lives. It's about more than just conducting businesses and paying bills. It's also about staying in touch and connected with loved ones from coast to coast to coast and indeed around the world. And our critical infrastructure is becoming increasingly interconnected, interdependent, and integrated with cyber systems, particularly with the emergence of new technologies such as 5G. 5G networks will operate at significantly higher speeds and will provide greater versatility, capability, and complexity than previous generations. Certes, la technologie présente d'importantes.
The technology will bring significant benefits and economic opportunities, but it will also introduce new security vulnerabilities that malicious actors could exploit. The COVID-19 pandemic illustrated how important secure and reliable connectivity is for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to promoting the security of Canada's cyber future.
We also know about the inherent threats to our safety and security. Cyber threats remain a significant national and economic security issue that can threaten that safety. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity's National Cyber Threat Assessment for 23-24 found that, and I quote, state-sponsored and financially motivated cyber threat activity is increasingly likely to affect Canadians. Cyber criminals exploit critical infrastructure because downtime can be harmful to their industrial processes and the customers they serve. State-sponsored actors target critical infrastructure to collect information through espionage to pre-position in case of future hostilities and as a form of power projection and intimidation, close quote. Mr. Speaker, these activities will not cease. Malicious actors could take advantage of increased connectivity to trigger malicious events that could also potentially have severe effects on our public safety and national security. Les grandes entreprises et les fournisseurs.
Large enterprises and critical infrastructure providers are targeted for vulnerabilities and opportunities for infiltration, theft, and ransom. Like our allies, Canada has been working to address these vulnerabilities and keep Canadians and Canadian businesses safe.
Canada has long recognized the importance of securing our cyber systems. In 2013, Canada established a collaborative risk mitigation framework, the Communication Security Establishment's Security Review Program. That program has helped to mitigate risks stemming from designated equipment and services under consideration for use in Canadian 3G, 4G, and LTE telecommunications networks. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, consultation with Canadians in 2016 informed the 2018 National Cybersecurity Strategy. The strategy established a framework to guide the Government of Canada in helping to protect citizens and businesses from cyber threats and to take advantage of the economic opportunities afforded by digital technology. En 2019, le gouvernement a versé.
In 2019, the government allocated $144.9 million to develop a framework to protect critical cyber systems. And in 2021, the government completed an interdepartmental 5G security examination, the findings of which included a recommendation to evolve, in collaboration with industry, the existing risk mitigation framework for products and services intended for use in Canadian telecommunication networks. As a result of this multi-year work to address these identified concerns and improve Canada's cybersecurity posture, including in 5G technology, we arrive at today's bill.
The objectives of Bill C-26 are twofold, Mr. Speaker. One, it proposes to amend the Telecommunications Act to add security expressly as a policy objective. And this will bring the telecommunications sector in line with other critical infrastructure sectors. Les modifications à la loi autoriseraient
Amendments to that Act would provide the Governor in Council and Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry with clear authorities to implement, after consultation with stakeholders, the Securing Canada's Telecommunications System Policy Statement, a statement I announced on the 19th of May 2022 with my colleague, Minister Champagne.
Announced at the time. The intent is to prohibit the use of products and services by two high-risk suppliers and their affiliates. And this will allow the government, when necessary, to prohibit Canadian telecommunications service providers from using products or services from high-risk suppliers, meaning these risks are not passed on to users. It would allow the government to take security-related measures, much like other federal regulators can do in their respective critical infrastructure sectors. Now, the second part of Bill C-26 introduces the new Critical Cyber Systems Protections Act, or CCSPA. And this new act will require designated operators in the federally regulated sectors of finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation to protect their critical cyber systems. To this end, designated operators would be obligated to establish a cybersecurity program, mitigate supply chain third-party services or product risks, report cybersecurity incidents to the Cyber Center, and finally implement cybersecurity directions. It would include the ability to take action on other vulnerabilities such as human error or storms that can cause risk of outages to these critical services. Once implemented, it will support organizations' ability to prevent and recover from a wide range of malicious cyber activities, including cyber attacks, electronic espionage, and ransomware. The rollout of 5G technology in Canada is well underway, Mr. Speaker. This technology will allow Canadians to move more data faster. It will bring benefits for Canadians and our economy. But with these benefits comes increased risk. Canada's updated framework, established in Part 1, aligns with actions taken by our Five Eyes partners, particularly in the United Kingdom, and I would add, Mr. Speaker, that I recently met with our counterparts in Washington, D.C. not too long ago. And it will allow Canada to take action against threats to the security of our telecommunications sector if necessary. Legislative measures will provide the government with a clear and explicit legal authority to prohibit Canadian telecommunications service providers from using products and services from high-risk suppliers such as Huawei and ZTE if required and after consultation.
Once the amendments receive royal assent, the government would be in a position to apply these new order-making powers envisioned for the Telecommunications Act.
The CCSPA, established in Part 2, is also consistent with critical infrastructure cybersecurity legislation established by our Five Eyes partners and will provide a consistent cross-sectoral approach to cybersecurity for Canadian critical infrastructure. Designated operators will be required to protect their critical cyber systems through the establishment of a cybersecurity program and to mitigate any cybersecurity risks associated with supply chain or third-party products or services. Cyber incidents involve a certain threshold which will be required to be reported, and legislation will give the government a new tool to compel action if necessary in response to cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities. Mr. Speaker, both Parts 1 and 2 of Bill C-26 are required to ensure the cybersecurity of Canada's federally regulated critical infrastructure and, in turn, protect Canadians and Canadian businesses. Overall, Bill C-26 demonstrates the government's commitment to increasing the cybersecurity baseline across Canada and to help ensure the national security and public safety of all Canadians. Monsieur le Président, la cybersécurité.
Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity is also critical for our post-COVID economic recovery. In our ever more connected world, we need to take the necessary steps to ensure that our data is secure and not exploited by actors, either state or non-state, that continually seek to exploit our systems.
Recovery from cybersecurity incidents is both costly and time-consuming. Accordingly, when it comes to improving cybersecurity, the interests of government and private industry are aligned. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, an administrative monetary penalty scheme and offence provisions would be established within both parts of the bill to promote compliance with orders and regulations where necessary. Mr. Speaker, of all of the actions I've highlighted today form a key part of our ongoing commitment to invest in cybersecurity, including to protect Canadians from cybercrime and to help defend critical private sector systems. And as I've noted, like our allies, Canada has been working to address these vulnerabilities to keep Canadians and Canadian businesses safe. However, we have to be sure that we are ready for the threats that lie on the landscape. Par exemple, au contraire d'autres.
For example, unlike in other critical infrastructure sectors, there are no explicit legislative authorities in the Telecommunications Act to promote the security of Canada's telecommunications system. Whilst there are multiple programs and forums currently in place that allow for public-private collaboration in the telecommunications sector, participation is voluntary.
In addition, across Canada's highly interconnected and interdependent critical infrastructure sectors, there are varying levels of cybersecurity preparedness and no requirement to share information on cyber incidents at current. Moreover, the government has no legal mechanism to compel action to protect these systems at this time. These are important gaps that the legislation introduced today seeks to address. And that's why the government is establishing a strong and modern cybersecurity framework to keep pace with the evolving threats in our environment. In short, the legislation will form the foundation for securing Canada's critical infrastructure against fast-evolving cyber threats while spurring growth and innovation to support our economy. Cyber systems are understandably complex and increasingly interdependent with other critical infrastructure. And this means the consequences of security breaches are far-reaching. And it's also the reason why a consistent cross-sectoral approach to cybersecurity is built into this legislation. Bill C-21, which we've tabled and are now debating, will protect Canadians and the cyber systems they depend on well into the future. And significantly, Mr. Speaker, this legislation can serve as a model for provinces, territories, and municipalities to help secure critical infrastructure outside of federal jurisdiction. It's an essential addition to Canada's already robust arsenal, which is there to protect us and our economy against cyber threats. It will allow us to continue taking even stronger action against threats to the security of our telecommunications sector and ensure Canada remains secure, competitive, and connected. I encourage all members to join me in supporting this landmark cybersecurity legislation, Bill C-26, today, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time to speak to this matter.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à la ministre.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for his remarks. And for the speech, I have a question with regards to the impact of this bill on state companies, crown corporations, that are considered as critical infrastructure. What is the impact on this bill on state companies and crown corporations that are deemed to be critical infrastructure?
The impacts of this bill on provincial crown corporations comme l'Hydro-Québec, Manitoba Hydro, c'est quoi l'impact? Merci.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, or her question rather. It's a very important question. The goal of this bill, Bill C-21, is to create a bridge for collaboration between the government, the infrastructure, critical infrastructure sectors, and also the private sector. And so this has created an approach where there are very good lines of communication to properly explain where are the cyber threats, which are threatening national security and the economy when it comes to critical infrastructure. And to her question specifically, we are going to work together with all regulatory bodies who work under federal jurisdiction to create a system which will protect all sectors of critical infrastructure from all cyber threats. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're very happy to see the government finally dealing with cybersecurity. But without saying too much too soon, I can say that we've been waiting for a very long time, and forcing internet service providers to have better practices. Certainly, everyone agrees with that. But why is it always in reaction? Why is Ottawa always reacting instead of acting proactively? We've been talking about 5G for years. We've been talking about Huawei for years. For years, Quebec has been under daily cyber attacks. And we're seeing China continue to interfere in Canada's affairs. We know that Canada is very vulnerable when it comes to cybersecurity. So how is it that in this post-national regime, everything is always being done downstream and never upstream? The Honourable Minister. Well, with respect for my colleague, Mr. Speaker, the government is always vigilant to all threats, including threats created in the cyber security area. For example, we created a national strategy for cyber security in 2018. And I mentioned that in my remarks. And this strategy includes a number of pillars. For example, innovation in the cyber area, leadership, Canada's leadership, and not only here at home but around the world, and using the strategy to address all risks. So we have already taken concrete action to address the risks posed by a few actors who are not aligned with Canada's interests. And now, today, we are ready to take the next very concrete step with this bill to better protect our critical infrastructure sectors. And this is a very good measure. It will be very effective, and we'll be working in collaboration with all federal regulatory bodies, including the private sector. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his speech today. I think folks would find that it's pretty easy to get agreement around here at the idea that there's more to do in respect of cybersecurity. I think where some of us may part ways is on the extent to which the government, while increasing its power to act, has not built into the bill corresponding checks and balances on its authority. Indeed, many of the orders that it's giving itself the power to issue under this act are secret orders. It's exempted itself from some of the normal reporting requirements. And so I want to test the Minister today on his openness to amending the bill at committee to ensure that there are appropriate checks and balances commensurate with the new and quite wide-ranging powers that the government is granting itself or proposing to grant itself in Bill C-26.
The Honourable Minister, Public Safety.
I want to thank my member for the thoughtful question and look forward to collaborating with him and other parliamentarians on the debate of this important bill, including at committee stage. Mr. Speaker, I would point out that without question, whenever the government takes decisive action to meet the threats posed in the realm of cybersecurity, that there does need to be corresponding transparency and an articulation as to the reasons why we are taking that action. And he's quite right to underline that there are new authorities that are contained in this bill, but those new authorities which we would propose to create, Mr. Speaker, are in direct response to the gaps that currently exist, as I outlined in my speech. And I think we need to do both in lockstep, which is to address the gaps which are posed on the landscape of national security in the context of cybersecurity, but also be transparent about that. And I would point out that there are independent bodies, for example, NSICOP, NCIRA, where the government is taking steps that implicate national security, so that there can be accountability, which is the way in which I think we can achieve both objectives to ensure the confidence of all Canadians that this is an appropriate measure to seize the opportunities that are there, as well as manage the risks that are manifested in our landscape. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide some additional comments in regards to the importance of the Five Eye Nations, the countries that we work closely with, and just give a different perspective in terms of what he believes and why he would believe that it's important that we walk in step with those Five Eye Nations.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. It allows me to highlight how Canada is cooperating with like-minded democracies around the world, both in the context of the Five Eyes relationship as well as the G7. I had a chance to meet with both counterparts very recently, one in Washington, D.C., and then about 2 weeks ago in Germany. And it is without doubt, Mr. Speaker, that all of the democracies within these multilateral forums are thinking very hard about how to manage threats in cyber, including ransomware, including the spread of disinformation, including the efforts of hostile actors to engage in cyber espionage and the like. And the way in which we are advancing that collaboration is through information and intelligence sharing as much as possible so that we can obviously push back against efforts to attack our economies, to attack Canadian interests, etc. So even as we present Bill C-26 for debate, to take decisive action here at home domestically by addressing the current gaps within our cyber realm, we are also collaborating very robustly with partners around the world who are like-minded in obviously managing these threats as well. Thank you.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So I just got a couple of quick points. First off, correct the minister. He referred to it as Bill C-21 a couple times earlier in his speech. I think that maybe it's on his mind. He knows there's great changes that need to be made or scrapped out of that bill. But reference this, he talked about in his speech Huawei and 5G. Obviously, the government finally decided to ban Huawei from her 5G network just in May. But my question is, why did it take the government so long? It was tabled here. A motion was passed in this House a year and a half prior to them making that decision. I'm just interested to know why it took the government so long to make such a critical national security decision. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Public Safety.
I embrace the urgency of my honourable colleague's question. I also want to thank him for the legislative title correction, obviously managing a number of priorities, as he well knows. But look, there's no dispute that we need to advance this debate and to do so thoughtfully and deliberately and urgently. As he will know, we took very decisive action against the risks posed by Huawei and ZTE as it relates to 5G, 4G, 3G networks, and we're going to continue to be vigilant about it. But what I would say in response to him is if he shares that sense of urgency in moving forward, then he really ought to study the bill along with his colleagues in the Conservative Party and support it. Because at the end of the day, this bill will address those gaps and potential vulnerabilities so that we can manage the risks while at the same time leverage the innovative opportunities that lie in wait when it comes to technology. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak today in the House about Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity and amending telecommunications, the Telecommunications Act, and making other consequential amendments. This is a critical bill, and very happy to see the debate being undertaken today in the House. And I do know that cybersecurity is important to the Minister of Public Safety, so I will give him credit for bringing this bill forward. It should be something that's important to all government ministers of every level of government, and it's very important that we're having this debate today. I was provided a briefing from cybersecurity experts in the from the Minister's Department about just under a year ago. And it was very informative to the risk that Canada faces in terms of cybersecurity. So just to speak simply, I asked them what would be sort of, in the worst case scenario, sort of a Pearl Harbor moment for Canada, and they responded that it would be a cybersecurity attack to our electrical infrastructure, our pipeline infrastructure in the middle of winter. So if there was a cyber attack or a ransomware attack on the infrastructure that keeps Canadians warm in the middle of winter, that would be absolutely devastating, specifically in our coldest provinces and regions and territories in Canada. So just to give Canadians an idea of the weight and gravity of what we're talking about today and how important it is that not only that we bring forward cybersecurity legislation that builds capacity, but it also has to be done right. And there was a series of questions before my remarks that outlined a number of the issues in this bill. I'll just outline as well a number of recent cybersecurity attacks in Canada and in the United States as well of late. We know that the CRA, our Canada Revenue Agency, was attacked in August 2020, impacting nearly 13,000 Canadians were victims of that. Also, there was a hospital in Newfoundland in October 2020 where the cybersecurity hackers stole personal information from healthcare employees and patients in all 4 provinces and health regions, as well as social insurance numbers belonging to over 2,500 patients. So very deeply personal and private data from these hospitals stolen by cybersecurity hackers, Mr. Speaker. Global Affairs also most recently was attacked in January 2022, right around the time that Russia has engaged in the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and it was reported that it may have been Russian state-sponsored or various other Russian actors that were responsible for the cyber attack on Global Affairs. And that was a very serious attack, again, on another government department. So the government is certainly not immune to these types of cybersecurity attacks. And most famously, I would say, there was a ransomware attack to critical infrastructure in the United States back in May 2021. Pipeline infrastructure was attacked. President Biden issued states of a state of emergency. 17 states issued these states of emergency. It was very, very serious, and it just shows the capabilities of some of these cyber threat actors and the threat it poses to Canadians in their everyday lives, as well as Canada as a whole, as well as the threat to our allies. And so this, again, this bill is coming forward in light of the government announcing most recently in the past year that they will ban Huawei from our 5G infrastructure. Conservatives and the House of Commons, in fact, has been calling on the government to do that for quite some time. This legislation will help to enable the practical implications of that ban, but again, it is certainly a very long time coming, and had this been done years ago, it would have saved our telecommunications and thereby the users, the everyday users of our telecommunications companies, a lot of pain and a lot of money. So I am concerned about the financial impact, although this is critical. Waiting so long to bring it forward will have on everyday Canadians and their cell phone bills, just as an example. I am the Vice Chair of the Public Safety and National Security Committee, Mr. Speaker, and I championed a study that we are undertaking that's in the process of being finalized right now of Canada's security posture in relation to Russian aggression. And a large part of that study was about cybersecurity. The experts we brought in repeatedly sounded the alarm that cybersecurity is of the utmost importance, that the Government of Canada and the private sector and provincial governments and, frankly, municipal governments take extremely seriously and is rapidly evolving. I'm just going to give for you a few quotes from a few of the experts to just lay the stage of what we're facing as Canadians here. So Professor Robert Hubert of the University of Calgary said, with regards to other cybersecurity threats, we know the Russians have shown an increasing capability of being able to interfere in various electronic systems and cyber systems of other states. We've seen this with their ability to influence the Ukrainian electrical system prior to the onset of the war in 2014. This is the other war they engaged in the last number of years. He also said we're seeing this in other locations across the globe. And once again, he said it's hard to know exactly how well-funded Canada has become in being able to harden that part of cyber warfare. And there's no question, he went on to say whatsoever, that the attention of the Russians and the Chinese, that the attention that they are giving to this issue is increasing. He said he compared that to the reports that we're hearing from our American and British friends and allies who are saying the Chinese and Russians are extremely active on the issue of cybersecurity and involving state-sponsored actors launching attacks against people, countries like China and the United States. We also had a woman named Jennifer Quaid. She's the executive director of the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange, which is a private company that supports various companies to help boost their cyber security. She talked a lot about cyber criminals, and this is an important piece. And the minister talked about this as well. First and foremost, she flagged that the Minister of National Defence of this government said cybersecurity is one of the most serious, economic and national security challenges we face. The most serious economic and national security challenges we face from our Minister of Defence. So quite serious issue we're talking about today. She also went on to say, Ms. Quaid said, cyber threats are becoming more sophisticated and are increasingly pervasive, driven by the growth of global adoption of innovative technologies. She also said that cybercrime pays, Mr. Speaker. So she was meaning that cyber threat actors can be grouped roughly into 2 categories. 1, nation states who are conducting espionage and statecraft through the internet, and criminals who are engaging in cybercrime for financial gain. She went on to say it's this criminal element that has commercialized cybercrime. So cybercriminals and cybercrime has now become its own thriving industry. And she pointed out that the barriers to entry, the technical expertise needed to be a hacker, so to speak, is increasingly low. So she said that several countries now are allowing cybercriminal groups to operate within their borders. And she also named something called a hacktivist, an activist hacker of all things. So we may have someone in the name of social justice hacking into a fossil fuel company, for example. Now imagine if that happened in Canada in the middle of winter to our gas pipeline infrastructure. Devastating and deadly. So we have to keep an eye out for hacktivists, as she said. She also pointed out that 25% of organizations in Canada have reported a cyber breach. 1 in 4, pretty significant. And she said the small and medium-sized enterprises that make up 98% of our economy are also being impacted. So again, almost 100% of our economy is being attacked in some form or another. And where this is really important, we think of big banks and big wealthy corporations that have pretty good cybersecurity infrastructure. They have the money to do so. But what feeds them is third-party suppliers that may provide them various components or various mechanisms to undertake their important parts of the industry that company is engaged in. They are also at risk. So if you attack a lower third-party provider of a major telecom, for example, that may seriously impact the ability of that telecom to deliver its services adequately to Canadians. And she mentioned that 44% of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, do not have any defense. Any defense. So almost half of our small and medium-sized enterprises, which dominate our economy, don't have any sort of defense. They're not even thinking about cybersecurity. And that's why today's discussion and this bill are important to be debated and have experts weigh in. I will also quote Dr. Ken Barker. He's the professor of the Institute for Security, Privacy and Information Awareness at the University of Calgary. He talked a lot about the impact of cybersecurity on critical infrastructure. He mentioned that in general it is very vulnerable because it is built on legacy systems that in essence predate the internet. So as our legacy systems are sort of getting online, so to speak, it does create, as he explains, some gaps that hackers can take advantage of, which again puts our critical infrastructure at risk. And that came up over and over again at committee. And he pointed out, look, our large private companies are investing, our banks are investing a lot in cybersecurity, thank goodness. But it's, again, as he pointed out, as Ms. Quaid pointed out, it's their SMEs that are the most vulnerable. And finally, I'll conclude some of my quotations here with Carolyn Xavier. She's the director of the Communications Security Establishment, which falls under the Department of National Defense. It is, in essence, the part of government that is responsible for cybersecurity. So she's the head of the government cybersecurity is a simple way to look at it. And she said cybercrime is the most prevalent and most pervasive threat to Canadians and Canadian business. Cybercrime is trying to probe Canadian systems from Russia, Iran, China, among others. They use various techniques like ransomware, and they're specifically focusing on our critical infrastructure. And certainly they pose, as she said, the greatest strategic threat to Canada. So this bill does a number of things. It's quite a large bill, and so I won't go into every detail of what it does, but in essence, there's two parts. One, it amends our existing Telecommunications Act. Of particular importance, it gives very broad and sweeping powers to the Minister of Industry to do a number of things. What's been criticized by a number of organizations is the specific part in the bill and the explanation that says it allows the minister and government and council to direct telecommunications service providers to, quote, to do anything or refrain from doing anything. Very, very, very broad powers given to one minister. So that should immediately put up red flags for all of us. No one should have such vast, sweeping powers over our telecoms. And again, I built the case that we need better cybersecurity, but there's a big question mark here of whether we're giving too much power to one minister, one person in all of Canada. It also has a whole financial issue involved in it. So to do anything, as it said, could have massive financial implications. Now, big companies like TELUS may be able to afford it, but our small telecoms, maybe not so much, and may bankrupt them. So that's not great news, and there is no financial component in terms of compensation for any of these losses, so there's a big question mark there as well. And also of importance that I find a bit or quite concerning is the way the bill is structured. There's significant exchange of a lot of information from telecoms to the minister that he can pass to various ministers and government agencies. So is that very confidential information? Is this, it's certainly their cybersecurity plans. Does that include state secrets? Is it safe that we're asking our telecoms, and the second part of the bill involves all critical infrastructure companies in Canada, as was outlined by the minister, including provincial crown corporations and the like. So this bill really establishes the process that all of these companies have to provide their cybersecurity plans, and there's a very strict reporting mechanism. We're talking pretty much days, if not a few weeks, to get together these plans and provide them to the minister. There's annual updates required. If you, for example, you're a big company and you change any third-party provider, you must, in essence, immediately report that to the Minister of Industry. There's a whole host of very cumbersome reporting mechanisms, and again, I do believe we need some of these. But the question remains, as I've outlined earlier, the government is not immune to being hacked by cyber criminals. I just outlined about 3 or 4 incidents that happened. So now we're going to take all of our critical infrastructure, all of their cyber defense plans, and countless other pieces of personal data of Canadians and others, and we're going to give that to the government. Again, an argument can be made that that is needed, but where are the protections for that, Mr. Speaker? Where is the defense of government to ensure that this doesn't end up in the wrong hands or that information isn't hacked by cyber actors? I think that is a significant threat that needs to be addressed by the minister, and I was not assured from his remarks that that is something that is front and center in his objective through this bill. I would also say that there's a number of civil liberty type organizations that have raised serious alarm as well. There was an open letter written to the minister by, there was a number of, here it is, Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Constitution Foundation, International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group, Lead Now, Ligue des Droits et Libertés, Open Media, Privacy and Access Council of Canada. So basically all the leaders of research and discussion of our civil liberties, all of the major organizations in Canada were quite alarmed by this in many ways and wrote an open letter to the minister that outlined a number of things. In essence, they said that this bill grants the government sweeping new powers, not only over vast swaths of the Canadian economy, but also to intrude on the private lives of Canadians. And to really sum it up, I think they said this quite well: with great power must come great accountability. Now, great power in this bill, but the accountability side certainly is lacking. And actually, before I go on to detail some of their concerns, I do want to outline what some other countries are doing. So if we look at the US and the EU, they have established similar bills in the past, about the past year or so. The EU actually has greater and more significant fines in many ways, and the US provides more prescriptive and strict reporting mechanisms. Like if you're a US critical infrastructure company and you have a ransomware attack, it actually outlines in the legislation you must report that to the government within 24 hours. That actually might be something we may want to consider for this bill. If we're going to go there, we might as well have it in line with our American allies and make it tight. I do think that reporting mechanism is the most important part, or one of the most important parts of this bill. So back to the civil liberties issues, because I know a lot of Canadians, particularly with this government's track record on their internet regulation bills, Bill C-11 amongst others, a lot of people have their backs up about their personal freedoms online and their data, rightfully so, and the civil liberties associations are raising some of those concerns that have not been assuaged thus far by government or the Minister of Public Safety. They mention that this opens the door to new surveillance obligations. Quite concerning there, and empowers the government, in their view, again, this has not been proven, but it empowers the government to secretly order telecom providers to do anything or refrain from doing anything, as I mentioned. But in their view, they do believe that if there was an abuse of this extreme power, that it could be utilized by a government with ill intent, not to say that's this government's intent, but it could be utilized to survey Canadian citizens. Quite concerning. They go on in that realm to outline that the powers in this bill, and that they allow the Ministry of Industry to terminate who telecoms work for example, they believe that also could be applied to individual citizens, right? So they're looking at this and thinking, what if a government wanted to punish a group of people? And so they call up TELUS. Again, this is very blunt and not overly academic how I'm explaining this, but to get direct TELUS to say you can't do business with these people, cut off their access to the internet, cut off their cell phone. So again, an extreme worst case scenario, but it's worth flagging that there may be a bit of a backdoor in this bill that it would allow that should an evil government ever come along that's looking to abuse civil liberties of Canadians. So I would like to see that specifically addressed and safeguards put in place to prevent that type of abuse should it ever happen in an extreme circumstance. They also talk about how it undermines privacy, that there are no guardrails to constrain abuse. And again, I think that this is an area where opposition parties in particular, and hopefully government members on the committee, can come together to ensure that there are ombudsmen put in place, maybe an oversight body, something where the rights of companies and more importantly of citizens are protected from these abuses that I've outlined, and there are many others. There were also a lot of concerns from the Canadian Business Council that wrote an open letter to the minister on behalf of large companies and also small, medium-sized enterprises. In essence, what we're seeing is the red tape is extremely high, so we're worried that that'll impact our small, medium providers. Small and medium enterprises, and the business community in general has said that it seems that this bill, just to sum it up bluntly, is all stick and no carrot. It's just all hard hitting. They're going to be super hard on you. You better comply. I can go into more details about that hopefully in the question period part of this debate, but there's no sort of incentive structure built in, and there is no incentive to have companies share best practices with each other. I think that the government should be a leader in encouraging open sharing of best practices and experiences that protects the confidentiality of companies, but allows them to share information so that other companies can be better equipped and we can all work together as one big, happy, cyber-secure family in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So what I would say in conclusion is the Conservative Party of Canada is first and foremost concerned about national security and ensuring the federal government is obviously the leader and takes that leadership role to ensuring Canada as a whole is secure against any possible threat, every eventuality, as the Minister of Defence likes to say. And we are seeing serious gaps in our military, we can have stronger alliances in our Five Eyes intelligence sharing and other agreements, and certainly that involves cyber security. Canada is vulnerable like many countries in the world. Actually, in fact, most countries are dealing with these problems. The Conservative Party of Canada wants to see a more robust framework to incentivize and enforce reporting mechanisms to ensure our cybersecurity is protected, to make sure there is not a ransomware attack on our pipelines in the middle of winter that may kill thousands of Canadians from the cold, for example. So we will be looking to support this to committee. But I do want to make it very clear that if the issues in this bill, and I've outlined just a few of them concerning privacy and impacts to business, if those are not addressed, the Conservative Party is ready to pull our support immediately and put up a very strong defense to stop this bill from going beyond committee, Mr. Speaker. I want to make that very clear to the Minister and the Liberal government. We will get this to committee to hear from experts because we believe it is important, but it must be fixed. There are serious issues that need to be addressed and amendments need to be made. So I'd ask Liberal members on the committee to get to work with us so we can make this bill what it needs to be and make it better and ensure cybersecurity is protected in Canada today and for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's anyone in society that doesn't recognize the potential harm of cybersecurity. The issue is in terms of how do we ensure that we're well positioned to be able to address some of those vital threats that are being applied to our critical infrastructure. The member opposite says that her concern is that we're giving too much power to one individual. And I'm curious in terms of, does the Conservative Party have an alternative to ensure that that particular issue is addressed, specifically in the form of an amendment? Does the member have any suggestions on that point?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
I thank the member very much for the question. He's also from Winnipeg, so fellow Manitoban. I would say that I outlined in my remarks, it's not just the Conservative Party. We were alerted to this by every major civil liberties organization in the country who wrote quite an in-depth open letter with over, I believe it was quite 24 different concerns that they had, give or take. So it is the information we are getting from the organization specifically tasked with protecting civil liberties and privacy and freedoms of Canadians. So that's who alerted us to it. We would like to bring them before committee to make their their recommendations. They have made them in open letters. Various organizations with technical expertise have also recommended various amendments to this bill. Again, I'm not an expert in terms of cybersecurity, but I do understand the needs of Canadians to protect their privacy. So at the committee stage, we will be bringing forward these experts to help us craft amendments. And I mentioned in my remarks, perhaps there could be an ombudsman or a specific oversight committee that's built into this. And one last thing, Mr. Speaker, there is no annual reporting mechanism in this bill where government is responsible for tabling a report to Parliament that gives Canadians an idea of what has the government been doing with this bill? What is the threat assessment of Canada in terms of the impacts of what this bill has done and what it has seen in the reporting mechanisms from companies? So I would say annual reports to Parliament, and we have to craft those amendments with expert witnesses' testimony at committee, and I look forward to those discussions.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree with the principle of the bill, but I'm wondering about the precautionary principle. In 2017, the Chinese government required Chinese businesses to give China's intelligence services all the information that they gather and collect. But our government is giving contracts to Chinese companies like Noctec for X-ray machines in embassies, which is a place where we must be extra diligent in protecting information. And it would have been easy for embassy information to have been taken. Now, here's my question for the colleague. This is a good bill. It could be improved, but should we not more systematically apply the precautionary principle? Should we not also follow all the recommendations of the Government Commission made in a report in 2021?
I thank the member very much for the question. I think it's quite a technical one. I would say that she does mention China and what they've done. I am deeply concerned about Chinese state-sponsored actors that are conducting espionage and looking to steal data and very important national security information from various government departments and individual citizens. Again, that is the reason that Huawei, that all of our Five Eyes allies, Canada was last to ban Huawei from our 5G infrastructure because of any possible backdoor element where, because all companies that are owned by China, there is, to put it bluntly, there is an ability for them to have to direct Huawei, for example, to take all their information, just to put it very bluntly. So that is why Five Eyes allies, in some, is quite simply, called on Huawei to be banned, did that before us. We took a very long time. So I will look more into the specifics of the member. I wasn't familiar too much with what she was talking about, but just suffice to say the Conservative Party of Canada has been very clear. We need to be very clear-eyed, so to speak, on China. And in particular, when crafting this bill, it needs to be crafted in a way that offers utmost defense for Canadian critical infrastructure against Chinese-sponsored state actors or others. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Kildonan-St. Paul for her speech on this bill. There's a lot to think about in what she had to say, and I agree with many things she said, including her concern about the oversharing of Canadians' personal information between government departments. I know that was a significant issue in the 41st Parliament around Bill C-51 when the government of the day introduced security legislation at that time. I wonder if the Conservative Party today is in a mood to actually protect Canadians against the oversharing of information between government departments, if we might try to find an opportunity in the course of this bill's passage through the House to correct some of the defects in that legislation from many years ago as we go. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan-St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, also from Winnipeg and fellow Manitoban. I would say I take his point regarding former pieces of legislation that need work. I would say the leader of the official opposition, the member for Carleton, has been very clear in protecting, in his desire to protect data and the rights of Canadians, especially if we're looking at Bill C-11, which is the Liberal government's attempt to control and regulate the internet, so to speak. He put forward the very first defense, very public, very well-executed defense of Bill C-11. So I would say that any data sharing between departments, and between ministers, which is a large part of this bill, the capabilities of doing that, raises a lot of significant privacy concerns of the data of individual Canadians. So again, we've been very clear that our intentions with this bill and others is to protect those freedoms, that privacy of Canadians. So that will be the underlying theme of our approach, certainly to this bill during the committee process and in the days and weeks to come.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris. Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kildonan St. Paul for the excellent speech that she has given on this topic this morning, and to take part in the Manitoba debate that's going on here. I want to just ask her about the comments that she made earlier about half of the SMEs have really no defense, and they're most vulnerable. And with the bill that I was able to get through last year on SMEs and small businesses, it's very important that they have abilities and rights to be able to protect themselves on this as well. And she's also talked about, just in the last question, the transparency that's so important in this. And I wonder if she could just expand on those two areas.
I think maybe we should talk about the representation of Manitoba in this chamber. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm enjoying this Manitoba debate. It's great. What I would say is a couple things. So the government in the last budget of 2021-2022 announced about $700 million for cybersecurity. From what it seems, it's all going to the communications security establishment, which is, as I mentioned in my speech, is the government sort of cybersecurity agency under the Minister of Defence. And so it's great. We do need more resources at the government level for CSE. But when I asked the minister, he never did respond to my email. I asked him, does any of that funding, are you providing any of that funding for our small, medium-sized enterprises so that they can boost their cybersecurity? Again, when we're looking at small companies, it's easy for TELUS and others to afford some of these things, or big banks, obviously. But if we're looking at small telecom providers, like a small internet provider in northern BC, it might put them out of business, the cost to meet the regulatory red tape, in this bill. So why not take a little bit of that funding they've announced and provide it to our SMEs to help them get to the level we need them to protect our critical infrastructure, or perhaps get a bit creative and look at our tax system. Is there some sort of capital expense or tax write-off or something we can provide our SMEs to help them get there? Because we really need to, as I made the case in my remarks, as I'm sure others will as well. So I haven't heard a response from that. They're spending the money anyway. They're spending more money than any government in history. So why not provide a little bit of that to our SMEs to ensure our critical infrastructure is up to par, Mr. Speaker?
We do have time for one more quick question. Paul du Manitoba, ma question et commentaire à Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about cybersecurity here. That means also that there's a lot of foreign interference through cyber attacks. On the subject of foreign interference, would my colleague agree that it's worrisome that in 2016, an operating permit license was given to a Chinese bank, and then the Prime Minister received $70,000 donation to his riding, the riding of Papineau, just 48 hours later, 48 hours after. And these were donations to his riding. Is that not proof of foreign interference? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague very much for the question. I appreciate the investigative work done by the Bloc Québécois on this issue. We are just learning about the details of this. I am very concerned about the allegations being made, as everyone should be, if there is proven to be a connection and it is proven to be true. So I would just say we're monitoring this quite closely, as I assume the Parliamentary Press Gallery and other media sources across the country, I imagine they're digging into this very quickly and closely, as they should, and it's something that we are closely monitoring as we learn the details of any possible payoff to the Prime Minister from the Chinese government or other actors from China. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's an interesting debate thus far, just getting underway on such an important issue that we all have to face and come to grips with. As technology changes, Mr. Speaker, the circumstances that we have to take into consideration, we will see legislation, whether it's dealing with the issue of privacy or cyber cyber attacks, I suspect, will be something that will be ongoing. And once it does get into the committee, I'm sure there will be a great deal of dialogue, as I would anticipate that we will be witnessing a great diversity of witnesses coming forward with ideas in terms of reflecting on the legislation. You know, to pick up on the point that I raised with the member opposite in regards to concern that the minister has too much power under this legislation. That is often said by opposition members when government brings forward legislation, concerns in regards to how power is enhanced through the minister's office. I, for one, look at the legislation and have had the opportunity to briefly go over it, Mr. Speaker, and genuinely believe that there is the right amount of balance, and that's why I had posed the question to the member. She came back with a suggestion. And that's one of the suggestions that I think that does have some merit to it. The idea of reporting mechanisms, whether it's an annual report or a report to a standing committee, I think that there is some merit for it. The reason why I say that is that I know there has been a great deal of effort in formulating this legislation that we're debating today. And if, in fact, there are ideas that would enhance or make the legislation that much stronger, I think it's something that we should be looking at. And I do believe that the ministry is, in fact, open to that. What I thought was interesting when she was making her quotes is where she's getting the quotes from, Mr. Speaker. And maybe using some of those quotes to amplify fears that really one might be challenged in order to be able to justify. For example, when the member makes reference to an evil government based on quotes that she is receiving, and not saying it's her opinion, but she's raising it today, Mr. Speaker, trying to raise that issue by saying, well, you know, here's a quote from some third-party organization, and if you believe in that quote, well, it could lead to an evil government. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed that a great deal coming from the Conservative opposition on a variety of different issues, as if there is some sort of a conspiracy that is out there. Mr. Speaker, there is no conspiracy. Contrary to what the member, at least at one part in her speech, tried to give the impression, the government is not out to spy on Canadians. This government takes the issue of privacy of Canadians very seriously. We have brought forward legislation to that effect. This government has spent literally tens of millions of dollars on the issue of cyber threats, Mr. Speaker. The government has had working groups, advisory groups, dealing with the issue of cyber threats, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the change in technology and the impact that has had on society. I've made reference in the past when, if you take a look at technological advancement, you would be challenged to find an area that has been as advanced as computer, internet technology. You know, just the other day I'm talking on a private member's bill, and I was saying, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, there were no such things as iPhones. In fact, I note that the member from Winnipeg South Centre is listening, and he will recall that when we were first elected back in 1988, we had this big computer purchase, and it was $5,000 through Reg Alcock, where we had a wonderful computer with a laser printer, and it came with a keyboard and a mouse. At the time, Mr. Speaker, when we would have that wonderful, beautiful computer on our desks, we would log into the internet, and the first thing you hear was the dial tone. and then you'd get that stupid clicking sound, which meant that you were actually on the internet. Mr. Speaker, that computer, we were all fairly impressed, and there was about 20 of us at the time. Compare that to where we are today, Mr. Speaker. You know, you can get a laptop for $500 that is tenfold plus in terms of the abilities and technological advancements of what we paid $5,000 for with that long dial-up connection. In fact, the Chrome, you can get some for $250, brand new, hooked into the internet, going at a rapid speed, Mr. Speaker, not even comparable to what it was. There is so much advantage to technological change, but with that change comes risk. And that's the essence of what it is that we're debating through this legislation, Bill C-26, Mr. Speaker. Because even though society has benefited immensely, we need to recognize that there is a significant risk factor. And that risk factor not only applies for the individual that might be surfing the net today, but it also applies to military operations that are taking place in Ukraine today, Mr. Speaker. Computers today are not an option. The internet is not an option. These are essential services. And that's why there was the Prime Minister, one of the other ministers just the other day made reference to the percentage of Canadians that are hooked up with high-speed connections and how we have literally invested billions to ensure that Canadians continue to get that access, Mr. Speaker, in rural Canada in particular, with a special focus on rural Canada. We recognize that, Mr. Speaker, because it is no longer an option, it is an essential service. The digital economy that's there varies of great significance. And if you want to get a sense of what is out there, Hollywood and like-minded productions that are produced, whether it's on Netflix or CBC or the more traditional media outlets, take a look in terms of some of the movies and TV shows that are out there. The other day I was watching an episode of a show called Blacklist, and it was all about cyber attacks. And I suspect there might be a number of the colleagues that might even be familiar with that particular show, Mr. Speaker. And it is truly amazing. The member was talking about hydro. In Manitoba, all of Canada should be concerned about our utilities. And through Hollywood productions, we're better able to envision the potential harm of cyber attacks, where a well-focused cyber attack can deny electricity to communities, Mr. Speaker, can shut down things that should never be shut down. We talk about the sense of urgency. One would expect that you're going to get mischievous lone individuals out there working in their basements or wherever it might be in society, challenging systems. But we also have state-sponsored attacks, cyber attacks, Mr. Speaker. And we should all be concerned about that. In fact, that's why it's comforting when the minister made reference to the Five Eyes. I caught on to that right away. That we have like-minded nations, because Canada is not alone, Mr. Speaker. There are like-minded nations that understand the importance of cyber attacks and the potential damage that can be caused. When you think of that, and I'll get back to the international side of things, but when you think of what's at risk, think of the digital data. Digital data comes in many different forms. One of the greatest collectors of data would be Census Canada. Census Canada, an organization that invests a great deal into computers and the technology to protect the data that they collect from Canadians. Census Canada is actually respected from around the world for the systems that we do have. But there is absolute critical data, and that data is provided to a wide spectrum of stakeholders, obviously including the national government. Think in terms of health organizations, the different provinces, and the collection of health records, Mr. Speaker. Motor vehicle branches, passport offices. All of these agencies are government agencies that have at the very least huge footprints in terms of data collection. And those are government types of agencies, Mr. Speaker. You could talk about our banking interesting or our financial industries. And when you think of those industries and the information that is collected from a financial perspective, people putting in an application for a loan and the information that they have to provide the lender, their history. Mr. Speaker, all of that information is going into a data bank. There is private sectors that will promote and get people. The other day we were talking about apps. And when you get an app, and the example was Tim Hortons that we were talking about, you might recall, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the Tim Hortons app is something that's fairly widely downloaded. And there's a lot of critical information that's actually within that application. Canadians need to know that whether it's a government agency or a private agency, that the governments at all levels, in particular the national government, has their back. And that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I started off by giving very clear indication that, yes, C-27 is before us today, or C-26 is before us today, but we have been investing substantial financial resources and other types of legislation in order to provide the assurances to Canadians that they know that their information is in fact being protected. There is actions on the internet that are there today, such as our businesses, small businesses. And the member opposite made reference to, well, how is the government supporting small businesses? Because if you're a small business today, chances are you're on the net. More and more consumers turn to the net for widgets and a multitude of different services, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, there has been a great demand on small businesses. And that's why we have a Minister of Small Businesses that has not only looked at ways in which we can provide tax relief, but also, Mr. Speaker, provide supports. Sometimes it's direct through financial, sometimes it's through indirect through providing resources. But let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that there is
support that comes from the government to ensure that even the smaller businesses, whether you're small, medium, or large, that the government has a vested interest. And we will do what we can. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, would be the individual that uses an ATM card when they go and they make a relatively small or large purchase in a small business. The attacks that we're talking about today can take many different forms. The digital economic side is definitely one of them, Mr. Speaker. But there's also a social component to the internet. And when I think of that social component, you often think about the issue of privacy while there's communications through, for example, social media. And again, Canadians have an expectation that the government is going to be there. There is cyber attacks that take place in areas in which we all need to be concerned about. As I say, the more advanced we become, the more risk there is. There's a lot of things that takes place on the net that we do need to be aware of and taking action on. Exploitation of children, as an example, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that is also needs to be taken into consideration. When we talk about the legislation, Mr. Speaker, there is a very strong compliance component. As I raised, the minister does have the authority to make some things happen with our telecommunicating companies, to say, stop this. And I think that sort of action is necessary at times. There is a financial component so that we can ensure that there is a penalty put into place as an incentive for people to abide by the legislation and the regulations that are all there for one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to protect the risks that Canadians and institutions are being put at, the risks that are there today against Canadians and institutions, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're investing into cybersecurity and ensuring respect for the privacy of Canadians and supporting responsible innovation. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to protect Canadians from cyber threats in an increasing digital world. This legislation is one aspect of what the government is doing in order to be able to accomplish that, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the state-sponsored cyber threats is one of the greatest concerns and one of the reasons why we need to be working with allied countries. I made reference to the Five Eyes. There are democratic, free, allied countries recognize the potential harm through cyber threats that are sponsored through governments, Mr. Speaker, and that is something in which this legislation really sinks its teeth into, and I would hope that all members would get behind the legislation and ultimately see its passage into committee stage, where the official opposition member herself has indicated there's a great deal of interest, Mr. Speaker, in reviewing the legislation with the idea of coming up with ways in which we can ultimately even make the legislation better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member Peter Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech. Once again, I'm frustrated with this bill in the fact that it doesn't lay out a lot of specifics. It states that there's a problem, and I think we all agree on that. But their solution to that problem is hand the minister a lot of power and the minister will do amazing things. Is the member not concerned that there's not the details in this bill that we need to prevent some of the very things that he was talking about? I think about the company of Skidoo or Bombardier, which is an iconic Canadian company, which has been the victim of one of these targeted cyber attacks. I don't think there's anything in this bill that would have prevented that or hold the people that have perpetrated this to account. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't necessarily know the details of the case that the member is referenced, but what I can say is that if you take a look at the legislation itself, and even the Conservative critic acknowledged that there are certain aspects of the legislation that will ensure that there's, whether, as I mentioned, financial penalties, and opportunities for the minister to virtually stop an action from taking place. Am I concerned that it's that there's overreach? I don't personally believe that there is, but I do think that there is some merit in terms of having that discussion in the committee stage. And what I had done is I had posed the question to the member is that if the concern is that there's too much power for the minister, then what would the Conservatives do differently, recognizing the fact that in a cyber attack, often it's necessary to take a fairly strong action in an immediate fashion. And I think that all members would recognize that fact. The issue is there something in which, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would like to see to provide that additional sense of security?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for his speech. And certainly we traveled a lot in listening to his speech. We went from Hollywood to Tim Hortons. So I'd like to look even further. Let's go across the Pacific and from China to Papineau. So I'm concerned about interference, and our colleague is undoubtedly concerned as well, because he's supporting a bill in cybersecurity which would fix some of our vulnerabilities when it comes to cybersecurity. So is he concerned to know that in the same period of time, there was funding for the Chinese regime to the Liberal Riding Association in Papineau, the Prime Minister's riding, and at the same time, the authorization for a Chinese bank to work in Canada? And does he also believe in coincidences in life?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the bloc are hanging around the Conservatives too much. It's usually the Conservatives that will go under all the rocks and have these conspiracy theories and all this things taking place. Mr. Speaker, I for one, look at the legislation and see the legislation for what it is. And what it is an attempt by the government to ensure that we can effectively deal with the threat of cyber activities, whether they're state-sponsored or from individuals. And that is something that is a very strong positive, and it's absolutely not unique, as other countries around the world are doing likewise, Mr. Speaker, in bringing forward legislation of this nature. In terms of the member's conspiracy theory, I'll leave that for another member on another day.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree here that Canada is ill prepared to deal with cybersecurity threats, and I'm comforted to hear that we're all on the same page. However, we are falling far behind other jurisdictions like France and the UK that are similar jurisdictions, and their ability to intercept and respond to cyber security threats are much more enhanced to protect their countries. Now, again, we're glad to see this moving forward, but I'm concerned a bit about the government granting the minister so much power, Mr. Speaker, and these broad powers, especially the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Industry. And I just want some assurances for Canadians that these powers won't be applied unjustly to them. And will the member and will his party be willing to work with the NDP so we bring forward amendments at committee that we can make sure that there's protections for everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I suspect that there would be a great deal of will to continue to work typically with the New Democrats in the House. In a minority situation, the NDP has taken a very responsible approach at dealing with the government-sponsored legislation, and where there's changes that make sense, I suspect that the ministry would definitely be open to how it is that we could address concerns. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that it's just we're looking for NDP amendments. As has been pointed out, whether it's the official opposition or even the Bloc, this is legislation that we've brought in today for the first time in terms of a second reading. We're hopeful that at some point it will pass so it can go to the committee stage, where I'm expecting that there's going to be a great deal of interest from coast to coast to coast on this legislation, and I look forward to the contributions and would suggest to members that if in fact they have ideas and thoughts going into it, like the member from Kildonan had in regards to this whole idea of an annual report that comes from the minister and how that might be incorporated into the legislation, I would say the sooner you can make the ministry aware of some of those ideas, the better it is. Ultimately, it will go to committee, and there will be representations from the minister's office, no doubt, that will be there. More specifically, a wonderful opportunity to get the feedback that we're all looking for, and if there's chances to make it even a healthier and stronger legislation, I'm sure the government would act on that.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Point of order. Yes, my colleague twice referred to conspiracy theories. I would kindly ask him to take back those words.
We're sort of in questions and comments, and I
understand the point of order.
Parliamentary Secretary.
As a question, Mr. Speaker, or as a point to the point?
Why don't you do the point of order?
Yeah, if the member, I won't even call it. I'll withdraw the comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Question commentaire, questions and comments. We still have a whole 2 minutes and 53 seconds left in questions and comments. There you go.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Mr. President, with 85% of Canada's critical infrastructure owned by private sector, provinces and non-governmental agencies, does my colleague think that Bill C-26 will help standardize cybersecurity practices to better protect systems and services pertinent to Canada's cybersecurity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an excellent question. As the member highlights the fact that when we talk about infrastructure and the whole digital economy and what government does, it would be negligent not to recognize the significance of the private sector and how the private sector feeds into it. In fact, being a major player of 80% plus. And that's why when we talk about the government's role, ensuring that the national infrastructure is safeguarded against cyber threats is of the utmost importance, and that's the essence of the legislation. For that, and ensuring that whether it's Canadians as individuals or businesses or including governments, that their interests are in fact well served with this legislation.
Keeping my Manitoba theme this morning, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his presentation today as well. I'd also like to ask him a question in regards to my colleague's speech that she made in the House earlier from Kildonan St. Paul. She talked about how the government has brought this bill forward with a lot of sticks in it and no carrots. Like, I'm looking for incentives that would improve it. First question is the government open to amendments on this particular bill? And if so, what would be their theme to bring forward some issues to improve the transparency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've made reference to the idea, and hopefully it'll get discussed at the committee stage in terms of a reporting mechanism. I get the sense, based on questions both of me and the minister, that there is some concern related to that, and we'll have to wait and see if that comes forward through committee. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be nice to see the legislation pass at some point where committee is provided the opportunity to provide their recommendations and their thoughts on the legislation.
Time has expired on that one. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, I would request that you seek unanimous consent for me to be able to split my time with the member for Windsor West.
Okay. Is it agreed to split the time? Agreed. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with thanks to the Chamber, I will be splitting my time with the member for Windsor West. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-26. Cybersecurity, I think, is a topic that is very much on the minds of many Canadians. It's something that many of us have had experience with in our personal life, or we know somebody. And certainly as MPs, we hear from folks that have fallen prey to various kinds of cyber attacks online. We know that it's a burgeoning criminal industry to take advantage of people online, to grab their information and impersonate their identity, and that Canadians deserve to be protected from this kind of crime. We've also heard about the impact that cybersecurity attacks have had in our commercial industries. I think one of the examples that stands out in my own mind of particular concern was the 2017 cyber attack on Equifax, where the personal and financial information of thousands of Canadians was obtained illegally, and you know, that's, I think, just kind of obvious concern for folks when they find out that a company that they've trusted with their personal information has been subject to this kind of attack. We also know that our government has not been immune from these kinds of attacks. There's been hospitals, the global affairs has been the object of successful cyber attacks. Even just earlier this fall, the House of Commons itself had a cyber attack, and MPs were warned about changing their email passwords and other things like that for fear of information in their work accounts being exposed to outside eyes and ears to find out what is going on in those accounts. So there's no question that it's a real issue. There's no question when you talk to experts on the file that Canada is a laggard in respect of cybersecurity. There's been many debates in this place about the role of Huawei, for instance, in our 5G infrastructure. The government did finally take a decision, I think the right decision, although late in the game, in respect of our other Five Eyes allies, in respect of Huawei. And this legislation is supposed to, I think, give them the idea is that they need more legal authority in order to be able to implement that decision. But of course, there's a number of ways that you can do that. And the bill as it stands is not ready to go. But New Democrats are happy to send it to committee where we can hear from experts and try to improve the bill. And so when I say it's not ready to go, in my view, that's because the bill, for as long as it took for the government to reach a decision on Huawei, they clearly weren't doing any work alongside their deliberations on Huawei to prepare for banning it, because this legislation largely just gives a broad sweeping power to the Minister of Industry to decide later what exactly they'll have to do in order to ban Huawei, in order to respond to other kinds of cyber threats. There isn't a lot of detail in the legislation, and that's something that we've seen from the government on other fronts, even unrelated items like the Canada Disability Benefit, for instance. They drafted a bill that has no content on the program, and the attitude is just trust us, we'll get it right later. Except that we also see a litany of problems with the way the government manages its business, whether you go all the way back to the SNC-Lavalin affair and the question of deferred prosecution agreements, other ethical issues that have come up in the context of this government. I think Canadians are right to have a certain distrust of this government, and the answer lies in mechanisms that impose accountability on the government, and those are very clearly absent from this legislation. In fact, not only are they absent from the legislation, but the government very explicitly exempts itself from some of the current types of accountability that do exist. So, for instance, they exempt themselves from the Statutory Instruments Act that would make it possible for the Parliamentary Regs Committee to review orders that the minister may issue under the new authority granted to him in this act. And so, as I say, not only are there not new accountability measures commensurate with the new powers that the government is giving itself, but in fact they're exempting themselves from some of the accountability mechanisms that are already there. And they're also explicitly letting Canadians know their intention in the legislation and giving themselves the legal authority to keep those orders secret. And so, you know, I think we have to contemplate the idea that there'll be a whole kind of branch of secret orders and laws that govern the telecommunications industry that Canadians won't know about and that telecommunication companies themselves may not have an adequate awareness of. And so where I'd like to go with this, Mr. Speaker, is just to talk a little bit more broadly about the internet and about privacy rights on the internet. You know, when the new Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement was signed, there were a number of provisions in that agreement that I think went too far in shoring up the rights of companies to keep their algorithms secret, for instance. And there are other kinds of IP protections or protections that are sold as IP but really mean that it's harder to get a transparent accounting of how companies operate on the internet and the artificial intelligence that they use to navigate the internet. So there's a way of dealing with the internet that really prioritizes secrecy for commercial purposes, but that same secrecy also breeds more opportunity for malignant actors on the web to go about their business and not have to worry that they'll have to expose what it is they're doing. Whereas I think if you look to the European Union as another model for privacy on the internet and conducting business on the internet, there are a lot more robust protections for the private information of consumers on the internet, and there's a lot more reporting requirements for actors on the internet. And I think the problem with the bill as it's written here is that it's trying to fight secrecy with secrecy. And I don't think, you know, when firefighters show up to a house that's on fire, they don't usually show up with a flamethrower. They show up with something else that can actually fight the fire instead of just accelerating it. I don't think the Canadians who are concerned about malignant actors on the internet and the ways that they're able to exploit the dark corners of the internet and the back doors of software are also thinking that the way to fight that is to just let the government do that in secret without any reporting, and that the less information that is available, whether it's information about actors within digital space or government actions to act against cybersecurity threats, that Canadians are better off if they don't know what the actors on the internet are doing and they don't know what the government is doing about it. And I think, as I say, the problem with this bill as written is that it doubles down on the approach that we saw in CUSMA that's about privacy for actors on the internet and privacy for government and how it deals with it, instead of taking a more open source approach and to say that the way forward on the internet has to be that digital actors have to be pretty upfront about the kind of business that they're conducting on the internet, the ways that they do it, the algorithms that they use, and governments likewise can then be pretty transparent about how they're dealing with people who are non-compliant or who are breaking the rules. And so New Democrats are concerned to see along those broad lines an approach to the internet that says transparency and accountability both for private actors and for public actors is the way forward. The digital consumers deserve to have this information at their fingertips so they understand what people are going to be doing with the information that they enter in on their computer, whether that's to purchase a book or to get a loan or whatever kind of business they're doing on the internet. They should have more rights to know how that information is handled and the role of the government in keeping that information secure, rather than being told, don't worry about it, commercial interests have your best interests at heart and the government has your best interests at heart and you don't need to know what's going on. And that is why the bill should go to committee, to be sure, because Canada does need our government to have the authority to implement the decision on Huawei and to do better in respect of cybersecurity. But there's a lot of good work for committee members to do there and a lot of amendments that ought to be made to the bill in order for it to pass in subsequent readings of the bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for his speech, Mr. Chair, and I think I share a number of his concerns, but I guess I want to just ask him about some of the major threats that we've seen in cybersecurity. I'm frustrated with this government. They have a lot of the tools already at their disposal to go after people that are threatening our cybersecurity. And so we've seen shutdown of pipelines across the country. We've seen shutdowns of major companies across this country. We have the Rogers telecommunications story, which was shut down, and they claim wasn't it? But does the member is the member not at all concerned around the lack of ability of the law enforcement to chase down the bad actors that are pursuing some of this stuff? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I mean, there's only so many things that you can fix with legislation. Legislation is a necessary component of the solution, but it's not sufficient on its own. And we see that in many areas where, despite the fact that we've made good laws in this place against certain kinds of crime, nevertheless, those kinds of crime persist. And so, of course, enforcement is an important part of that question, and it does require the attention and resources from government. And when those resources aren't made available, it matters very little the kinds of laws we pass in this place, because that's certainly the other necessary component is on the enforcement side. So I share the member's concern for proper enforcement of the laws that we pass in this place.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When we debate a bill like C-26, it's inevitable that we will also talk about national security. And when we talk about our national security, what comes to mind is foreign interference, because that can harm our security. There can be internal threats to security or external. As for external threats, these days we're talking about Chinese foreign interference. And recently we're talking about possible Chinese interference with our elections. Some colleagues have mentioned the fact that a few years ago, the Prime Minister received about $70,000 in donations immediately after an authorization for service providers for services for Chinese Canadians. And the donations were made by individuals with Chinese-sounding names. And it happened very quickly after. So does the colleague feel that there may have been interference? Because it's rather hard to believe that it's all a coincidence, that it just happened to happen that way. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona. Thank you very much for the question. This type of coincidence is always cause for concern. We do have mechanisms to investigate when investigation is warranted. I welcome my colleague to submit any proof he may have to authorities so that they may investigate, because that is the most appropriate avenue and path to ensure that, in fact, there is no improper action. That's what the member seems to be suggesting. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. He spoke during his intervention about the need for greater government accountability in the bill, and I'm wondering if he could provide the House with an example. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona, 45 seconds.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think at the very least, there has to be some kind of accounting for and public disclosure of the number of orders that government is making under these new powers. So that's just one example where I think, and a very minimum reporting threshold. But the idea that these orders could be made, any number of them made, Canadians wouldn't even know that they've been made or how many have been made, I think is not acceptable. There has to be some reporting out of the extent to which these powers are used, or there'll be no factual basis upon which to evaluate whether those powers have been appropriate, adequate, and whether they need to change in the future.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today on this bill. Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts. And it's really important, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge that we are severely behind with regards to our protections in this matter. I'm going to quote from myself here, Mr. Speaker, where I once engaged the government and asked them this: I am very concerned that we are not doing enough in Canada to protect the digital privacy of Canadians, and I'm calling on the government to develop stronger frameworks and guidelines to improve cybersecurity in Canada. These are critical issues that must be addressed for the benefit of Canada and our economy and commerce is currently under threat, and also our personal privacy. When did I do that? That was in 2016. And Mr. Speaker, 2016, with the digital changes that we've had to today, is a lifetime of change. Where I got a response from the government basically at that time saying they would refer matters and let them play themselves out in the court. One of the most famous cases at that time that came forth was the University of Calgary that had actually reported paid $20,000 in compensation to a group of organizations who we don't know in terms of protecting the breach that they had. So what has taken place over several different cases and also our current laws is that it's okay to actually pay out crime, and it is also okay to pay out these types of requests for extortion and not even actually refer that matter back to the people's privacy that actually has been breached. You don't even have to report it as a crime to law enforcement agencies, and it's very disturbing to say the least. And so getting this legislation is something, but it's still a long way off. And as New Democrats, we recognize very much there needs to be a balance in this. And this is why I also wrote at that time the then Minister of Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Jennifer Stoddard, about the cyber attacks and data breaches. And there is concern about the amount of data and then your rights and your protections and your knowledge that you should have as an individual in a democracy. I don't think it's a conspiracy theater to have those kinds of concerns. I would point out to a simple famous case, as New Democrats are well aware of, and I think other Canadians, our number one Canadian champion of healthcare, Tommy Douglas, was spied upon by his own RCMP at that same time, and that was to bringing in Medicare. And so this is very well documented. We still don't have all the records. We still don't have all the information, and it's very much a famous case. So bringing in our number one treasure jewel being healthcare led to a case where our own system was spying upon an elected representative who was actually declared Canada's greatest Canadian through the public. And we don't want to forget about those things, because when we're introducing laws like this, there is a real concern about your ability to protect yourself and your privacy, and as well too the expansive conditions that are going to change often with regards to personal privacy. Now, what also took place after that, Madam Speaker, is that I was very much pleased to put a motion forward in the year 2020 to the House of Commons Industry Committee, where we studied for the first time, and the first time was done in Canadian history, fraud calls in Canada. There's very much a lot of cyber attacks through this type of operating system. And, we need to remind ourselves that using this type of system, being our internet service providers, and also using the telecom sector is something that is done so by giving up the public infrastructure and also a regulated system of industry. So we've built a beast in many ways that has a low degree of accountability, and we're finally getting some of that to be restored, and also some new programs coming in like Stir and Shaken and other types of reporting that's required. But I do want to point out that, since we've done that, we have another report that will be tabled, or at least a letter. We haven't decided yet, and there's still work going on, but we had a couple more meetings in the industry committee about it, and we really heard lots of testimony that showed that there's more work that can be done and should be done. A good example from the previous report that we did was known as Recommendation 5, and it went to actually sharing information between the RCMP and the CRTC, and we haven't seen the government act on it. And I think that it's important to note in this bill, there has been a lot of talk about the types of things that we can do internationally as well, too, as part of this. One of the things I would point out that I've been very vocal on, because I've had Ukrainian interns in my office for a number of different years, is that we could use a lot of our leverage in terms of cybersecurity and training to help them to deal with the Russian hacking and other international nefarious players that not only would help in the war with with the Ukraine right now, and Russia, but also the other activity that comes out of this subsequently that would help the world economies by having trained solid professionals that are able to actually use their expertise and battle this, not only with regards to the current state of affairs, but the ongoing future, which I think would be helpful for not only the Ukrainian population, but also the European Union, Canada, North America, and others that will continue to battle more complex artificial intelligence and other cyber attacks that take place. So one of the things that I do want to note, Madam Speaker, in this bill, clause section 15.2 is a clause that gives the Minister of Industry authority to make several types of orders, and also with the Minister of Public Safety. And it actually relates to obliging TSPs to stop providing services if necessary. This is a strong power that we're actually pleased to see in this type of a legislation. But where we're really concerned about, as the member for Elmwood-Tramscoma noted, is that there is no general oversight you never really see on other types of legislation. Scrutiny and regulations was the once referred to. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the back halls of Parliament and the dark corners of Parliament, there is a committee that I was one of the vice chairs at one point in time, Scrutiny and Regulations, that oversees all legislation passed in the House of Commons and ensures that the bureaucratic and the actual governmental arms, and including that of ministers, despite whatever political color there will be of that time, follow through with the laws of the legislation that's passed. And so making this bill not have to go through that type of a process is wrong. And I would actually say it's reckless because the committee has to do a lot of work just to get regulatory things followed on a regular basis. And it can be quite, a long time, a period, but there is that check and balance that takes place. And it is also a joint Senate and House of Commons committee. And it's unfortunate that the legislation tries to leave that out. It also doesn't have the requirement to gazette information in terms of making it public for the different types of institutions. That's an issue. And it also has a lot of holes when it comes to, information that can be withheld and shared. And why is that important with regards to the confidence of the bill? It all comes down to the fact that many of the institutions that we have at risk and to be targeted involve not only just the private sector, where we've seen abuse taking place on customers themselves, or businesses with lax policies that don't protect privacy very well, others that have been used abusive techniques that are in processes. Even right now, it's amazing that when you think about the information and the process that's going on in the United States, they're going to oversee the issue with regards to Taylor Swift tickets and Ticketmaster again. There's another one that has had a nefarious past with regards to privacy information and how they actually run their business. You can go back to look at that one with Live Nation and so forth. But at any rate, the U.S. is also involved in this too. The reason I raise those things because it also comes, from the soft things like that are very serious for your credit cards and for your personal information that's shared, but also too across the world and also in Canada here is that we have municipal infrastructure and government institutions that are constantly under attack. And that's very important because it's not just the external elements with regards to consumer production and business losses, which are quite significant. They're into the billions of dollars. But at the same time, too, it's everything from water treatment facilities, healthcare facilities in terms of hospitals. It's utilities for power, hydro. All those elements can be used as targets to undermine a civilian population as well. And one of the things that we'd like to see is more accountability when it comes to those elements. And there's just definitely more to do. And one of the things that I don't quite understand, and I'm pleased to see the government bring this at least to committee, is what we can do to educate the population. So thank you, Madam Speaker. But this bill, again, our first intervention as New Democrats was several years ago, and it's sad that it's just coming to fruition now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm a little concerned with some of the elements in C26 that seem overly broad, that give the government powers to secretly order providers to do anything or refrain from doing anything without any transparency. Does the member share my concern?
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I am, because for us to get fully engaged in this is we want to have full accountability, understandability, and a playbook that everybody understands what we're going to run by. Of course, we want to deal with some of the stuff that and provide some leverage for law enforcement investigation to take place. But there has to be a set of rules, and it needs to be backstopped by parliamentary oversight. And that's what this is right now. It's not backstopped by parliamentary oversight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to follow up on that particular question, so where the minister is called upon to actually instruct a provider to take a specific action, that would often, I suspect, be required because of something that's happening in the environment. And if the minister doesn't have that authority, then opposition might be somewhat critical for the minister not taking an action. And I'm wondering if the member feels that it's actually necessary as suggested in the legislation, or does he believe that, okay, let's have it, but we need to amend it in some fashion to ensure that it's not abused? Is that what I am hearing from the member?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. Yeah, absolutely, but there has to be, if we're going to give some flexibility for the minister to act in powers, it has to be responsibly met with oversight, and that has to be heavy oversight as well, too. That'll provide the confidence, and that's why I wrote the Privacy Commissioner at that time, right after I actually challenged the government back in 2016 to act on this. And, we've seen how long it's taken just to act on this now. And so we need to have that confidence, though. It's a two-way street here. If we have the confidence of privacy and protection for people, then I think the oversight, then I think people will be more willing to accept that there could be some changes with regards to how investigations take place.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, a group of organizations, including the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, Open Media, and Lead Now, have written an open letter calling for improvements to C26. And one of the items that they call out is that secrecy undermines accountability and due process. The member for Windsor West spoke a bit about this in his speech. Can he share more about suggested improvements that would ensure better public reporting as part of C26?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
I thank you. I appreciate the question again. And again, it's almost like I have a book here that we use for privacy protection. It's available for everybody. It was done by Kevin Cosgrove, who we worked on it. It's a playbook for people from how to protect yourself and your family from a whole bunch of different issues. It comes from Wi-Fi and online banking, shopping, social media, a whole series of things. The reason I built that is a specific example. Is there's tons of education has to be done. That's what has to be done for this bill too. Is there needs to be a defined playbook of accountability, like going to the Committee of Scrutiny and Regulations, making sure there's oversight to the minister. All those things have to be really enhanced to build the confidence so we all buy into this.
Question, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank the member for all of the hard work, the member from Windsor West for all of the hard work on this, and definitely as protecting Canadians, he's the right person to do it. I just wondered if he would expand on the 5.2 clause and no general oversight, is what the risk is to Canadians if that's not in place.
The honourable member for Windsor West has less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, my colleague, who's been fun to work with on some of these issues, because you have to have like a lot of public education related to this to going forth. And that section there again is just too weak, and it provides too many holes to go through. And it should be a way to get back towards a process of making sure the minister is actually held to account. So that's one of the things we'll be looking to expand powers. But again, we really have to do a lot more public education about cybersecurity. I know it's one of those issues when you hear it, you kind of, your eyes fog up and then roll back of the head and you think that's just too complicated for me. There's always something happening, but we really need to engage Canadians on this. And that includes engaging the government to make sure it understands that it has to teach the residents this bill and the repercussions as it's going forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge. It's a true privilege for me to add my voice to the debate on Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport, of which many have written to me through the years about their concern around cybersecurity and the need for additional protections at all levels of government. Madam Speaker, this bill represents the latest step in the government's constant work to ensure our systems, rules, and regulations are as strong and up to date as possible. That's especially important when dealing with a topic as fluid and rapidly evolving as cyber technology. We've known for quite some time that we would need to be constantly vigilant on this issue. In 2013, the government established the Security Review Program operated by the Communications Security Establishment. In 2016, we conducted public consultations on cybersecurity. In 2018, we released the National Cybersecurity Strategy. In 2019, we allocated $144.9 million through Budget 2019 to develop a critical cyber systems framework. And in 2021, we completed an interdepartmental 5G security examination, which recommended an updated security framework to safeguard Canada's telecommunications system. Madam Speaker, a cornerstone of the updated framework is an evolution of the Security Review Program. It would allow for continued engagement with Canadian telecommunications service providers and equipment suppliers to ensure the security of Canadian telecommunication networks, including 5G. As a result of this multi-year work to address these identified concerns and improve Canada's cybersecurity posture, including in 5G technology, we introduced Bill C-26. Madam Speaker, this bill is intended to promote cybersecurity across 4 federally regulated critical infrastructure sectors: finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation. Bill C-26 consists of 2 very distinct parts. Part 1, which introduces amendments to the Telecommunications Act to add security as a policy objective and create a framework that will allow the federal government to take measures to secure the telecommunications system. And Part 2 introduced the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act to create a regulatory regime requiring designated operators in the finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation sectors to protect their critical cyber systems. As I've mentioned, Madam Speaker, 5G has the potential to be a transformative technology for Canadians. It promises to bring lightning-fast internet speeds that are unlike anything we've experienced so far. The benefits in terms of instant real-time connectivity will be immediate and far-reaching for Canadians and Canadian businesses. The COVID-19 global pandemic has underlined the importance of this connectivity, whether it's for virtual classrooms, work from home, or keeping in touch with loved ones. But we have to be absolutely sure that this technology is safe and secure as the technology is rolled out in Canada. Canada already has a system in place to mitigate cybersecurity risks in our existing 3G and 4G/LTE wireless telecommunications network. Since 2013, the Communications Security Establishment, Security Review Program has helped mitigate risks stemming from designated equipment and services under consideration for use in Canadian 3G, 4G, LTE communication networks from cyber threats. Like previous generations, 5G technology will have new risks and vulnerabilities that will need to be addressed so that Canadians can realize its full potential. 5G is considered more sensitive than 4G because it will be deeply integrated into Canada's critical infrastructure and economy and will connect many more devices through a complex architecture. The deep integration, greater interconnection, and complexity increase both the likelihood and potential impact of threats. That's why an examination of emerging 5G technology and the associated security and economic considerations continues to be very important. The technical agencies of the Government of Canada within the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and the safety and security agencies that fall within the public safety portfolio, Global Affairs Canada, National Defence and others are all involved in the federal government's efforts to develop a made-in-Canada approach to ensuring the secure rollout of 5G wireless technology. Moving this bill forward will further that vital work. And in the meantime, Madam Speaker, our world-class national security and intelligence agencies continue to protect our country from a wide range of threats. As we know, those threats include a growing number of targeted attacks from state and non-state actors, including cyber criminals. Canada's two main national security organizations, CSIS and CSE, which is short for Communication Securities Establishment, are working tirelessly to mitigate these threats. CSIS provides analysis to assist the federal government in understanding cyber threats and the intentions and capabilities of cyber actors operating in Canada and abroad who pose a threat to our security. This intelligence helps the government to improve its overall situational awareness, better identify cyber vulnerabilities, prevent cyber espionage or other cyber threat activity, and take action to secure critical infrastructure. For its part, the CSE is always monitoring for threats that may be directed against Canada and Canadians. The CSE is home to the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which was established as a flagship initiative of the 2018 National Cybersecurity Strategy. With the Cyber Centre, Canadians have a clear and trusted place to turn to for cybersecurity issues. It's Canada's authority on technical and operational cybersecurity issues, a single unified source of expert advice, guidance, services, and support for the federal government, critical infrastructure owners and operations, the private sector, and the Canadian public. It helps to protect and defend Canada's valuable cyber assets. And it works side by side with the private sector and the public sector to solve Canada's most complex cyber issues. For example, the Cyber Centre has partnered with the Canadian Internet Registration Authority on the CIRA Canadian Shield. The Shield is a free protected DNS service that prevents users from connecting to malicious websites that might infect their devices or steal personal information. With the passage of the National Security Act in 2019, Canada's national security and intelligence laws have been modernized and enhanced. As a result, CSIS and the Communication Security Establishment now have authorities they need to address emerging national security threats while ensuring that the charter rights of Canadians are protected. Madam Speaker, these updates are in line with CSIS's mandate of collecting and analyzing threat-related information concerning the security of Canada in areas including terrorism, espionage, weapons of mass destruction, cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure protection. The passage of the National Security Act also established standalone legislation for the CSE for the first time ever. With the CSE Act, the CSE retained its previous authorities and received permission to perform additional activities. For example, the CSE is now permitted to use more advanced methods and techniques to gather intelligence from foreign targets. Under the CSE Act, CSE is mandated to degrade, disrupt, influence, respond to, and interfere with the capabilities of those who aspire to exploit our systems and to take action online to defend Canadian networks and proactively stop cyber threats before they reach our systems. It's also permitted to assist D&D and the Canadian Armed Forces with cyber operations. Madam Speaker, As Canada's national police force, the RCMP also plays a very important cybersecurity role. It leads the investigative response to suspected criminal cyber incidents, including those related to national security. Cybercrime investigations are complex and technical in nature. They require specialized investigative skills and a coordinated effort. That is why, as part of Canada's 2018 National Cybersecurity Strategy, and as a second flagship initiative, the RCMP has established the National Cybercrime Coordination Centre, or NC3. The NC3 has been up and running for over a year now. It serves all Canadian law enforcement agencies, and its staff includes RCMP officers and civilians from many backgrounds. Working with law enforcement agencies, government and private sector, the NC3 performs a number of roles, including coordinating cyber crime investigations in Canada. Madam Speaker, all of this is backed up by significant new investments in the two most recent budgets. In Budget 2019, we provided $144.9 million to support the protection of critical cyber system. We later invested almost $400 million in creating the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, the National Cybercrime Coordination Unit, and increased RCMP enforcement capacity. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, whether it's nationally or internationally, I have full confidence in the abilities of all of those in our national security and intelligence agencies who are working hard day and night to safeguard our cybersecurity and protect us from harm online. And I'm confident Bill C-26 will go a long way to continue doing that. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable from Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the government member, across the way there. And just picking up on a lot of the debate that's happened today, there's been a number of concerns brought forward around some of the ministerial powers that are included in C-26, as well as some of the lack of accountability mechanisms. And I think we've heard from all parties a desire to bring forward amendments and improvements at the committee stage. And I'm just wondering if the member opposite has a willingness to work with members in the House to ensure that we can improve this bill and make sure that it's achieving the results that it's intended to.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you for that excellent question. You know, I think our Minister of Public Safety was very clear this morning. Without question, every time the government takes additional decisive action and puts additional measures into place, there has to be corresponding transparency and accountability. So absolutely, I think that is something that we need to make sure that we have enough in Bill C-26, that we have the confidence not only of this House, but of Canadians, that we have the proper accountability and transparency in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Through this bill, what I would like to see, a bill that, of course, we are ready to study at the committee to improve it. There are still worrying questions in 2021. In Canada alone, 1 in 4 companies stated that they were victims of cyber attacks. In the G7 countries, we are the country that does the least against cyber attacks. $90 million over 4 years for research and development is far too little. We will be far behind other countries in that respect. Cyber attacks can come out of nowhere. They're a nasty surprise, and not every business has the money to invest in cybersecurity. How, therefore, will this bill tangibly help these companies and improve their resilience to cyber attacks?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for an excellent question. I want to point out that we have been providing significant investment around critical cyber systems and cybersecurity, everything from Budget 2019, providing $144.9 million for the protection of critical cyber systems in the areas of finance, telecommunications, energy, and transport, and then investing almost $400 million for the Canadian Centre of Cybersecurity, the creation of the National Cybercrime Coordination Unit, and increased RCMP enforcement capacity. Now, the Honourable Member did a wonderful job to say say, how are we going to make sure that we are working with the public sector, with the private sector? And indeed, I think our Minister of, not I think, the Minister of Public Safety this morning was very clear that this is providing, this legislation is about filling in the gaps and also providing a bridge for all of the different actors, both in the private sector and in the public sector, for us to work together in order to create more resiliency against any cyber attacks in the future. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
A brief question, the Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we all agree here that Canada's cybersecurity needs the protection of it needs to be improved. And I think that you're also hearing from the opposition is concerns around the broad powers that the minister is going to be able to get here in this bill, and that the concern about everyday Canadians possibly being surveilled by its own government. And we haven't heard assurances, Madam Speaker, from the government how they're going to address that to ensure that Canadians feel that they're not going to be the victim of a government overreach in terms of powers given to the minister.
Brief answer from the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question. Look, this has been a question that's come up all morning. I think it is a very big concern, not only for the opposition, but I think it's also for this side of the House. We want to make sure that we get this right. We do have to be not only ensure that we have very strong protections against cyber attacks, and we have to have cyber attack resiliency in this country, but I also think that we have to be very transparent about the additional powers that we have and how it's actually being used. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Always nice to see you. And good morning to all my honourable colleagues, and thank you to the honourable member from Davenport for her insightful discussion of this bill. Madame la Présidente, thank you for the opportunity to weigh on Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, as we continue debate at second reading. Bill C-26 will take great strides to enhance the safety of our cyber systems and will make changes that will allow for measures to be taken within our telecommunication system. There are two parts to this act. Part 1 amends the Telecommunications Act to add to promote the security of the Canadian telecommunications system as a policy objective. In order, making power tied to the objective would be created for the Governor in Council, or GIC, and the Minister of Industry. That power could be used to compel action by Canadian telecommunications service providers if deemed necessary. Within these authorities, the government would have the ability to take security-related measures, much like other federal regulators can do in their respective critical infrastructure sectors. It would enable action against a range of vulnerabilities to these critical systems, including natural disasters and human error. The Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development will exercise these regulatory responsibilities. And an administrative monetary penalty scheme would be established to promote compliance with orders and regulations made by the GSC, GIC, or Minister of Industry. Once amendments to the Telecommunications Act receive royal assent, GIC or ministerial orders could be issued to service providers. Part 2 of the Act would create the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or CCSPA. The CCSPA will be implemented collaboratively by 6 departments and agencies: the Department of Public Safety, Innovation, Science and Economic Development, Transport, Natural Resources and Finance, as well as the Communications Security Establishment will all play a key role. Mr. Speaker, Madame la Présidente, indeed, across the Government of Canada, there is recognition that cybersecurity is a horizontal issue, and it should be addressed through a streamlined government response across sectors, all rowing in the same direction. Schedule 1 of the Act designates services and systems that are vital to the national security and public safety of Canadians. Currently, Schedule 1 includes telecommunications service, transportation systems, in the finance sector, banking systems and clearing and settlement systems, and in the energy sector, interprovincial or international pipeline and power line systems and nuclear energy systems. Schedule 2 of the Act will define classes of operators of the vital services and systems identified in Schedule 1, as well as the regulator responsible for those classes. Operators captured in a class are designated operators subject to the Act. In line with the responsibility to exercise leadership in matters related to national security and public safety, the Minister of Public Safety
will have overall responsibility for the legislation and lead a number of CCSPA-related processes. Decision-making by GSC under the CCSPA ensures that a broad range of relevant factors, including national security, economic priorities, trade, competitiveness, international agreements, and commitments are considered when making decisions that have an impact across sectors. The CCSPA also leverages regulators' expertise and relationships with entities they already regulate under existing legislation. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, or Cyber Centre, is responsible for technical cybersecurity advice and guidance within Canada, and that is no different under the CCSPA. They will receive resources to provide advice, guidance, and services to designated operators in order to help them protect their critical cyber systems, regulators in support of their duties and functions to monitor and assess compliance, and public safety and lead departments and their ministers as required to support them in exercising their powers and duties under the Act. The CCSPA will require designated operators to establish a cybersecurity program that documents how the protection and resilience of their critical cyber systems will be ensured. CSPs must be established by designated operators within 90 days of them become subject to the Act. That is when they fall into class of designated operators published in Schedule 2 of the Act. Once established, the CSP must be implemented and must also be maintained by the designated operator in order to keep it up to date and responsive to changing threats and evolving technology. CSPs must include reasonable steps to identify and manage organizational cybersecurity risks, including risks associated with the operator's supply chain and the use of third-party products and services, protect their critical cyber systems from compromise, detect cybersecurity incidents affecting or with the potential to affect CCS, and minimize the impact of cybersecurity incidents affecting critical cyber systems. Madame la Présidente, this legislation also helps to confront supply chain issues. With the increasing complexity of supply chains and increased reliance on the use of third-party products and services, for example, cloud-based data storage or infrastructure as service, designated operators can be exposed to significant cybersecurity risks from those sources. When, through its CSP, a designated operator identifies a cybersecurity risk to its CCS in relation to its supply chain or its use of a third-party services or products, the CCSPA requires that designated operator to take reasonable steps to mitigate those risks. Madame la Présidente, taking reasonable steps to mitigate the risk is understood as reducing the likelihood of the risk materializing, for example, secure its supply chain by carefully crafting its contractual agreements to gain more visibility into equipment manufacturing, or by choosing another equipment supplier, or reducing the impact of risk that materializes. Under the CCSPA, there would also be a new obligation to report cybersecurity incidents affecting or having the potential to affect their critical cyber systems to the Communications Security Establishment for use by the Cyber Centre. A threshold defining this reporting obligation will be set in regulations. This will provide the government with a reliable source of information about cybersecurity threats to critical cyber systems. The availability of incident reports will enhance visibility into the overall threat for the Cyber Centre. Findings from the analysis of incident reports will make it possible for the Centre to warn other designated operators and any operator of a cyber system of potential threats or vulnerabilities. And it will help to inform Canadians of cybersecurity risks and trends, allowing one organization's detection to become another's prevention. Madame la Présidente, the CCSPA would also create a new authority for the government. Under the Act, the Governor and Council will be allowed to issue cybersecurity directions when it decides that specific measures should be taken in order to protect a critical cyber system from a threat or known vulnerability. Directions would apply to specific designated operators or to certain classes of designated operators, and they would require those designated operators to take the measures identified and to do so within a specific time frame. Failure to comply with directions could be subject to an administrative monetary penalty or an offence that can lead to fines or imprisonment. The CCSPA also includes safeguards to ensure that sensitive information, for example, Information that was obtained in confidence from Canada's international allies is protected from disclosure. Madame la Présidente, all of these positions provides an overview of strong new legislation, which I hope I have adequately described in two distinct parts. I look forward to our continued debate of this landmark bill, and I encourage all colleagues to join me in supporting Bill C-26 today. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech, and certainly I agree that something needs to be done about cybersecurity in this country, but I'm increasingly alarmed when I see continual bills coming from the Liberal government that say the minister will have all powers to do whatever they want, and there's no transparency because there's no public record, and don't worry about what we're really going to do. The governor and council, which is really cabinet, will decide afterwards with no parliamentary oversight what will be done. Can he agree that the government needs to have parliamentary oversight and at least have this subject to the scrutiny of committees?
Oh, no, it was Vaughan. I was looking for the honourable member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from the riding of Sarnia for their intervention in question. Of course, fundamentally, I believe in oversight in government and ensuring that there are checks and balances. When the bill potentially proceeds to committee, obviously, members within that pertinent committee should bring forth ideas to obviously strengthen any legislation, including Bill C-26 that's at the table. Our main priority as MPs is to bring forth good legislation to improve it and also protect the security of Canadians, whether it's cybersecurity, their health and safety, and Bill C-26 takes us down this path. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Section 2 of the bill would allow the government to use decree or orders in council to force telecommunications services to use products or services that do not come from certain providers, including Huawei. Does that mean that a citizen who has already purchased a Huawei cell phone, because that's a product, would no longer be able to use it and would have to buy another one more quickly than possible? And as the decisions will be taken by order in council, is on this subject, is it the intention to use orders in council to govern instead of going through Parliament? Thank you.
Member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for her question.
I would like to, the question directly asked is an interesting question. In the preliminary version of the Library of Parliament's assessment of the bill, there is a reference to that the bill also specifies that no one is entitled to any compensation from the federal government for any financial losses resulting from these orders. I'm not certain if these orders pertain to exactly what the member was speaking to, but I do believe so. But I would have to get back to the member on that specific question because it is a pertinent question. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And again, we're all in agreement here that we know that Canada needs to strengthen protections when it comes to cybersecurity to protect Canadians and Canadian businesses, Madam Speaker. But one thing that we're all unified over on this side and in opposition parties is we need to have some assurances for everyday Canadians that these sweeping powers that are going to, these broad powers that are going to be given to the minister aren't going to be applied on everyday Canadians in terms of surveillance. So, Madam Speaker, I know we keep hearing from Liberal colleagues that they'll get it to committee, they'll answer these questions, but through you, does my colleague not agree that the minister failed in bringing forward this legislation without addressing some of these concerns at all? This is fairly substantial legislation, and they haven't been able to address any of the concerns that we brought forward today around these very real concerns.
The honourable member Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Vancouver Island for their question. and it's very important. We always must protect the civil liberties of Canadians and the rights of Canadians, and any legislation that is brought to this House needs to pass that means test, if I can call it that. And with reference to Bill C-26, it is definitely required that we update our cybersecurity laws to reflect the ongoing changes in technology that have happened over the last number of years, and the increasing use of cybersecurity, cyber threats, and the increasing digitalization, that has been going on in the world, and that Canadians are increasingly never so interconnected in this world. But yes, we need to maintain checks and balances within the system and ensure that individual rights of Canadians are protected. Thank you, Madame la Presidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, and I would like to notify the House that I'd like to split my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a good friend of mine. Madam Chair, I get to address Bill C-26 today, and I guess right off the top, I'm going to go out there and make a bold statement. I think this is like dumb legislation. Why do I say that? I say that because I don't think that it has attempted to do what it has stated to do. Generally, I find that this government, the Liberal government, has taken a tact. This is another piece of legislation, probably the third or fourth that I've spoken in this in this session of Parliament, around where I'm frustrated with the government is they don't seem to do the hard work of governing. Governing is a matter of balancing the interests and of coming up with a statement, is coming up with something that's clear. The rule of law is that we would anticipate, the public can anticipate what the rules ought to be, and then can look at the law, read the law somewhere, and say, oh, that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And so here we have a piece of legislation where there's a clearly identifiable problem. Canadians know we have seen a number of issues around the country and around the world where cybersecurity is under threat. And Canadians are asking the government to govern, to set it some parameters, to set us guidelines as to what are the expectations around who gets to participate in cyberspace, how we ought to operate in cyberspace. And Madam Chair, we see with this, Madam Speaker, we see in this piece of legislation the classic, we're the government, we're here to help, trust us, we got this. We got this. And, Madam Chair, we don't trust the government, particularly the Conservatives. We don't trust this government to do the things that they need to do. We've seen them try to hand out billions of dollars to their friends. I mentioned the WE scandal. We've seen them hand out money to their friends over at Baylis Medical. We've seen this. So we have ample evidence why we shouldn't trust this government. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity, that in addition is an area where I don't trust the government. The government has been in power for 7 years, and we have watched under this government dragging their feet, an inability to come to a decision for a whole host of reasons around the Huawei situation. Was a particular company allowed to participate in the building of the infrastructure of our internet architecture, Madam Speaker? That is a major issue that we brought to the government and said, hey, we don't think that this government-controlled company by the Chinese Communist Party should be able to participate in the Canadian internet infrastructure. And we called the government to ban the use of Huawei technology in our internet infrastructure. And yet, they couldn't do it. It took them years and years of dragging their feet, of wringing their hands, of doing a whole host of things. So when they come forward with a bill like C-26 and say, trust the minister, we'll get this right. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, we don't trust the minister to get this right. We've seen a number of security threats challenging our basic infrastructure, probably the one that we really take note of fairly recently was the shutdown of a particular pipeline, of which we saw a dramatic spike in fuel prices across North America because of the security, the cyber security of a particular piece of pipeline infrastructure wasn't to the state that it should be. Now, this again, Madam Speaker, comes to the fact of around trusting the government to do its job, and particularly this government. Now, we asked the government, or the government of Canada, one of the key roles of government in anywhere is the maintaining of peace and security. We have a military for that. We have a police force for that. We have a judicial system for that. And this is a growing area where we need to be concerned about peace and security is in cyberspace. And just in the same way that we should be able to feel that our property shouldn't go missing, we should be able to own property, it should be able to be maintained by us, all of these kinds of things. And we expect the government to put forward registries so we can register our property so that if it goes missing, the government has a registry of it and we can use that to find our property back. It can't just be expropriated from us, all of these kinds of things. In the same way, that is an increasingly a part of cybersecurity, is that the ownership of things in cyberspace, the ownership of websites, the ownership of our even your own Twitter handle, for example, Madam Chair. These are increasingly things that are deemed to be cybersecurity. And the government seems to be lacking in the ability to protect Canadians' cybersecurity. Now, Madam Speaker, there's a iconic Canadian company, Skidoo. I don't know if you are a snowmobiler, Madam Chair, but I do enjoy snowmobiling, and Skidoo is an iconic Canadian company. And I don't know if you know this, Madam Chair, but Madam Speaker, recently Skidoo has been the victim of a cyber attack and has lost control of its entire dealership network, and their whole computer system has gone down. And they have not been able to get it back. Somebody else is in control of it now, and they have not been able to get it back. And these are the types of things that I think are crucial when you're going to bring in a bill that talks about cybersecurity. These are the kinds of things that the government should be trying to keep secure. This is Canadian property. These are Canadian identities. These are Canadian brands. These are the things that we need to ensure we can prosecute, that we can track these people down that are doing this kind of thing, and we can ensure cyber security. And so I guess that's where I get a little frustrated with a bill like this, is that it says a lot of nice things at the top of it. The government comes here with a blanket statement around, we're going to defend cybersecurity, and cybersecurity is important, and we should all vote in favor of this particular bill. And I imagine we will. But it doesn't necessarily tell us what are we going to do. The banning of Huawei isn't necessarily laid out in this. There isn't criteria as to what is the expectations for companies to operate in this space in terms of what can they be tied to, what should they not be tied to. It's just trust us, we're the government, and we're here to help. In addition, we've seen over the last number of years the opportunities for the government to put resources into law enforcement's ability to track some of this down. We could have seen changes to the criminal code to ensure that some of these malware attacks or ransomware attacks could be tracked down and prosecuted here in Canada. This is a major concern for companies that are looking at investing in the world. They look at a country's ability to protect them from a cyber attack, but then also to prosecute those cyber attacks. And I have a friend that works for the Calgary City Police, and he works in cyber crimes. And He often works with police forces from around the world to ensure or to track down folks that are using ransomware on Canadian companies. And he tells me that they rarely, if ever, prosecute in Canada because our laws are so non-distinct around this that it's impossible to prosecute. They often will take, because these are multi-jurisdictional crimes, they will often take the prosecution of this to a jurisdiction which has better laws. So he says he'll work with 23 law enforcement organizations, and they will bring a case in Europe. They will bring a case in Eastern Europe. They will bring a case in Israel, because those places have much better laws to protect cybersecurity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I'm glad the member's going to be voting in favor of the legislation going to committee. And hopefully many of the concerns that he raises in terms of issues surrounding the worthiness of the legislation will be addressed at that stage. The legislation empowers the minister to be able to take actions. It allows for financial penalties. It allows for us to deal with cyber attacks from a legislative perspective. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is the only thing we've done over the last number of years. There's been a great deal of financial resources and individuals in the forms of committees and so forth, ensuring that our industries are in fact protected, but that this is yet another step forward in dealing with cyber attack, keeping us consistent with other allied countries. And I'm wondering if the member would acknowledge the importance of moving forward with allied countries in dealing with things such as cyber attacks.
The Honourable Member Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I am hopeful. I'm hopeful that this bill will get us in line with other countries from around the world, because increasingly Canada is left out in the discussions around cybersecurity. We are no longer invited to some of the many important forums that do take place in terms of battling this. And so if that's what this bill is attempting to do, is to bring us in line with some of these other countries, I hope that is particularly the case. I would note, however, that I was talking about my friend with the Calgary Police Force, that increasingly Canada is not the jurisdiction for which they pursue these prosecutions, because we are so lacking in good legislation to protect our cybersecurity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He talked to us about trust or lack of trust that we have in this government. In the current global context, China is interfering, and there are currently investigations ongoing by the RCMP about 11 candidates. In 2016, the Prime Minister approved a Chinese business to do business in Canada. Then, the Liberal Association of the Riding of Papineau received over $70,000 in donations within 48 hours. Is this not cause to lose trust in this government and in this Prime Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is entirely another prime example of why Canadians do not trust the Liberal government. Whether it's this particular case of accepting interesting money for an approval, whether there is the Huawei decision that needed to be had, whether it was the We Charity scandal where the government or the Prime Minister is trying to give a organization $1 billion, an organization that had funded nearly $500 million to his or $500,000 to his personal family, whether it was the sweetheart deal with Baylis Medical. Over and over again, we see this government is not trustworthy, and when they come with bills that don't have a lot of details, that just give blanket permissions to government or to the cabinet ministers, I'm sorry, we don't trust them on this.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today in the House, we've heard the NDP speak about their concerns also about oversight. So I would ask the member, are they also in support of those changes around oversight?
The Honourable Peace River Westlock, a brief answer, please.
Yes. Madam Chair, that is, or Madam Speaker, that is for sure the case. We are in support of more oversight. We would like to see a detailed bill, not a bill that just says we will give the minister broad powers to do all the things. That's not governing. That's not providing legislation. That is basically saying we love puppies. You should support us because we love puppies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in the House today on, indeed, a very serious subject, cybersecurity and the security of our country in general. I will say on a lighter note, though, my friend from Peace River Westlock spoke about snowmobiling companies and cyber attacks. And I have some personal experience with snowmobiling at his house, and I would say that the government's approach to security is the equivalent of driving a snowmobile over a 4-foot retaining wall, which may or may not have happened the last time I tried to drive one of these machines. Madam Speaker, the situation of security in this country is, I think, very much worth the House taking note of. That for much of the time that I've been engaging with and following politics, the primary area of security that we would talk about would be concerns about terrorism, our readiness for and our response to the threat of terrorism. But I think it's important to take stock of how things have changed and the fact that while there still rightly are concerns about terrorism and how we respond to potential acts of terrorism, that the primary security threat we face as a country, and indeed that the Western world faces, is the threat of foreign state-backed and directed interference in our national affairs. That our abiding concern should be the reality that various foreign states are trying to shape and interfere with our democratic life, to try to bend our institutions, our government institutions, but also our civil society institutions, towards their desired objective. And members of the government have said that the purpose of this interference is to cause total chaos and confusion. But we should acknowledge that there are some cases of foreign interference that are aimed at causing chaos, but very often that interference is about simply trying to subvert and control the direction of institutions towards the will, towards the interests of that particular foreign power. And we've discussed how the Chinese Communist Party is the biggest player when it comes to foreign state-backed interference, but it is far from the only player. We've seen reports about Chinese government interference in our elections. There have also been recent reports about death threats from the Iranian regime targeting individuals in Canada, and there are various other countries that CSIS, that other organizations have been identified as involved in this activity of trying to interfere with, subvert, and direct Canadian institutions, government really at all levels, as well as civil society organizations, universities, etc., towards their objective. And this kind of invisible, sometimes a little more visible, but often hard to detect interference, the direction of our national life towards objectives that are not consistent with the objectives that Canadians have established, is a great threat to our security and to our sovereignty. And it's something that we should all be seized with, and we should all be working to respond to. I think part of the context as well is that we are in what some analysts have described as a second Cold War. Of course, there are many features of the current conflict between democratic and authoritarian values that are different from the last Cold War, so to speak. But we have this reality of intensifying global competition between two different value systems that are represented by different countries at different times, and we have countries that are kind of in the middle, that are pulled in different directions. And I do tend to think that the kind of Cold War frame is a reasonably useful way of understanding the current tensions that we face in the world. And in the context of those tensions, we do see how powers with
political values that are fundamentally different from ours, where governments are trying to protect their own position, are trying to project their influence around the world. So again, this requires vigilance. It requires a strong response from Canada. And I've been struck by some of the recent comments from the Prime Minister on these matters. I think he's been showing a real lack of transparency around acknowledging what he knew when, and just refusing to answer direct questions from the opposition about foreign interference. But he's also stated quite openly the reality that we have a serious problem with foreign interference. Now, this is a reality that opposition members, in particular in the Conservative Party, have been raising for years. We've been asking the government to do more. We've been calling for strong legislative frameworks to respond to the problem of foreign state-backed interference. We've also sought to elevate the voices of victims of foreign interference, people that have faced threats and intimidation from foreign state actors, to try to silence their advocacy, which those foreign state actors see as contrary to their interests. And it's been widely reported that some of these victims, they really struggle to actually get proper support. They often get the runaround. They go to their local police force that doesn't really necessarily have the capacity to handle a foreign state-backed organized campaign of threats and intimidation. Do they go to Global Affairs? Do they go to CSIS? Do they go to the RCMP? And so there can be a little bit of confusion and real buck passing around support to these victims of foreign state-backed interference. So we've got a lot of work to do in terms of legislation, policy, in general, our preparedness and our understanding of these issues. And it's critical that we step up, that we strengthen our understanding of and response to these threats that are facing our country. Now, one thing that we need to see more of from the Prime Minister and from this government is transparency, because being transparent about this reality can help to counter the impact of that foreign interference. If we know it's happening, if we know what it's directed towards, then we can respond more effectively. And this isn't only a responsibility of the federal government to respond to. I think provincial, municipal governments need to be aware of the issues of foreign interference. Our universities need to step up as well. Private companies need to be aware of the risks around interference, theft of technology, and the ways in which certain things may have a dual military use. There needs to be a broader awareness of this threat to the national interest, threat to our values across all sectors of society, and a broader response to it. But the government has an important role to play in terms of leading the response and making changes at the national level. Now, we have been far behind as far as this national government goes in responding to these threats. The Conservative opposition has been calling for a response to foreign interference for years. Now we're seeing the government start to talk about it a little bit more. I noted in some of the language in the Indo-Pacific strategy, for example, the government is starting to sound, or trying to sound, a little bit more like conservatives in the way they talk about some of the challenges that are confronting us and the steps we need to take in the Indo-Pacific region. But while they're adopting some of that language, they're failing to substantively adjust their approach. So we have a bill in front of us today that deals with one avenue where we need to be engaged with in responding to the problem of foreign state-backed interference, and that is the issue of cyber security. And I'll be supporting this legislation at this stage to see it go to committee, mainly because we clearly need a new cybersecurity bill. We clearly need a new framework. I think the committee study will identify some of the significant gaps we see in the legislation right now, the ways that legislation needs to be improved, and possibly the many additional steps that are required. But I'll just note that it's far past due that we have some kind of proposal for a framework on cybersecurity that in a way gives the committee the opportunity to add to and build on what the government has initially put forward. This is really the first time we see any kind of legislation proposed by the government that substantively touched on this emergent problem of foreign state-backed interference. And I'll just say we need a much broader range of responses from this government. We need so much more to be done to counter this major security threat. This is about preserving our country. It's about preserving the integrity of our institutions. It's about defending the principle that the direction of our democracy and the direction of our society should be shaped through the open deliberation of Canadians, not by foreign powers that have particular interests that may be contrary to our interests that are trying to push and pull that discussion in their preferred direction. So having this framework that opens the door for the committee to discuss further, to fill in again some of the gaps, to try to push the government to have greater specificity in the framework around what they're going to do. I think this does provide us with the opportunity to do that. But this is late, this is lacking in detail, and this is really a small piece of the much broader picture that is required. The government has been so delayed. I mentioned the decision around Huawei. We were way behind all of our allies in terms of making the decision. And it's important now, finally at this late stage, that the government is starting to mention the problem, that we actually see concrete action. Conservatives will be pushing the government to act in line with some of the words they've been saying. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to correct the member, this legislation, yes, is very important, and we hope to see it get to the committee stage where it'll no doubt be well discussed, debated. There will be presentations where members can digest the information and see if, in fact, there's ways in which we can improve upon the legislation. But to try to give an impression that this is the only thing the government's done on the issue of cyber threats is a bit of a false impression, because not only have we've been seeing a great deal of dialogue and actions from different departments to date in the form of, let's say, formalized advisor groups to literally tens of millions of dollars. And that's not to mention the other incentive programs that were there for private sector, for example. I'm wondering if the member would not agree that this is an issue that's not new, and this is just one very important aspect in terms of taking a step forward.
For sure, with Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the member is correct that this is not a new issue, and that's precisely why I think the government is very late in coming to the table. The issue of foreign interference, which is part of the context of the cyber threats that we face, is also not a new issue. Again, we've been calling for action from the government. We haven't seen other action from the government. The member says, "Oh, we've done all these other things, such as maybe giving some money over here," but he very evidently couldn't articulate specific measures that the government has taken. We are behind when it comes to defending our security. We're behind what we should have known much earlier. We're behind our allies. We were the last of the Five Eyes, very late to step up on recognizing the risks associated with Huawei. When it comes to foreign interference, I'll challenge the government on one point. Why hasn't the government expelled foreign diplomats involved in interference and intimidation in Canada? That would be a simple step. They haven't taken it.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a bill like this one, we are attempting to strengthen our security systems. This can have an impact on essential infrastructure in Quebec, like Hydro-Quebec's infrastructure. I remember the Conservatives and their idea of an energy corridor. With a bill like this, the federal government could, for the sake of national security, take control of national infrastructure. That really raises a red flag for me. Does the member have any thoughts on what the Conservative Party would do if the Conservative Party were government in order to ensure that a bill like this isn't misused?
Madam Speaker, the member asked what we would do if we were in government. We would make the right decision on every one of those. But the particulars that the member raises in terms of what powers the federal government would have in terms of intervening with provinces, I think this is an important issue for the committee to look at. I'm supporting this legislation because we need to have a cybersecurity framework in Canada. I think it's important that this go through to committee and that those issues be looked at. And I didn't really have time to go into it, but I think there are a significant number of problems in this legislation that do have to be worked out by the committee. There has to be a role in terms of federal leadership around security. There's no doubt about that. But it has to be a constructive, collaborative relationship because there are steps that other levels of government, we see foreign interference at the very granular local level. So that collaboration across levels is really important.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Surse, a brief question.
Thank you. Just briefly, my colleague this morning, Gildon St. Paul, made an excellent presentation on this particular bill, talking about the transparency that may be lacking in certain areas and the effects on small businesses and how they may not be able to afford the cost of the larger companies. And I wonder if my colleague could expand on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has just less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent point. And I didn't have a chance in my remarks to talk specifically about the transparency issues. Again, this is a bill that I think we need to support through the second reading stage, out of agreement with the general principle that we need to do more on cybersecurity, and again, recognizing how far behind the government has been. But there are significant issues in terms of ensuring transparency. There are significant issues in terms of whether the bill is clear and specific enough about the steps that are required, instead of just leaving it kind of, as we see often with this government and legislation, giving kind of an open-ended blank check to the government. So there are definitely issues. This requires a detailed committee study, and I hope that Conservative proposals will be adopted and will be able to strengthen the bill as a result.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Avignon-Lamétis.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Avignon-Lamétis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my speaking time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
I'm pleased to rise today about this bill that we have been waiting for eagerly here in the Bloc Québécois. Cybersecurity is an issue that we studied at the Standing Committee on National Security. We heard experts on the matter. They told us about what they thought about Canada's preparedness and its posture with regards to security facing potential cyber attacks. It was a very good idea from my from my colleagues across the way with regards to what's happening in the Ukraine with Russia. We know that there are military threats that exist in the 21st century. There's also there are also new technologies, and I had the opportunity to talk about these non-military threats last week in Warsaw, in Poland, at the Parliamentary Assembly for the OSCE. I spoke about non-military threats and how different countries have to get ready. What we saw at the committee is how difficult it is to prepare ourselves to this because it evolves so rapidly. They weren't very positive with regards to Canada's preparedness. Yes, I think that there is goodwill, and that's what experts came to say. Canada is trying to prepare itself against potential cyber attacks. I'm saying potential, but it already exists. There are already attacks happening. Infrastructures, private companies have been attacked by cyber attacks in Quebec and in Canada over the years. Canada is not ready to face these challenges, but Canada will perhaps never be fully ready to face these challenges. It might be the case for other countries as well because things evolve so rapidly. We need a framework for cybersecurity. This is a positive first step, and that is what the government promised in its national cybersecurity strategy. They had committed themselves to better regulate private sector cyber systems under federal jurisdiction. The 2019 budget allocated $144.9 million to develop a new framework to protect critical infrastructure. So this is what this bill is doing, which has two main parts. Two parts which aim to strengthen the security of Canada's telecommunications system. The first part will amend the Telecommunications Act. It adds the promotion of security by, amongst other things, allowing the government to order internet service providers to do or not do anything necessary to secure Canada's telecommunications system. The second part creates the a new law, the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, to create a framework for the protection of cyber-critical infrastructure or enterprises when they are under federal jurisdiction. The Act is essentially a regulatory framework. We should see and my colleague for Abitibi, Ms. Kamang, mentioned it in his question earlier, we need to figure out how this bill will have an impact on Quebec, particularly in relations to organizations and companies like Hydro-Quebec, since the law designates interprovincial power lines as critical services and critical systems. And I will come back to this, Madam Speaker. We'll also have to see in committee whether the broad powers to make regulations provided for in the bill are justified and do not unnecessarily bypass Parliament. There have been concerns expressed in the media by certain groups that have contacted us as well. Concerns about the bill that are well-founded. I will come back to that as well. I would say that it is important to proceed in the correct way with this bill because all the changes that will be included in the wording of the bill will have a direct impact on all the transmission facilities of Quebec companies, including, for example, those that are soon to be created in my riding in order to offer acceptable mobile phone service to those who still do not have it, which is a case in a number of regions in Canada in 2022. It's the case in my riding. So this has a significant impact. Local telephone service providers, therefore, would have to comply with the changes in the law, as would IP voice services, internet service providers, long-distance service providers, and wireless services, among others. What does this mean? In short, Madam Speaker, it means that the amendments would provide powers for governance to secure the systems if it is deemed that the security of the telecommunications system is threatened, either through interference, manipulation, or disruption. Telecommunications service providers could be prohibited from using or providing certain products or services. In this case, as I understand it, in the present wording, which is rather complex, it is even possible to prohibit telecommunications service providers from providing services to a particular person. You will understand, Madam Speaker, that these are broad and important powers. And I would hope that at the study stage at committee, the character of the bill will be detailed enough to determine the factors that will be taken into consideration in order to obtain such powers. So, as I said, this legislation would allow for the designation of certain federally regulated systems and services as essential to national security or public safety. With respect to the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act that this bill would create, the purpose of the act would be to protect critical cyber systems in the federally regulated private sector. So the question is, what is a critical cyber system? It's rather difficult to find a clear definition on the internet in French. The government seems to define it as a system whose compromise could threaten the continuity or security of a critical system or service. Now, the bill lists 6 critical services and systems in its annex: telecommunications services, interprovincial and international pipeline and power line systems, nuclear energy systems, transportation systems under federal jurisdiction, banking systems, clearing and settlement systems. So this is what will be raised in this bill. So these are a few elements to check, and this involves a number of stakeholders, a number of ministers whose portfolio are germane to the subject at hand. So it is therefore important to study the matter. At this stage, I believe that some questions need to be raised. For example, what impact might this have on certain interprovincial infrastructure? For example, as I said, power lines and the distribution system, as the legislation could potentially impact Hydro-Quebec and possibly other non-federal infrastructure such as aluminium smelters. What I understand is that the bill would designate interprovincial power lines as critical services and critical systems, so it will have an impact. The principle of the legislation is not a problem per se for the Bloc Québécois, and it is by calling in experts that we will know the impact of the bill on the province of Quebec. I believe that this will have a positive impact, but we'll have to see this in detail. The Bloc Québécois has frequently argued that the government needs to tighten control over broadcasting for certain critical infrastructures that are potentially in the line of fire of foreign state actors or foreign states themselves. For example, China and Russia, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, the saga with Huawei and the development of the 5G network, as well as the government's indecision that lasted several years. This proves that it was necessary to act upstream rather than always reacting. As I was saying with regards to China, the rise of China, its attempts to interfere many times, and Canada's cybersecurity vulnerabilities are proven facts. For example, once again, Hydro-Quebec. As we know, I only have 1 minute left, Madam Speaker. Well, Hydro-Quebec, in any case, has potentially been the target of Chinese espionage. This could be the same for infrastructures directly, and so I believe that this bill has a reason to be, and we are pleased that the government has tabled this bill. That is the reason for which the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favour of sending this to committee in order to hear experts. Just one last minute to talk about various concerns that some groups have raised. Christopher Parson, a professor from the University of Toronto, said that the bill was so imperfect that it would allow authoritarian governments around the world to cite it to justify their own repressive laws. This is quite a worrying statement. And perhaps in question and comments, I will be able to elaborate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for her speech. My question today is she not worried that there are too many powers invested in the federal government and the federal minister in this bill? The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matan-Matapédia. Matan-Matapédia, Madam Speaker. Matapédia in any case. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, this is a concern, and that is a concern that was raised by the professor that I've just quoted from the University of Toronto and other groups that seek to protect individual freedoms. So, perhaps there is too much power given to the minister through this bill. We'll have to study it correctly at committee. We have to keep in mind, Madam Speaker, that this bill seeks to ensure security and protect our essential infrastructures in Canada. So I believe that the government is acting in good faith by saying let's authorise some information to be communicated so that we can help one another and allow companies to protect themselves from cyber attacks. I think the objective is good, but we have to make sure that through this there won't be too many powers invested. Questions and comments?
Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is just around protection of seniors. So I wonder if the member would have some comments about how this could protect vulnerable groups like seniors from scams.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matan-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is an excellent question. And my interpretation of the bill up to now has not allowed me to analyse that particular idea. I have no idea, transparently, if this bill will allow seniors to be better protected from scams or fraud. I know that there are many scams flying around in my riding, for example. People are calling seniors pretending to be grandchildren who have been arrested in another country and who need immediate funds and who need funds to be transferred. And people get tricked. They get hoodwinked by these scams. And so I don't know if this bill will help this, but if that is not the case, then for sure, we need a framework for the government that will allow it to limit such scams to happen in the first place. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. She very much understands these subjects much more than what I could understand in any case. We spoke about interference and people who want to disrupt critical infrastructure, cyber attacks that can come from other countries or even from individual actors. She also talked about what experts came to say at the committee, and that is the point upon which I would like to hear more information. According to some experts, it seems that our system here in Canada, our cybersecurity system, is far from being secure. So I would like to hear what she has to say. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matan-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, we have heard a number of witnesses and experts on the matter, and what they said is that as it stands, there is nothing that would compel companies, be they under federal jurisdiction or not, to note and flag when they are victims of cyber attacks. They can simply just sweep it under the rug and try and find a solution themselves, despite the fact that there are systems ready to help them out so that they can surmount these issues. What experts were saying is that perhaps it would be interesting to have a framework that would compel companies to collaborate with the government or with other cybersecurity organizations in order to, one, flag what happened, and two, help them to prevent attacks and find a solution if the attacks were to succeed. I believe that this bill will create such a framework that would compel companies under federal jurisdiction to do this kind of thing, and I think this is a good step in the right direction. This is what experts were raising in the committee. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-26, which will strengthen the security of Canada's critical infrastructure and telecommunications system. Since June 2022, a number of experts have been busy studying the various provisions of this Act and determining the value of the proposals therein made by the government. First of all, this bill is not structured in the usual way, and I note that the urgent nature of cybersecurity management has been taken into account. Therefore, the Minister will have new responsibilities, but the Governor and Council will also be able to act. Indeed, the Act is essentially a regulatory framework, allowing the government, in particular, to make regulations primarily to ensure the security of critical cyber systems. I would like to draw your attention to the second part of the bill, because the passage of this bill will create a new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act that will provide a framework for protecting critical cyber infrastructure or enterprises when they are under federal jurisdiction. Let us talk about impacted sectors. They are identified in this bill as designated operators, and one can easily determine which businesses and organizations are impacted. Here, the government has done well to specify to whom the obligations to strengthen the persons, partnerships, or unincorporated organizations that belong to a class of operators listed in Schedule 2 of the new Act, which classes will be identified by order. Each class of operator will be assigned a corresponding regulatory body. The Minister for Industry, the Minister for Transport, the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, the Canada Energy Board, the Bank of Canada, or the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Schedule 1 of the new Act sets out the critical services and systems that will form the basis of these designations, which may be adjusted in the future. They are telecommunication services, interprovincial or international pipeline or power line systems, nuclear energy systems, transportation systems under the legislative authority of Parliament, banking system, and clearing and settlement systems. Now, let us turn towards Hydro-Quebec. One element of the bill that concerns us in the Bloc Québécois is the essential services and essential systems section, which could potentially involve interprovincial power lines and distribution systems. It is of utmost importance that this section of the bill be studied and clarified in committee to assess how and if it impacts Hydro-Quebec. However, we are not opposed to the underlying principles and objectives of securing and protecting interprovincial infrastructure. Pursuant to reports, Hydro-Quebec is the victim of more than 500 cyber attacks each year, about 41 attacks per month. So more than one a day. This puts our electrical network at risk and consequently the lives, health and economy of all Quebecers. It also puts customers' personal information at risk, although this is usually a secondary objective of any attack on the state-owned energy company. Whilst Hydro-Quebec has been successful in repelling and protecting itself against these attacks by investing in systems, firewalls and employee training, however, why not be proactive in the first place? Protecting oneself and reacting to the constant onslaught of cybersecurity attacks is not only time-consuming for companies, whether it be Hydro-Quebec or Desjardins, but it is also very costly. Hopefully, now this bill can help prevent or limit these attacks in the first place by working upstream to regulate and promote new cybersecurity frameworks in amongst internet service providers. This is especially important considering the increased threat to our infrastructure from malicious actors from foreign states like Russia or China. We hope that Unlike today and these days, companies will be able to turn to sources of intelligence regarding cyber attacks. Now there's the question of national security. These states have become emboldened not only by the lack of action taken against them by the Canadian government, but also by the prevalent regulatory vacuum. Just look at Huawei and the threat it poses and the damage it has already done to the national security of countries around the world. Particularly in Africa, there are very striking examples. Pursuant to current statutes, China has forced all of their companies to contribute to the advancement of Chinese intelligence objectives, which is particularly alarming considering that they operate through coercive diplomacy and in blatant disregard of international norms. Although the federal government finally banned Huawei technology, many years of uncertainty preceded this decision because of the pressure, power, and interference that China could unfortunately bring to bear against us. This decision showed how vulnerable we are to malicious actors on the global stage. And that is a reason for which we need a regulatory framework that is a way to respond to cybersecurity threats, especially from foreign powers that hold a position of power and will use the weakness of others to advance their own positions.
I met this morning with representatives from ShakePay, a Quebec-based fintech company that operates a platform aimed entirely at Bitcoin and which has more than 1 million Canadian customers. One of the things that struck me in this meeting was the importance that they place on security and protection for their customers. And obviously I was thinking about C26, and for example, all of their client funds are held in a trust at a 1-to-1 ratio with leading Canadian financial institutions and cryptocurrency custodians. So I learned that they continually strive to improve and promote the application of cybersecurity measures to protect their systems. So in preparing for my remarks today on Bill C26, I've come to realize that we need to consider how we can build on the security standards of Quebec-based companies like ShakePay to determine whether the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency industry should be considered in the context of Bill C26. Because whether we like it or not, technology and the choices made by consumers will possibly take us in that direction. Now, I'll talk about cyber resilience a little bit. I understand that this bill will not be considered at the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. However, I do see issues that affect industries that work in this niche of protecting systems from cyber attackers. So there's two things we need to keep in mind. Attackers are going after data in ways that were previously unimaginable, and they're fond of being able to significantly delay the ability to restore production operations. So, as a result, the reputations and finances of those targeted are affected. The inherent complexity of today's systems requires increasingly specialized resources. So we need to ensure that we encourage innovation, research, and development, and the entire ecosystem of this industry that works on cyber resilience of very high-risk systems must be maintained. We need to make sure we attract the best talent in the world. The government has the responsibility to keep pace as it introduces these changes. We have to remember that we're always just one click away from a disruption to business continuity due to a cyber attack. And the risk of that is growing. So is there an urgency to act? Well, yes, Madam Speaker. Is the government on the same page as people working in industry? Well, unfortunately, no, they've fallen behind. So, Madam Speaker, over the last year, the committee, the Industry Committee, has studied issues that go to the heart of the advanced technology used in the sectors covered by this bill. The inherent complexity of the environments in which these sectors operate exposes critical data and system configurations to greater risk than ever before. And we're at a point now where it's unfortunately no longer a question of how likely a cyber attack will succeed, but rather how are we going to recover from the cyber attack. So while IT infrastructure has become more complex in recent years, cyber attacks, meanwhile, have followed and become more and more sophisticated. And I couldn't imagine, Madam Speaker, what's going to come in the next few years when AI is fully developed and when we'll have access to quantum data and computing. I understand that there are quantum computers around the world which are protected right now, but what's going to happen in a few years? I think we'll see greater vulnerability with the arrival of AI. So I think we'll be paying in 5 years for what we do today. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports this bill so that it can be sent to committee where it can be studied in detail. So as my colleague from Avignon, Métis, Matane, Métis said, I also welcome the opportunities that are emerging for specialists in Quebec's industries who are, of course, distinguished by their incredible know-how. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's encouraging once again when we get support for legislation. This particular legislation, I think, goes a long way in recognizing that cyber threat is something in which we do need legislation to come and be voted upon. The legislation will allow for financial penalties. It allows for the minister to be able to take direct action. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in regards to the importance of, once we get into that committee stage, of listening to what it is that the presenters would have. I understand that there are some concerns with regards to the legislation itself.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's essential, and it's also essential that the bill be more coercive so that there be a sanction or a penalty measure to ensure that orders in council or regulations to protect our telecommunications are enforced. So I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. When I hear that China wants to fund elections, well, obviously there's a network and, you know, there's a threat to Canada, and our ability to make our own decisions is influenced by foreign money. So that's something that obviously I find very concerning. So as such, if we were to strengthen our systems and there were penalties, it would be good. But before that, we need to look at what exactly has happened and be transparent. So that's one example, but that's how we need to fix the problems when it comes to cybersecurity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The member for Oshawa.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful speech. He was very good at pointing out some of the issues with this that we've heard from stakeholders, and we have heard from privacy and civil liberties groups because of secrecy impairing accountability, due process, and public regulation. The government orders issued under this bill may be made in secret without public reporting requirements, making it impossible for rights groups and the public to monitor and challenge how power is exercised under the bill. The secrecy of this can be very concerning, and I was wondering if he had any thoughts, once this goes to committee, of how the Bloc have any things they could add to improve the balance between civil liberties and secrecy required. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you. I was just waiting for the end of the translation, and thank you to the interpreters, particularly on complex bills like this. It's great that we can count on high-quality interpreters. That's one of the great strengths of our democracy, and I really want to thank them for their excellent work. So, yeah, we're here for who? Well, we're here to protect the people that we represent. So I'm very concerned about this, but I don't have the pretension of being an expert. But as an intermediary, as a legislator, we have access to those experts, and it's essential that they appear before committee to tell us how can we strengthen these bills, because we know that, you know, today we're taking decisions that are going to protect us against attacks that we can't even begin to comprehend right now. So as I was saying, there's the whole question of quantum computing. We're not capable of measuring right now to what extent that's going to change our lives. And so as such, we don't know, you know, how our defense systems will be able to deal with sophisticated attacks in the future.
Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Madam Speaker, you know, because it's the holiday season, I won't slag the government for taking so long to bring legislation like this forward, because we know France and the UK are far ahead of us in terms of addressing cybersecurity issues. But and I'll give credit to the minister for at least starting to move this process forward. But our shared concerns with the Bloc, Madam Speaker, is that the minister's going to have these extra powers, and we're disappointed to see this legislation come forward to to ensure that Canadians aren't going to be unjustly, maybe, examined or this is going to be applied to ordinary Canadians, Madam Speaker. So maybe my colleague can speak about how important it is when government brings forward legislation that these things are actually presented in the initial piece of legislation, not just assuming that it'll go to committee and then it'll get improved there, that it should be, there should be some effort from the government to address these areas at the beginning.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has less than an answer to answer. Well, I would simply say that I agree with my colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
There were only 40 seconds left, so there wasn't much time left for another question.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to C26 on cybersecurity. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Edmonton Manning. Now, Canadians recognize that we do need to do something in the area of cybersecurity. We've all experienced hacking. I mean, I know myself having bought something online, and the next thing you know, your credit card is hacked, and so then all of your pre-authorized transactions, you have to change them all up, and it's very time-consuming. I've been hacked numerous times on Facebook, as I'm sure many have, Instagram, etc. And those are small examples that Canadians are seeing. But think about, the more serious cyber hacking that we're seeing, where government systems and breaches of information are happening. Businesses are experiencing this. I have a friend who's an anti-cyber hacker, $2,500 a day. He goes around the world helping companies who've been hacked to improve their protections. So definitely something needs to be done, and I'd like to talk today about what I think needs to be done, and then how the bill does or does not meet that need. So first of all, we have to identify what are the critical systems. What are the things that really we want to protect? I mean, if somebody hacks my Netflix account, it's not like earth-shattering, but there are things that are important, and I think everyone would agree that databases that protect our identity or have information about our identity are critical. I think finance institutions are critical, and people's financial information. I think our medical information, we've spent a lot of legislation and regulation on protecting medical privacy, and so those to me would at least be three, but certainly the critical systems need to be identified. And then we need to make sure that there are adequate protections in place. Now, not every business and level of government has got the same amount of protections and technology in place, and so there's a journey then of defining, what is adequate protection and helping people get there. And then in the case of breaches, that they would be investigated and addressed. I think that the bill has got really broad powers that's given to the minister. It said it allows the federal government to secretly order telecom providers to do anything or refrain from doing anything necessary to secure the Canadian telecommunications system, including against the threat of interference, manipulation, or disruption. Now, those three terms are not well defined, so I think there's some work to be done there to define those better. But I don't really believe that we want to give the government power to do just anything they want. Certainly, shutting down a system for protection when there is an actual threat and not just maybe in the future there will be a threat or a possible threat. Definitely in the case of a threat, I think the government needs abilities to act, but certainly we have to tighten up the language in the bill on that. And then after there has been a breach, there needs to be preventive and corrective action. So preventive action would then be additional technology walls or additional controls that are put in place to ensure that you have enhanced protection for future. Corrective action is fixing the holes that people got into in the first place and punishing the hackers. It does not seem like there's any of that happening today. So definitely, the bill doesn't address that, but there should be some measures there to take corrective action. I talked about the overarching powers and my concern there. We can't have the government continually coming with bills that say, okay, we haven't really defined what we're going to do, but don't worry about it because the governor and council, after the fact, without any parliamentary oversight, will determine what we're going to do. Well, the government and council are the Liberal cabinet ministers. And I think we're at a place where people have lost trust because there's no transparency. This bill allows the government to make orders in secret without telling people what is done. So the public can't see it. And they're suspicious because they've seen numerous examples where the government has been hiding. We've just come through a $19 million Emergency Measures Act situation where the Liberal cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister knew that they were never going to disclose the documents that would prove or disprove whether they met the threshold because they were going to hide behind solicitor-client privilege. They've done it before, hiding behind cabinet confidence in the Winnipeg lab. Look at the documents that we tried to get a hold of there. They even sued the speaker in order to hide that information from Canadians. We saw in the SNC-Lavalin scandal, hiding behind cabinet confidence. The We Charity scandal, hiding behind cabinet confidence. So I'm a little bit concerned then to find that in this cybersecurity, they're saying, well, the government can make secret orders that the public is not going to ever know about. I think that is very dangerous, and I certainly think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing an erosion of trust in Canada. A recent poll that was posted by Canadian Press said that if you look at the trust index in Canada, only 22% of Canadians trust the government or politicians. Madam Speaker, that means 4 out of 5 Canadians don't trust the government or politicians. And it's partly because of what's gone on before, where there have been things done, people's bank accounts frozen, drones surveilling citizens. People have lost trust. And so I don't think that they're going to be willing to give a blank check to the government to do whatever they want for cybersecurity, to control enterprises outside of the government, to get them to stop operating, for example. So I think the riverbanks need to be much tighter on that. People are concerned about their civil liberties. And I know there's been a lot of conversation about the lack of privacy protection in this country. We have regulations like PIPA and PIPEDA. My doctor can't reveal my medical information. My employer can't reveal my medical information. But various levels of government in the pandemic made it so that every barmaid and restaurant owner could know my private medical information and keep a list of it, which is totally against the law. So I think when it comes to cybersecurity, we're going to have to make sure that the privacy of Canadians' information is better protected, and I don't see that element here in this bill.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Certainly, it's really important that we don't use disinformation in the House, and the member mentioned that restaurant waitresses were breaking the law by asking for vaccine information. That's a falsehood. Could she correct that?
So I would just say that information is that the honourable member is trying to share is more of a point of debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton has just under 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have no problem to clarify, because in several of the places where I went in, and they were following provincial orders, if we can be clear, they were to record who showed up and whether or not they were vaccinated. And that's what was done, and that is against PIPA and PIPEDA. So that's my clarification there. Let's turn to talking about the government's record on protecting us in terms of cybersecurity. Let's talk about Huawei. So in 2018, our Five Eye partners said, you know what, they were concerned about Huawei's connection to the Chinese Communist government, and they were not going to allow Huawei into their networks. And our government delayed a decision for 4 years. These Liberals waited until 2022 to ban Huawei. And why did they do that? That was so Bell and TELUS could implement Huawei technology, 4G technology, across the country. That's hardly a protection from a cybersecurity point of view, and it again speaks to why Canadians have lost trust in the government. And I would say then, at the end of the matter, I'm going to support the bill to go to committee. I've said we need to do something in cybersecurity. I've outlined what it is I think we need to do, but I don't think that we can leave these huge gaps that have been cited by numerous institutions. We have the University of Toronto that has written letters to the government talking about what is wrong with the bill and what they'd like to see. If you haven't seen the report that they did with the Monk School called Cybersecurity Will Not Thrive in Darkness, there's a number of recommendations that are in this report that talk about what needs to be done to C26 to fix it. And I would encourage the government to look at that, and I would expect that that would become the substance of amendments that would be brought at committee. And I would also say that if you look at what the constitutional and civil liberties lawyers are saying, they are very concerned about the parts of the bill that would survey Canadians. And so I think that we need to make sure that we listen to what they have to say. They've done an open letter to the government, and I would recommend that the government take a look at that as well. And finally, accountability, due process, and public regulation. There is potential for abuse, so I would encourage the government to take a look, and I look forward to more discussion at committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So the honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments the next time that this is being debated. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is a critical time to speak about a shadow pandemic we're in the midst of, one of femicide, the intentional murder of women and girls because they are women and girls. Last year in Canada, there was a 26% increase in femicides compared to the previous year. Just last week, a woman in my community was killed by her intimate partner, one of 158 femicides reported so far this year. The perpetrators of gender-based violence are predominantly men, and so we must be part of the solution. In my community, I'm grateful for organizations like the Sexual Assault Support Center of Waterloo Region, whose Male Allies program engages boys and men in ending systemic and everyday forms of gender-based violence. We need more of these programs across the country, but this requires sustained increases in their funding to support the increased need in their services. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this life-saving work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am both saddened and happy today to stand in the House and recognize the contributions and the retirement of Port Colborne resident Barbara Butters. First elected to City Council in 1997, Barbara went on to serve 6 terms as a City Councillor before adding another term as a Regional Councillor representing the great people of the City of Port Colborne. While we will miss her wisdom and her service, we also want to wish her and her husband Larry, our city's Santa and Mrs. Claus at this time of year, the very best in her retirement. Barbara has been an inspiration for anyone who had the honor of working with her and spent a lifetime setting an example for anyone wishing to serve their communities. Barbara Butters has always been a genuine, loyal, and caring individual, a great Canadian, Mr. Speaker. It was an honor to work with her and a privilege to call her a friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last summer, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited Canada and asked us to increase oil and gas exports to his country so they could stop buying from Russia. This Prime Minister said no. This Prime Minister said there has never been a strong business case for Canadian oil and gas exports to Europe. So what did the German Chancellor do next? He flew to the Middle East and made the same offer to the dictators of the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. Those Middle Eastern dictators said yes. Yes to a multi-year memorandum of understanding that will guarantee steady exports, long-term employment, and economic spin-offs for years to come. It's too bad that Canadian workers were left out in the cold, and all of those economic benefits will be in those Middle Eastern countries. Mr. Speaker, when is the Prime Minister going to learn that the world needs more Canadian energy?
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last month my fellow MPs and I successfully visited Taiwan as Canada-Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Group delegation. The focus of this trip was, as it is always, it has been for the friendship group travels, trade opportunities, and cultural exchange. Taiwan is an important stakeholder and a valuable partner for Canada and the international community. I was delighted to learn that there are more than 30 Canadian companies operating in Taiwan and about 60,000 Canadians residing there. Our Friendship Group delegation was impressed with the offshore wind project by the Northland Power, a major Canadian investor, contributing a great deal to the Taiwan's 2050 zero net emission strategy. In 2021, Taiwan was Canada's 11th largest trading partner, and there are opportunities to advancing this partnership even more so now. There's a lot of potential in green economy, agricultural markets, semiconductor industry, education, science, and beyond. Canada and Taiwan have a long and rich history of cultural exchanges, and I hope our friendship will grow even stronger with the world recovering from the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to underscore the exceptional achievements of Mr. Felix Blackburn, Director General of the Chateauguay River Watershed Conservation Council. The Chateauguay River and its watershed are well known to Mr. Blackburn. Since 2002, he has dedicated his skill, passion, and talent to the conservation of this natural environment. Through sampling, major projects, and civic engagement, Mr. Blackburn has educated our community about the importance of water quality. And we've seen the results in the adoption of innovative, sustainable practices. Mr. Blackburn is retiring, but like any good manager, he has prepared his new team. They are competent, involved, and efficient, and they're ready to pursue the essential mission of the Chateauguay River Watershed Council. Felix, please have a great retirement. It is well deserved. I wish you many happy canoeing days on our beautiful Chateauguay River. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to underscore the work and dedication of Dr. Lucy Gilbert and her team, who have developed Dovagene, a genome test to screen for uterine cancer. This is a world first at the McGill Health Center, University Center. Ovary and endometrial cancer are the fourth largest cancer cases among Canadians.
While the 5-year survival of ovarian cancer patients is below 50%. However, there is hope. Dovagene detects and diagnoses these cancers early when it's microscopic and has not spread. Early diagnosis means potential cure rates of over 80%. This work adds to Canada's history of scientific excellence, a history which too often goes unsupported. We cannot miss this chance to capitalize on this scientific achievement because it will save countless women's lives in Canada and throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Canadians have been struggling, and liberal inflation is driving up the cost of everything from home heating to buying a tank of gas to buying groceries for your family. And this government is committed to making life more unaffordable by raising taxes on the necessities of life for Canadians, forcing record numbers of people to turn to food banks to feed their families. In fact, 1.5 million Canadians use food banks in a single month, and while that's a staggering statistic, every single one of those people is barely getting by. These are folks who are teetering because the Liberal government has made life so unaffordable, and it's become personal. I recently met with Ali at the Brockville Food Bank, and she told me that the need has truly never been higher. So if you're able, please consider giving to your local food bank this season. The Liberal government needs to remove the tax on home heating so Canadians don't freeze in the dark, and they need to end their inflationary spending. Canadians deserve better than what they're getting from these Liberals. They need hope, and that's exactly what Canada's Conservatives are going to provide.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Speaker, December 2nd marks the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. Slavery has been a blight on humanity since the dawn of time. Canadians unwittingly participate in this scourge by purchasing products made by slaves. We can hardly decry the plight of these slaves if we simultaneously create a market for their products. A transparency bill works on the theory that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Yesterday, S211 returned to this place for its final reading. Is it enough? Should we stop here? Of course not. S211 is merely a marker on this journey. But I hope colleagues will reflect on the legislative genius William Wilberforce. When the legislative path to the abolition of slavery was blocked, he got the trading of slaves abolished instead, thereby making the ownership of slaves worthless. Shortly thereafter, the British Empire abolished slavery forever. On this occasion of the International Day of the Abolition of Slavery, it's important to remember that sometimes you have to do indirectly what you can't do directly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, a woman is murdered every 2.5 days. 50% are killed by intimate partners, 26 by a family member. The early signs are there, and too many look away. It's just that they don't like my friends or family. It's just that they're keeping me on a tight budget. It's just that they have a short temper. It's just a bruise. It's just a scratch. It's just a burn. It's just how it is. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the myriad of ways that victims of coercive control, intimate partner violence, and gender-based violence are trapped and silenced around us each and every day. And it's just not right. This week and the next 16 days of action against gender-based violence sends a message that it's not just. It means that we are working to make sure victims are not trapped and that we will not be silent in our pursuit to protect them. We're not only standing together, but we are stating clearly and with conviction that it's just not right. Today and every day we need to listen to the victims of gender-based violence. We need to hear them, see them, and believe them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Speaker, since this government took office in 2015, gang-related homicides have increased by 92%. Liberals reduced sentencing requirements for serious gun crimes, and now violent crime is up 32%. Liberals won't admit their soft-on-crime approach is failing all Canadians. Last week, this government initiated a ban on rifles and shotguns. This will ban hundreds of thousands of firearms in Canada that are used for hunting. The ban includes slow-to-fire guns, purpose-built hunting firearms that are designed to shoot birds or deer. They said they wouldn't, but they did. There is no trust in this government. Instead of addressing gang crime and gun smuggling, the government is vilifying hunters and farmers.
That's right.
Liberals know Canadian hunters aren't causing the crime surge in Canada, but they're going after them anyway because it's all about politics and not fighting crime. Their ill-conceived plans to go after hunters is the largest attack on law-abiding firearms owners in Canadian history. It is a direct attack on our Canadian cultural heritage. Conservatives will always stand up for victims, go after gangs and smugglers.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm proud to rise in this House and acknowledge the great work that is being done to keep the community safe in my riding of Markham Unionville. In collaboration with York Regional Police, I'll be hosting my third crime prevention town hall, which provide essential safety tips and risk management information to the resident of Markham. Working together with law enforcement and other levels of government is critical to understanding our diverse communities and their needs. While in Ottawa, our government has taken comprehensive steps to improve public safety through our $250 million Building Safer Community Fund and Bill C-21, which will put a freeze on handguns in this country, increase penalty for firearm traffickers, and provide additional tools to law enforcement across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnate, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives promote and believe in economic reconciliation. It is the solution to eradicating poverty and with it, the social issues that poverty creates. Treating symptoms rather than the root cause has failed. It is time to fundamentally change that approach. And away from the Ottawa bubble, that change has already begun. From the Kitimat LNG project in British Columbia to Cameco's uranium supply in Saskatchewan, from Vale's base metal mining in Ontario to the Mi'kmaq communities of Nova Scotia and their acquisition of Clearwater Seafoods, First Nations communities are taking control of their economic destinies. They want to be true partners in responsible resource development. They've started business, created employment, increased capacity, and have generated opportunities that will pay dividends for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, self-determination truly begins when Indigenous communities manage prosperity instead of poverty.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, families across the country are paying higher prices for gasoline, groceries, and home heating because of Liberal carbon tax. People in Atlantic Canada rely more on home heating fuels, which is a vital necessity to stay warm. And here are some astonishing numbers. Since last year, home heating prices are up over 50% in New Brunswick and PEI, up 68% in Nova Scotia, and up 78% in Newfoundland and Labrador. Liberals say they are sick and tired of people talking about this cold winter. That's too bad for the Liberals, because this winter is just beginning. Prices are going to be even higher than last year for families because of this Liberal government. And the rebate the Liberals are promising is a scam. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says that over 80% of Canadians are going to pay more in the carbon tax than they receive from the rebate. This was a plan to bankrupt Canadians. End the scam. We need to end the carbon tax.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, November 8th marked the first edition of the Ontario-Quebec Trade Awards in Trois-Rivières, an initiative that was undertaken by this society and the Quebec and Ontario governments. I'd like to congratulate La Violette Farm, which won the prize this year. Since 1977, this farm has been operating, and they raise hens and employ 13 people. You can find their eggs everywhere in the groceries in southern Quebec and in Ontario. This is a model of an interprovincial company that works and that serves its clients in French. Congratulations to Marcel Laviolette, his family, and his employees for their dedicated work. We're lucky to have you in our riding. Thank you.
Edmonton's Griesbach.
In the last 3 years, over 453 people have died on the streets of Edmonton because they didn't have shelter. Just last month, 3 more people have died in encampments, and hundreds more are facing another brutal Alberta winter in tents. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, won't survive. Community organizations in my district of Edmonton-Griesbach do heroic life-saving work, but they've had to shoulder this burden alone. Conservative and Liberal consecutive governments have refused to step up and fight the corporate greed that is the cause of the housing crisis. Decades of cuts and neglect have left Canada with one of the lowest shares of public housing in the G7. The state of our public housing is horrific. Many sites I toured this summer, Mr. Speaker, have black mold and even have no running water. It's time for the government to get serious about tackling the housing crisis. New Democrats will never stop fighting until no one has to spend another Alberta winter in a tent. People shouldn't have to die like this today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mastinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to underscore the 350th anniversary of Berthierville. In 1672, Intendant Talon conceded the seigneurie to Mr. Randin, who then sold it to Alexandre Berthier, from whom it takes its name. Its coat of arms is rich in symbolism. The dragon is the emblem of the city of Bergerac, where Berthier was born. The flame symbolizes the Eddy Match Company Limited, which was a major match manufacturer from 1919 to 1957, and the silver horn represents Melcher's Distilleries, one of the main industries from 1898 to 1985. Berthier gave us Guy Rocher, Gilles Villeneuve, and Joanie Rochette, so who knows who's next? I'd like to thank the Berthier Heritage Society and all the volunteers who have worked so hard to organize the festivities. And I urge all Berthier residents to celebrate all together towards Berthier. But happy anniversary.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, everything in this country seems to be broken since the Liberal government took office in 2015. Government's reckless spending has led to a 40-year high inflation rate, 6.9% just this month, and Canadian families simply can't absorb those rising costs. Instead, 1.5 million Canadians a month are having to use a food bank, and 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. 9 in 10 Canadians are now tightening household budgets, and the average credit card balance held by Canadians was at a record high of $2,121 by the end of September. RBC estimates that households will soon have to allocate 15% of their income to debt servicing alone. This government needs to take this inflation crisis seriously. They need to cap government spending, end inflationary deficits, and bring inflation down now.
The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth launched Canada's first youth-focused gender-based violence awareness campaign. It's not just. It's not just is a call for each of us to speak up when we see gender-based violence in any form. Gender-based violence is more than just physical and sexual violence. Emotional, financial, and cyber violence can be just as harmful with lasting psychological impacts. It can happen to anyone of any age or gender identity. Mr. Speaker, it's not just locker room talk. It's not just how someone is. We want Canadians and Canadian youth to know that gender-based violence is not just. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With a 32% increase in violent crime, one might expect the government, with the CBSA or police officers, to invest in those authorities. But no. Instead, they want to ban hunting weapons. And academic experts said yesterday this is going to cost an additional $1 billion. That's money that could have been used to protect our borders and crack down on street gangs. Why not protect people instead of targeting hunters? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague and everyone here that this bill doesn't target hunters and owners of guns. It targets assault weapons that have been used in Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Ontario. They've caused a lot of casualties, and that's precisely why we need to work together to better protect all Canadians with policies that make sense. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That the minister has provided in his very legislation, it is not assault rifles, it is hunting rifles. Let me list off some of the rifles. The Montefeltro Super 90 Turkey, the Mossberg 715T, Tactical 22 Duck Commander, the Benelli Super Black Eagle Ducks Unlimited. These are firearms specifically designed to hunt small fowl and to go after vermin and other farm pests. Why won't the government target real crime rather than targeting farmers and hunters?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I assure my colleague that we're going to work with the members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety with regards to this amendment, but more importantly, our goal here is to target those assault-style rifles, those AR-15-style guns, which have been used in far too many casualties in Port-au-Pic, in Quebec, in Ontario, where most recently we saw 2 frontline police officers gunned down. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how anyone can look the families of the victims in the eye and say that we can't do everything that is necessary to take these guns off of our streets. These AR-15s have no place on our streets, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he's doing nothing to take dangerous guns off the street. In fact, 82% of guns used in crime in Toronto, according to the city's police, come smuggled across the border. He's done nothing about that, but he wants to spend another $1 billion going after rifles and shotguns that are specifically designed and used by hundreds of thousands of law-abiding and licensed Canadians for hunting. And these are law-abiding people who've been vetted by the RCMP. Why does he keep targeting the lawful people, rather than keeping the illegal guns out.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party can continue to spread disinformation, but I will tell you very clearly that on this side of the House, we are targeting those AR-15 style guns which have been used in mass casualties, and this is part of a broader plan, a plan that will actually eradicate gun violence. Mr. Speaker, he talks about supporting CBSA. This government puts $138 million into the CBSA to stop illegal smuggling. What did the Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker? They voted against. That's wrong. They should support frontline law enforcement so we can stop illegal smuggling of guns at our borders.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
National Bank came up with staggering housing statistics today. It now takes 67% of the average monthly income to pay bills on the average home. In fact, the average mortgage payment for a new home in Toronto is now $7,000. And that's if you can afford the home, because it takes now 27 years for the average person to save up for the down payment on that home. How is it possible that the average Canadian cannot afford the average home here in the nation with the second biggest supply of land anywhere on earth?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
We know that one of the main challenges facing the housing market is enough housing supply. We have the fastest growing population in the G7, but very little supply. That's why we introduced the Housing Accelerator Fund, to work directly with municipalities to increase and double the new construction of housing in the country. We're also introducing a new innovative rent-to-own program and putting together a first-time home buyer tax-free savings account of $40,000, as well as doubling the first-time home buyer's tax credit, Mr. Speaker. Those are real actions that they voted against.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The only thing they doubled was the cost of housing. The cost of houses has doubled since this government and this Prime Minister took office. And the inflationary spending with the money they printed has further inflated the price of housing. And now with interest rates, mortgage payments are even more expensive. And the vast majority of Canadians cannot even dream of owning a home these days. When will this government change its inflationary practices and allow municipalities to build housing so that Canadians can have quality homes? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the biggest gatekeeper against municipalities building more housing supply is the Leader of the official opposition, because he voted against the Housing Accelerator Fund, a fund precisely to invest in more housing supply, Mr. Speaker. And when we're talking about first-time home buyers, $40,000 tax-free savings account, the Leader of the official opposition directed his team to vote against it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are real efforts at making sure that more and more Canadians can access the dream of home ownership. But the fact of the matter is, they talk about gatekeepers. They're the biggest gatekeepers. They're not serious about this issue. They don't have a plan. It's been 300 days since he became leader. No how.
L'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker. The government doesn't appear to understand how difficult a position Canada is in. They've been poking China, the greatest geopolitical power in the world, and instead of aligning with the U.S. or hiding behind them, Canada is showing itself to be weak and allowing China to bulldoze us. The idea that there was illegal funding and the $70,000 spent in the riding of Papineau, where does the government stand on these things? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes all allegations of foreign interference very seriously, and that's why we created two panels to investigate all allegations, and those panels found that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were conducted with integrity, and we will continue to provide all the tools national security agencies need to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Maybe that's why the Prime Minister did his show with the Chinese leader because he wanted everyone to think nothing happened. But we need answers with some substance to them. The Prime Minister has to be accountable. He pretends to be protecting Canada, but he's protecting himself and the Liberal Party. We have questions about funding in the Prime Minister's riding. Could the Prime Minister put this all behind him by calling for an inquiry into financing of his riding in 2016? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that we created an arm's-length, nonpartisan panel to examine all the allegations of foreign interference, and those panels confirmed that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were free, fair, and equitable, and open, and that's why we will continue to protect our democratic institutions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, for weeks, doctors have been sounding the alarm about the catastrophic situation in Quebec's ERs. People have died waiting. Just yesterday, Guylaine Larose, a pediatrician at the Sainte-Justine Hospital, said she'd never seen so many children in respiratory distress. Doctors and nurses are exhausted and parents are worried. We're in a crisis, but the Liberals apparently have no sense of urgency. During the pandemic, our seniors suffered. Now our children are suffering and at risk. What's it going to take for the Liberals to react and invest in treating our children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. We need to respond to the crisis among healthcare workers, and that's why we have taken important steps, including an action plan for healthcare workers, and we're looking for medium and long-term solutions too to deal with, to make the system more efficient. The Chief Medical Officer will be reporting on solutions in the longer term. Thank you.
James Bay.
In the fight to block justice for First Nation children, this government's put up 23 non-compliance orders, spent millions on lawyers, and are now back again fighting in federal court, and they have lost every single legal action. Fixing the broken child welfare system is possible, but it requires trust and goodwill. So will the minister just call off his lawyers, take the arbitrary deadline off the table, sit down with the communities and the child welfare experts, and put an end to the systemic discrimination and underfunding facing First Nation children once and for all? Will he do the right thing?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we are so encouraged by the historic work that we've done with Indigenous, with First Nations partners to arrive at an agreement in principle, a final settlement agreement, Mr. Speaker, that is historic in a number of ways, not just for the sum of money, Mr. Speaker, that First Nations children who have been harmed by a systemically discriminating system will receive, but also historic in the nature at which we arrived at that final settlement agreement. Mr. Speaker, it was indeed First Nations led, and I am proud to work with partners on ensuring that we complete this work.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, Canada was seen as a country of prosperity. That's why my family came here. Like so many newcomers, we came here with very little, but with hard work, we were able to succeed. Today, that dream for so many newcomers and citizens has gone up in smoke because of Liberals' mismanagement on the economy. 40-year highs in grocery prices. Home prices have doubled under this Prime Minister, and now mortgages cost Canadians 64% of their income. And the Liberals plan on piling on even more pain. Will the Liberals stop their inflationary spending and stop driving up the costs on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we have shown that we are there for Canadians, particularly vulnerable Canadians. And I'd like to start off by saying that the Conservatives voted against a dental benefit that is becoming available to Canadian parents today. Today, Canadian parents can apply for $650 in support per child. There is also the Canada Workers Benefit, which is already benefiting Canadian workers across the country, and in 10 days' time, you'll be able to apply for the rental benefit. Mr. Speaker, we're there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, that member is clueless. She knows a vast majority of Canadians won't see a penny of those announcements. But what they will see is Liberals' reckless spending will cost each Canadian $3,500, according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. They'll continue seeing their home heating costs soar because this leave it in the ground Liberal government cancelled pipelines across the country. This Liberals' greed knows no bounds, and they'll continue to charge Canadians even more. Why won't the Liberals stop the reckless spending, get off the backs of Canadians, and axe their failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm successfully countering the disinformation on the other side when they insult me. But today, Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are going to be able to apply for the dental benefit. And we will continue supporting vulnerable Canadians while ensuring that Canada maintains the lowest deficit and the lowest debt of all the G7 countries. We have been extremely fiscally responsible, and the AAA credit rating proves it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, a new Ipsos poll showed that 26% of Canadians say that they will be accessing charitable services over the next 6 months for basic essentials like food, clothing, and shelter. The survey also says that 25% of Canadians will be donating less to charities, and they cite the biggest reason being the increase in inflation and the effects of their personal finances. And yet, this Liberal government continues to make it worse by increasing their taxes. So when will the Liberals stop their forced carbon tax on people and stop charging them for their...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand how challenging life is for Canadians right now. And as my colleague mentioned, we've been putting forward significant benefits to help them, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, the dental benefit, which is accessible today, or the increase of the Canada Workers Benefit. And as of next week, low-income renters can also access benefits. So, Mr. Speaker, we've been there and we continue to be there for Canadians at every single stage of their life. Unfortunately, I can't say the same across the way for my colleagues opposite. The Conservatives keep voting against supporting Canadians each time. If they'd like to join...
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is an obvious disconnect between the Liberals and what people are actually going through. $3,500 a year is what the Governor of the Bank of Canada said the average Canadian will be paying more because of inflation. Wow. That represents $14,000 for the average family of four. No wonder more people are saying that they'll be accessing charitable services. No wonder more people are saying that they'll be donating less. And yet the Liberals continue to make things worse by charging more people on their taxes. So again, will the Liberals stop forcing their failed carbon tax on Canadians?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite that, Canadians, even if they are having a tough time, are seeing that around the world, the global economic instability is in fact causing inflation to be much higher elsewhere. More of higher inflation among our peers is what they are seeing around the world, and we are continuing to invest in order to support vulnerable Canadians. I'd also like to remind the member that it is a policy of our government that lifted over 2 million Canadians, including 450,000 children, out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. So when she talks about her concern for children and for families, her voting record should prove it.
The Honourable
Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families' finances are under pressure while the governments are outrageously flush. And so we have one easy step to solve the problem, not increasing the carbon tax. Canada's the only G7 country to have raised gas taxes in the midst of a global energy crisis. Will this government finally agree to our demand and follow suit with the other G7 countries? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have good news for my colleague. The carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec. And Quebecers agree that there's a need to deal with climate change. And our government has a sound plan to protect our economic stability while at the same time making sure that we're fiscally responsible and addressing climate change, and we have the lowest debt and deficit of all G7 countries. The honourable member for Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, the plan she's talking about is a taxing plan. While the government forges ahead with an increase to the carbon tax, they proudly announce new spending demanded by the NDP in exchange for propping them up. It's not cool. In our rural areas, driving is a must. There's no public transit. Families, workers, and businesses are being sacrificed by this government because they insist on raising the carbon tax. How can they look the other way and pretend not to see that the carbon tax is slowing down the economy, making Canadians poorer, and not doing anything for the environment, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of...
Well, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague said, the federal pricing on pollution does not apply in Quebec, but Mr. Speaker, it does apply on the prairies where I come from. There was good news for Atlantic Canada last week, Mr. Speaker. Good news for the prairies coming up this spring. As of April 1st, a family of four will get up to $1,500 in Alberta and Saskatchewan, $1,000 in Manitoba. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, those checks are going to be coming every 3 months. It's going to help with cash flow, Mr. Speaker, and it's going to help with affordability. The Conservatives have no plan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's Minister of the French language is meeting with the federal government today. Good timing. Last Thursday marked a historic anniversary. 2 years ago, the National Assembly passed a unanimous motion calling on Ottawa to help make the Charter of the French language cover federally regulated companies. But Bill C-13 does the opposite. It lets those companies off the hook. Will the minister tell her counterpart she will amend C-13 to stop encouraging the anglicization of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that the Bloc keeps misinforming people about C-13. We are the first government to recognize the decline in French, and that's why we've gone ahead with this legislation. And yes, will have the opportunity to meet with my counterpart today. I'm looking forward to working together because as Minister of Official Languages, I want to work closely with the provinces and territories to make French advance in this country. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's Minister of the French language says all indicators are red when it comes to the decline of French. One of the main indicators comes from StatsCan, in fact. 1 in 5 Quebecers can't work in French in Quebec. And it's even worse in Montreal and the Outaouais. So why is the minister letting federally regulated companies off the hook when it comes to the Charter of the French language? Her own stats prove the decline of French in the workplace in Quebec. Doesn't she pay attention to science? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, our government and the government of Quebec have a shared goal. We want to protect and promote French all across the country. And that's why we're moving forward with an ambitious piece of legislation so that all workers and federally regulated companies will allow their workers to work in French and customers to be served in French. I hope the Bloc and the Conservative will support this bill because we need to take it to the next level all across the country. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec minister also called for a national awakening to the decline of French. It's time for the federal Liberals from Quebec to wake up. Bill C-13 does not protect French in Quebec. It protects English in the workplace and anglicizes Quebec. It's time for federal Liberals from Quebec to remember they don't work for Air Canada or for the Royal Bank. They work for Quebecers. and the language of work for Quebecers is French. When will they wake up? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, order. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the national awakening the Bloc refers to is for them to work with us to promote and protect French all across the country. But what are they going to do? Yet again, theatre. It's all for show. We are the first government to recognize the decline of French in Canada and in Quebec, and that's why we've moved forward with ambitious legislation. Mr. Speaker, instead of bickering, why can't we work together to move this legislation through? Thank you. Hill.
Speaker, 2 days ago, Liberal members of Parliament and the Minister of Transportation welcomed a dangerous anti-Semite, Holocaust denier, and a terrorist sympathizer to this place. Nazi Kataba and Meshwar Media, whom the government already gave tax dollars to, has referred to the Holocaust as a hoax, the biggest lie in history. This newspaper called Judaism a terrorist religion. Worse yet, this man praised last week's heinous murder of a 16-year-old Canadian teenager by terrorists. Will the Minister of Transport denounce this man, denounce the publication, and apologize to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism is real, and all of us must condemn it whenever we see it. This individual should not have been invited to this event. He should not have been welcomed to this event. That event was hosted by MPs from all parties. I was happy to always participate in parliamentary events, but we all should condemn anti-Semitism and all forms of hate wherever we see it.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
No apology, no condemnation. Members of the Canadian government should not be meeting with Holocaust deniers and Hamas sympathizers who praise the murder of children. They invited him and they got caught. I'll ask again, will the Minister of Transport have the courage to stand up on his feet in this House and apologize to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member here is misleading the House. I did not meet with that individual. And let me be very clear. As members of Parliament, we attend events everywhere. We're accessible to our community members. And there's always a risk of us meeting unsavory individual. The issue here, Mr. Speaker, is how we as MPs react to this. So I want to make sure that I'm clear. I condemn anti-Semitism. I will always condemn anti-Semitism. Will the members of the opposite side do the same when they encounter members who are spreading hate and anti-Semitism across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Well rooted in the history of Quebec, hunting allows us to reconnect with nature and escape from everyday life. Whether you hunt for the challenge or the quality of the meat, this activity is within everyone's reach. Who said that? The Quebec government. Also, the Conference Board of Canada said that in 2018, nearly 3 million Canadians took part in hunting, trapping, sport shooting, and fishing activities. This industry supported nearly 100,000 jobs. Does the minister understand that hunters are not a threat to society and stop this madness? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with my colleague. We have a lot of respect for hunters, but this bill and all this government's policies target criminal elements, target assault-style guns that have been used in tragedies all across Canada. That's why the Conservatives have to change their position. They want to make assault weapons legal once again, and that's bad. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are living with more frequent and extreme weather events that has left Canadians devastated. While people are dealing with the impacts of the climate crisis and trying to keep up with rising costs, the biggest polluters are getting even richer. Like the NDP, 350 Canada, Lead Now, and Greenpeace are calling on the Liberals to tax the excess profits of oil and gas so that they pay their fair share. When will the minister stop defending the interests of the oil and gas industry and start making them pay what they owe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we know two things. We know that energy profits are at record levels, and Mr. Speaker, we know that emissions have to come down. Mr. Speaker, we're investing $9.1 billion in an emissions reduction plan. We'd put our money on the table, Mr. Speaker. Oil and gas companies have to come to the plate. They have to put their shoulder to the wheel. They have to work with us, Mr. Speaker, to get those emissions down, to realize the ambitious targets we have set through our emissions reduction plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, the last three Auditor Generals have been clear. The government has failed to help First Nations communities protect themselves against natural disasters. The Auditor General is fed up with this government's inaction, and Canadians are fed up too. Even the Deputy Minister sees that this government is leaving First Nations communities to fend for themselves. The climate emergency is here. We have no time to wait. When will this government drop the platitudes and deliver the $358 million First Nations need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say that I agree with the member opposite that the climate emergency is real, and that is challenging First Nations communities and indeed all communities across this country. Indigenous Services Canada works closely with First Nations communities that are under threat from fire, from torrential rain and wind, to make sure that people can get to safety and that we can protect infrastructure when those events happen. But I also agree with the member opposite that as a nation we are going to have to pivot to ensuring communities have the prevention and the plans they need to adapt.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, hunters from throughout Canada are passing down a proud tradition, and some are concerned. I can tell you from experience that being in nature with your family or friends is not just good for mental health when you're practicing the sport, but also helps provide food security for many families and Indigenous communities. Can the Minister of Public Safety reassure us that the changes that have been made to Bill C-21 will not target our hunters? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I agree with her. Hunting is not only a tradition, but an activity that is at the heart of many communities. That is why weapons that are often used for hunting will continue to be allowed. We will ensure that. Bill C-21 is aiming to make our communities safer. Our government has been clear. Weapons made for the battlefield do not belong in our communities.
L'honorable député, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS advised the Prime Minister in its top-secret briefing note that the way to combat foreign interference is through, quote, a policy that is grounded in transparency and sunshine in order to highlight the point that foreign interference should be exposed to the public, end quote. Why is the Prime Minister and the government not heeding this advice? Why are they not going public and telling Canadians exactly which candidates and which riding associations were involved in Beijing's foreign interference?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I agree with my colleague that we need to take allegations of foreign interference very, very seriously, and that's why we created independent, nonpartisan panels to shine a light on the allegations of foreign interference, both of whom confirmed that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were free and fair, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to shine a light on the tools, on the investments that we are putting into our national security community to protect all of our democratic institutions, including elections. Thank you.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, intelligence experts here and in the Five Eyes are saying the best way to combat foreign interference is transparency and sunshine, to go public with information. That's why last summer the UK government and MI5 went public about a Beijing agent in the UK Parliament, Christine Lee. She was publicly named, and so were the MPs who were the target of her donations. These MPs took action to protect the integrity of the UK Parliament. Why won't the government do the same thing in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker,
that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, let's review some of the facts about what our government has actually done. One of the first things we did was actually repeal Stephen Harper's Unfair Elections Act. And what did that do? It actually closed foreign funding loopholes that the Conservatives and that member seem to have no problem with in past elections. In addition, Mr. Speaker, let's also talk about the fact that in the 2019 NSICOP annual report that was tabled in this very House actually talked about the foreign interference attempts, and that member and those members had access to those documents.
I just want to remind the honourable members that when someone's speaking, shouting at them is not parliamentary and it's not polite. So I just want to remind the honourable members. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I invite that honourable member to read the NSICOP report that was tabled by a member of her own government, which was in fact scathing about the government's failure to respond to the persistent problem of foreign interference. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister's secrecy and refusal to answer basic questions about foreign interference is putting this debate on its back foot. He's putting his personal interests ahead of the national interests by not listening to CSIS on the benefits of sunlight, giving us information. Will the Prime Minister answer the question, has he received briefings or memos on this subject since he last denied it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
It seems I've hit a nerve with the member who's opposite, because let's review the facts. The first is the fact that foreign interference does happen, and as a result, in this country, we have put in place strong measures to strengthen our democracy. Conservatives seem to just be waking up to this fact now. But, Mr. Speaker, foreign interference, due to the strength of our democracy, doesn't always mean those attempts work. But when it comes to the work that we're doing, like I said, and the member opposite should know I was a member of NSICOP, so I'm very well aware of the reports that they do. But, Mr. Speaker, they receive briefings and they...
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Let's discuss the facts. There will be a top security briefing for the Prime Minister to ensure that Canada uses a transparent approach. That's what the intelligence agencies said. And yesterday, the Prime Minister himself said, the member across the way who used to be in cabinet understands the importance of respecting guidelines on national security. Then why is the Prime Minister refusing to follow the directives of our intelligence agencies? Why is he hiding information from Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we implemented measures to increase transparency about threats of foreign interference. We created various groups and tabled 2 reports written by independent groups to confirm that the 2019 and 2021 elections were free and fair. We will continue to increase the level of transparency because that is part of protecting our democratic values. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, pediatric hospitals are overwhelmed. But the day before yesterday, instead of announcing solutions, the Prime Minister once again blamed the provinces. This needs to stop. This is not the province's fault. It's because of underfunding of the health system. For more than 2 years, Quebec and the provinces have been asking for $28 billion more to help the health system get back on the right foot, and yet the federal government doesn't want to. Today, does the government realize that there are consequences to holding back the money that our pediatric hospitals need? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government has been collaborating with the provinces and territories, not only to provide funding, but also to offer a national vision for the health system. We have increased the health transfers. We will increase the health transfers by 10% in March 2023, and we are taking other measures as well. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories to improve healthcare in Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, Mr. Speaker, the only two things that the federal government has actually done about this crisis is to blame the provinces and hold back the money. I would challenge any Liberal member to go to a pediatric ER in their riding, look into a parent's eyes and say, you know, it's all the province's fault. Mr. Speaker, we can't waste more time on petty partisan games. The federal government just needs to transfer the money. When will it do so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. From the beginning of the pandemic, our government has invested more than $72 billion in order to protect Canadians' health. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories. Our health system is facing major challenges. It is critical that we work together to improve the system for Canadians. We need to work together in order to move forward.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Inflation is at a 40-year high. Interest rates have increased at their fastest rate in decades, and the Bank of Canada is telling us they need to go higher. The Prime Minister's solution? Spend more and raise taxes. While his inflation tax eats into the paychecks of Canadians, they're cutting into their diets. If this Prime Minister really was serious about making life more affordable for Canadians, he would cancel his carbon tax increase immediately. Will this Liberal government stop forcing their failed carbon tax on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, we've put forward a responsible plan that is going to help vulnerable Canadians while ensuring that we maintain the lowest deficit and the lowest debt among G7 countries. Unlike the Conservative leader that has proposed no economic plan for Canadians, we have put forward something solid. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative plan can be summed up by abandoning our fight against climate change and advising Canadians to invest in cryptocurrency in order to opt out of inflation. As a result of the news of this week with BlockFi declaring bankruptcy, I think we can all agree that was...
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they haven't met an environmental target yet. Canadians are staring at bare cupboards and wondering how they're going to pay their heating bill this winter. 1.5 million Canadians have been forced to use food banks in a single month. 1 in 5 are skipping meals, and with the cost of home heating going up, they aren't going to be able to afford to heat their homes. The choice for Canadians isn't between Disney Plus and Netflix. It's between heating and eating. Will this Liberal government stop forcing their failed carbon tax on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, and as usual, the Conservatives are spreading misinformation, Mr. Speaker. Emissions are going down. We're on track to meet our targets. 8 out of 10 families will be better off under our pricing pollution. But what's the Conservative record, Mr. Speaker? They cut $350 million from the climate change budget. They blew up Kyoto and blew up our emissions targets at the same time. And now, Mr. Speaker, they are blaming us for their inaction. They have no plan for climate change. They have no plan for the economy. They have no plan for affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Liberals that have no plan for the environment. It's a tax plan. I just received a propane bill from a mother of 3. Mr. Speaker, $614 for propane, $55 for the Liberal carbon tax, and winter is just starting. Mr. Speaker, this is getting vindictive. A carbon tax that will triple home heating, gas, and food, while the Prime Minister spends Canadian tax dollars on $6,000 a night ritzy hotels. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering. These Liberals are out to lunch and Canadians are being forced to skip theirs. When will the Liberals stop punishing hardworking Canadians and axe their failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we must address the current affordability pressures while concurrently continuing to address the threat of climate change and building a prosperous low-carbon future. A price on pollution is an efficient market-based approach to reducing pollution, an approach that squarely addresses affordability. And under our plan, 8 out of 10 Canadians receive more than what they pay, and that is the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Alors, collègues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As people in Halifax are continuing to rebuild after Hurricane Fiona, they have been helped by the fact that this government is there for them. Thanks to the Hurricane Fiona Recovery Fund, businesses throughout my riding have been able to begin rebuilding after that horrible storm. Can the minister responsible tell the House and all Canadians from the Atlantic region how this government will continue to help our communities rebuild? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Halifax West for her hard work at this important question. Over the last few months, I've visited Atlantic Canada several times, and I've seen firsthand the devastation of Hurricane Fiona. Communities have been seriously affected. That's why we quickly created the Hurricane Fiona Recovery Fund. This week, we announced that applications are open to increase connectivity in the most severely affected regions that can't access other funding. We will always be there for Atlantic Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in good and bad times.
For Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. The one-time handouts by this Liberal government are not a solution to financial insecurity. This government continues to give their friends lucrative contracts, raising the price on groceries, gas and heating just to subsidize their reckless spending. Canadians rightfully are concerned about their future, their finance future. Will this government finally listen to Canadians and stop their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I find it really interesting that our colleagues across the way don't understand what it means to invest in Canadians. For example, this government signed agreements with every province and territory across this country to make sure that Canadian families have affordable, quality, inclusive childcare, which is not just good for families, it's great for the economy. On average, families across this country are seeing 50% reduction in fees, $4,000 of real cash, in addition to all the other benefits, whether it's the CCB, whether it's the dental and rental, which they voted against. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not about spending, it's about investing in families. Why aren't...
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' malevolent spending is causing Canadians' lives to get more and more expensive. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is recently raising the alarms about the costs going up, and the massive spending plans have no transparency. We know that the Liberal government has tried to funnel funds to the Friends at the We charity in the past, while the Prime Minister's own family was receiving almost $500,000. On what date will the Liberals stop their malevolent inflationary spending?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada has the lowest deficit and the lowest debt among G7 countries. Experts have said that we have been extremely fiscally responsible. That is reflected in the numbers, Mr. Speaker, but we've also been there to support Canadians. And today, Mr. Speaker, Canadian parents will be able to apply for the new dental benefit. That is going to help 500,000 Canadian children under 12 in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's real money going back into the pockets of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, what are the consequences of Liberal inflation? Everything is expensive, far too expensive. Groceries, gas, rent, interest rates, heating, clothing. Everything we need in our daily lives is costing an arm and a leg. Liberal inflation is causing Canadians headaches right before the holidays, especially with the new taxes that are planned for 2023. Mr. Speaker, is there a solution to inflation? Yes. Get rid of the Liberal government! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have brought forward a solid plan to help Canadians while being fiscally responsible. Conservatives have no plan. I'm going to ask everyone to calm down a little bit.
C'est beau de voir l'enthousiasme, mais...
It's nice to see how enthusiastic we all are, but we do need to calm down. From the beginning, the parliamentary secretary, because I know that people were not able to hear all of her answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have brought forward a robust plan to meet vulnerable Canadians' needs while being fiscally responsible. Whereas the Conservatives have no budget plan to propose to Canadians. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Let me correct that. Their plan is to attack pricing pollution as well as our seniors' pensions. They are attacking EI, and they are instead telling Canadians to invest in cryptocurrencies, which would actually cause them to lose their shirt. That is not serious, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver, Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protecting and extending workers' rights is a priority for this government, and these rights must never be taken for granted. This House unanimously passed Bill C-3, which established 10 sick days of paid sick leave for all federally regulated workers. Can the Minister of Labour tell us when paid sick leave for workers will come into effect and discuss the importance of these measures for Canadians in federally regulated sectors?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Granville for the question. Right around this time last year, this House unanimously committed to providing 10 days of paid sick leave for workers in the federally regulated private sector. And I'm happy to stand here today to say that we did good on that promise. Paid sick leave is now in force today for all federally regulated private sector workplaces. This is good for all of us. It will make our economy stronger. It will make our workplaces safer. Workers should not have to choose between getting paid or getting better. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Terrace, BC has the third highest death rate from toxic drug overdoses in our province. Yet northern residents are still struggling to access detox and treatment services. People are often having to wait weeks to get a bed in a facility, and when they do get a space, they're having to travel hours away from home. The Northern First Nations Alliance has a real plan for a new treatment center right in Northwest BC. They just need support with the cost. Will this minister step up and ensure that this project is completed as soon as possible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We all know that the toxic drug and overdose crises are having a painful impact on families and communities. We are working closely with the provinces and territories to create all the programs possible to improve the situation. Since 2017, we have invested more than $800 million to respond to the crisis, and we will continue to do so.
For Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week, Canada's federal housing advocate was clear the national housing strategy is failing. In my community, we're seeing this firsthand. Over the past 3 years, the number of people experiencing homelessness has tripled. Organizations across Waterloo Region are ready to build the affordable housing we need, but they're still waiting on federal funding. Will the Minister of Housing commit to ensuring the national housing strategy actually reduces homelessness in my community and in others across the country?
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. It's a really important issue. That is why our government has prioritized investments to reduce and eventually eliminate chronic homelessness from Canada. We've doubled the federal program to combat homelessness from $2 billion to just over $4 billion. And in addition to that, we've introduced a rapid housing initiative that has resulted in 10,250 deeply affordable homes targeting the most vulnerable members of our community. And we know that those investments are working all across the country. 64,000 Canadians were prevented from joining the ranks of the homeless in this country, and 32,000 were taken out of homelessness.
That's all the time we have for question period today. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada 2022 Impact Award winners: Cindy Blackstock, Fanny Lafontaine, Semi Sivi, Jordan Stranger Ross, Jan Grabowski. Oui, nous avons un rappel.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Mégantic-Léran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, this is a document that comes from the Canadian Intelligence Centre, and I decided to follow your directives to be able to table this report in a very transparent manner, which comes from PROC concerning foreign interference in our elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those opposed to the honourable member tabling this motion, please say nay. No, we do not have unanimous consent.
It being 3:11 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-29. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members. The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moved that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, be now read a third time and do pass.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Monsieur Rodriguez. Miss Tassi. Madame Pittspa-Taylor. Miss Jazik. Mr. Carr. Miss Chager. Miss Scrow. Mr. Scarpellegia. Madame Saint-Onge. Monsieur Vandal. Miss Murray. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur Miller. Mr. Housefather. Monsieur Dubourg. Miss Vandenbel. Monsieur Sanson. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Miss Sahota. Mr. Varani. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Anandasangri. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Duguid. Monsieur Lauzon. Madame Lalonde. Miss Dillon. Monsieur Elkoury. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Nagvi. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Miss O'Connell. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Miss Suds. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Batiste. Mr. Chang. Mr. Johari. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sobera. Mr. Rogers. Miss Yip. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Dong. Ms. Latenzio. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Turnbull. Madame Châtel. Mr. Coteau. Madame Diab. Ms. Hefner. Madame Lapointe. Mr. McDonald-Malpec. Mr. Kimmich. Mrs. Thomas. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Hallan. Miss Lois Haldeman Norfolk. Miss Dancho. Mr. Moore. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Small. Monsieur Berthold. Miss Finley. Mr. Alboutaif. Mr. Chong. Miss Gray. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lloyd. Miss Rude. Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Godin. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Block. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Lobb. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Monsieur Lehoux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Zimmer. Madame Vien. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Caputo. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Cram. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Currick. Mr. Nader. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Carey. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Lake. Monsieur d'Entremont. Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Motts. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shields. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Villemur. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Madame Vignola. Madame Posé. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Désilet. Miss Blaney. Miss Collins Victoria. Mr. Cannings. Miss Idlout. Mr. Johns. Miss Barron. Mr. Backrack. Madame Hughes. Miss Zarillo. Mr. Angus. Mr. Desjarlais. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 314, 314. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The honourable member for Regina Capel is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the House would agree to this. We have a colleague who voted by the app, encountered some technical difficulties, could not log on in time to switch his vote. So I'm wondering if you would allow, or if the House would allow, as we've done in the past for other members, the intention of the honourable member for Foothills was to vote in favour, and if the House would grant consent to that change, this would be a unanimous vote in favour of the bill.
John Barlow.
Have unanimous consent of the House? Yes. We do have unanimous consent of the House. We'll make that change. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the House orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Orders of the day. I'm sorry, we have a question today. A question. Remember, it's the Thursday question. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I shudder to think what would happen if the Thursday question wasn't asked. I have taken the advice that you've given me and the other House, the government House leader over the past couple of weeks. So I do have a more focused Thursday question, and I wonder if the government House leader can inform the House as to the business of the House for this week and for next week. But while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the House would give me unanimous consent to table the list of firearms that are used for hunting in the chamber, because there seems to be some confusion on the government side as to which firearms they're actually banning in their new amendment to C-21.
Should separate that and have it separately or put it together. Would it be okay if the honourable member maybe brings that up right after the Thursday question, and then he can ask then? In the meantime, I'll ask the government House leader to respond to the question.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and the good news. We'll have to wait for the unanimous consent motion to see what will happen. I'll wait for that, but I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there's good news for the member opposite in that he has the opportunity at committee, of course, to review those guns and make any suggestions that his members would like. So I'm sure as a long-serving member he would be aware of that opportunity, but I would just remind him of that. Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased to know that we'll continue with debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts. Tomorrow we will begin debate a second reading of Bill C-23, the Historic Places of Canada Act. On Monday, we will begin debate at report stage and third reading on Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022. Thursday will be the final allotted day of the current supply period. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it's next Thursday. For the rest of the week, priority should be given to Bill C-32. I would also like to indicate that on Tuesday we will have a statement by the Minister on the commemoration of the Polytechnique massacre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Now, before we go back, did the honourable member for Regina Capel want to get up on a point of order? Or,
Hope springs eternal, Mr. Speaker, and maybe while the government House leader was answering my question, he reflected on the benefit of all members having this information right now, because oftentimes the answers to questions indicate some confusion on the government side as to the hunting rifles that are being banned in the bill. So do I have unanimous consent?
Okay, thank you. That's good. You know what? This is not the debate we're going to. Orders of the day.
Government bills comments.
Second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity.
Very good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we live in a world where every person is increasingly concerned with cybersecurity. So much of our lives is stored in our personal devices, protected by passwords and multi-factor authentication in the hopes of keeping our most private information secure. Corporations are increasingly at risk. It seems that every day we hear a new report of companies, computer systems being hacked and their data held for ransom by thieves who have managed digital anonymity. Law enforcement officials say such cyber crimes go unreported, with companies paying quietly and privately so as to avoid publicity. Our public institutions are not immune as well. Hospitals have had their computer systems by intruders, putting patients' lives at risk. Emergency services have been attacked, as have the parliamentary computer systems. Cyber threats remains a national security and economic issue that threatens the safety and security of Canadians. Government and industry alike have highlighted the need for regulation in cybersecurity. There have been a lot of talk, but not much else. Currently, the Canadian government does not have a legal mechanism to compel action to address cyber threats or vulnerabilities in the telecommunications sector. Yet, cybersecurity has become one of the primary issues each person and institutions has to address. So I'm pleased that the government has introduced this legislation to allow us in this House to examine the cybersecurity concerns and needs of our nations. Bill C-26 amends the Communications Act as well as other related acts. The intention is to amend the Telecommunications Act to add the promotion of the security of the Canadian telecommunications systems as an objective of Canadian telecommunications policy, and to authorize the Governor in Council and the Minister of Industry to direct telecommunication services providers to do anything or refrain from doing anything that is necessary to secure the Canadian telecommunications system. I don't think there's anyone in this House, indeed, in the country, would disagree with this objective. As I have already pointed out, there is a problem with cybersecurity in our society, and government has an important role to play in protecting Canadian individuals and institutions. Some may wonder about giving such a power to the Governor in Council and to the Minister of Industry, but there are rules for judicial review of those orders and applications. This is not a granting of absolute power, but of limited power subject to the checks and balances needed in a democracy. This bill also enacts the Critical Cybersecurity Systems Protections Act to provide a framework for the protection of the cyber systems of services and systems vital to national security or public safety. This, among other things, authorizes the Governor in Council to designate any service or system as a vital service or vital system. It requires designated operators to establish and implement cybersecurity programs, mitigate supply chain and third-party risks, report cybersecurity incidents, and comply with cybersecurity directions. You would think that such cybersecurity measures should be common sense and not need to be mandated by the government. It is right to compel private corporations and organizations to use their own resources to invest in cybersecurity. It would seem to me that well-run business would put cybersecurity first. Not every aspect of a business generates income, and smart business managers and owners know that. As the cliche goes, you have to spend money to make money. Implementing cybersecurity measures comes with a cost. There is no doubt about that. It would seem to me, though, that the cost would be considerably less than the cost of dealing with criminals holding your data for ransom after they have invaded your computer system and lock you out of it. Cybersecurity makes common sense for business. However, given that implementing cybersecurity measures comes with a financial cost with no corresponding revenue, do we really want to rely on those who might put short-term profits first? Or does it make more sense for government to step in this case, to save some business owners from themselves? As someone who spent most of his life working as a businessman, I'm reluctant to suggest that business owners need to be saved from themselves. But as a Canadian, I know that sometimes such action is necessary. You only have to look at the history of one of Canada's most successful companies, Nortel, a company that might still exist if those running it had taken cybersecurity more seriously. With more than 94,000 employees worldwide, Nortel was a high-tech leader until its headquarters were bugged, its computer system were breached, and its intellectual property stolen. Now, it's just a memory. We will never know for sure, but perhaps if cybersecurity had been a higher priority at Nortel, they would still be providing jobs, products, and services for Canadian people. If someone ever asks why we would take cybersecurity seriously, the one-word answer is Nortel. I'm though a little uneasy that this bill will almost certainly increase regulations and red tape. Maybe there are ways that some of the excessive paperwork that seems to be beloved by the Liberals can be made reasonable. Certainly, there's a need to ensure a level playing field of regulatory burdens for some medium and large-size business and organizations. If there isn't, then I can see companies being forced into bankruptcy by the cost of implementing government-mandated cybersecurity procedures. I know that is not the government's intention, but as we have seen in the past, sometimes not all the impact of government rulemaking is foreseen. The Minister of Industry especially needs to ensure the rules are workable and as to providing protection against attacks by criminals and malicious states. Indeed, it is perhaps malicious states that we should be concerned about the most. The interconnectedness of computer systems and their use in controlling and maintaining our infrastructure mean that we are increasingly vulnerable to devastating attack. An enemy who could seize control of our electric grid or our banking system could bring our nation to its knees without firing a shot. The nature of warfare has changed, and as a result, we must change our defenses. Canada's national security requires being prepared for the security warfare threats that we face. This government has been slow to address cyber threats and has seen a number of serious incidents occur with no substantive legislative response for 7 years. I'm pleased that they have finally chosen to act, and I'm hopeful that we in this House can help improve this legislation. Cybersecurity is of paramount importance in the modern world. Canada cannot neglect it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, cybersecurity is not only essential, but it's also a race against time. Hackers are increasingly well organized. They are fast and crafty and dishonest, which gives them an advantage over us. Madam Speaker, the government seems to have delayed on legislating to give us some teeth on cybersecurity. Does my colleague agree that there is, or does he think that there is still time to catch up in this race, or does he think that we will always be delayed compared to international hackers?
Member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank the honourable member from the Bloc Québécois for a very good question. And I did mention at the end of my speech that this government was very delayed very late in putting forward such bill. And it's a very tough question to answer whether we can catch up or we're not. We know that the existing wars and challenges and the future wars are mostly around cybersecurity and cyber, and it will be actually important in this notion of this House with this bill is to assess how prepared Canada is in facing the future threats. So thanks for the questions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Within the legislation, there is consideration that's being given to have financial penalties, as an example. It empowers the minister to be able to take a strong action in order to be able to ensure that our providers are, in fact, very much keeping up with what they need to keep up with. My question to the member is, would he not agree that when we take a look at the issue of cyber attacks, this isn't something that's unique to Canada, it's happening around the world. We're working with allied countries and others as we try to bring this as one part, that it doesn't stop here, that there's a need, as we have been doing for the last number of years, investing millions, tens of millions of dollars, and putting people at the task at protecting us against cyber threats. If he can just provide his thoughts in terms of the broader picture of cyber threats.
For Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for the question. I will answer the end of the question and go back to the beginning of what the honourable member is asking for. As far as assessing our preparedness and our cybersecurity position is still not there. I mean, I don't know if we have enough idea about those challenges and where our position and how prepared we are. So that's, I think, very important task that the government should do. As far as financial penalties on business, I did mention in my speech that this sometimes could put some businesses into bankruptcies because they cannot afford to face to those services that need the protection, that provide the protection needed, so they don't end up in such disaster situation. So a balance is needed, and I think this has to be done together with the industry. And if we are prepared and truly prepared, I believe those financial penalties should be less, because the government should have been done more into this in the last 7 years or even the years before toward the future. So the question always remains in the hands of the government, who's really putting this forward, and we hope to get some answers. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. It was very interesting. I'm not a specialist in cybersecurity, so I'm finding this debate very informative. And I guess one of the questions that I have is, how do we balance the need for cybersecurity with the need for transparency? I mean, that is really what the big question is, I think, for this. How do we make it effective, but also, adhere to the values, Canadian values of transparency and, human rights and whatnot? And I wonder if the member has anything to say about the fact.
Yes, and actually it is, I think I know what the Honourable Member is going to call as a point of order. The Honourable Member doesn't have her headset, and we do not allow members to speak without a headset, and I take it on me. My apologies. Is that what the Honourable Member was going to? So I'll have to interrupt the Honourable Member right now and give the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay a very short question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, cyber threats aren't new. In 2011, Canada's two main financial centres in government, Finance and Treasury Board, were pushed offline for days by hacks from the Chinese operators, and yet the Harper government did nothing about that. They didn't want to talk about it because they were busy selling off sections of the oil sands in Nexon to Chinese state-owned operators and then signing a free trade with China, that deal that would allow them to take on Canada outside of the court system. So I find it kind of special that the Conservatives are suddenly concerned about cybercrime now when they did nothing to take on China's state threats to Canada under Harper.
A very short answer from the Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning.
The NDP member always wants to politicize things. This is a very serious issue, and it doesn't go from one party that more serious about this than others. So I wish that he would have stayed within the non-partisan notion of this bill, and let's talk about facts, let's talk about logic, and stop the attacks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I begin, I'll just let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Kingston and the Islands. You're quite welcome. You know, it's an honor to rise today in the House and debate the second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity. To me, cybersecurity is essential, and certainly it relates directly to our national security. Madam Speaker, when we consider the challenges and opportunities we face in this field, the theme of collaboration, I think, underpins and needs to underpin all that we do. The prevalence of cybercrime in an increasingly online world, improving cyber defense posture in an unstable global environment, deep thinking about what the future holds in a world where innovation and change are exponential, a critical look at whether our policies and laws are up to the task, and the protection of content and intellectual property as data becomes one of the world's most precious resources. Those are just some of the reflections that we've got to have when considering this bill. In Canada, being online and connected is essential. Now, more than ever, Canadians rely on the internet for their daily lives. It's about more than just conducting business and paying bills. It's also about staying connected with loved ones across the country and around the world. We should be able to do all of these activities safely and securely. And I'd like to offer a few words about what we're doing here in Canada to get that balance right. And I'd like to reinforce the importance of our commitment to protecting the cyber systems that underpin our critical infrastructure. Take the emergence of new technologies such as 5G as one clear reason why we need to redouble our efforts. Think about our increased reliance on technology in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and think about international tensions amidst Russia's unprovoked and unjustified ongoing invasion of Ukraine. With threats ranging from supply chain disruptions to state and non-state malicious cyber activity, through all of these remarkable events, Madam Speaker, the government has been working tirelessly to keep Canadians safe. And we recognize that now more than ever, secure and reliable connectivity is a necessity for our daily lives and our collective safety and security. It underpins the delivery of critical services, such as energy production, financial transactions, safe transportation, and emergency communications. As part of his mandate bestowed by Prime Minister Trudeau, the Minister of Public Safety is seized with the opportunity and challenge of developing a renewed national cyber...
Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order. No mentions of names.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As was pointed out by the Parliamentary Secretary, I believe, to the Government House Leader yesterday, that using the Prime Minister's name is not an accepted practice of this place.
Absolutely, the honourable member is correct, and we do not use names of current members of...
Thank you, Madam
The honourable
Speaker.
member for Whitby.
As part of his mandate bestowed by the Prime Minister on the Minister of Public Safety, is seized with the opportunity and challenge of developing a renewed cybersecurity strategy. We need to make sure we articulate Canada's long-term plan to protect our national security and economy, deter cyber threat actors, and promote norms-based international behavior in cyberspace. The Government of Canada is working to enhance the cybersecurity of the country's critical infrastructure. The work to identify cyber threats and vulnerabilities and to respond to cyber incidents is around the clock and ongoing. Unfortunately, we've seen that malicious actors continue to attempt to take advantage of the current environment to exploit certain actors, or certain sectors, my apologies. I'd just like to use one example that's relevant for my riding and the region that I come from. So my riding is the riding of Whitby, and Durham District School Board is the public school board in our area. And on Friday, November 25th, so just very recently, there was a cyber incident at the Durham District School Board. It resulted in online classes being canceled. They were forced to postpone scheduled literacy tests. They've had phone lines down and email service down, and they even don't have access to emergency contacts, and they're trying to limit this incident so that it doesn't impact payroll for the over 14,000 employees that Durham District School Board employs and the 75,000 students that go to school across our region. They've notified police of the attack. Their investigation is said to be very complex and time-consuming, and they'll be assessing the privacy impacts. But you can just imagine how this has impacted students and employees at Durham District School Board. So this is a really serious topic. I think we all need to give it the weight that it deserves, and this legislation is trying to ensure that we do our utmost to protect against these cyber threats in the future. But we're not starting from scratch to tackle these threats. Since 2018, the Government of Canada has invested a total of approximately $4.8 billion in cybersecurity. Through the National Cybersecurity Strategy, the Government of Canada is taking decisive action to strengthen Canada's defense, preparedness, and enforcement against cyber threats. The strategy was paired with the largest investment in cybersecurity ever made by the Government of Canada, totaling close to $800 million in the 2018-2019 federal budgets. In the 2021 budget, the government allocated an additional $791 million to improve and defend cyber networks, enhance data collection, and protect taxpayer information. And in the 2022 budget, another $852.9 million was committed to enhance the communications security establishment and their ability to conduct cyber operations, make critical government systems more resilient, and prevent and respond to cyber incidents on critical infrastructure. Under the strategy, there's two flagship organizations were established. One is the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, otherwise known as the Cyber Centre, under CSE, and the National Cybercrime Coordination Center under the RCMP. The Cyber Center is a single unified team of government cybersecurity technical experts. The center is the definitive source of unique technical advice, guidance, services, messaging, and support on cybersecurity operation matters for government, critical infrastructure owners and operators, the private sector, and the Canadian public. The NC3 coordinates Canadian police operations against cyber criminals and established a national mechanism for Canadians and businesses to report cybercrime to police. So as I was mentioning that example in my riding of the Durham District School Board, they would be reporting the cybercrime to the local police, and that would go up through NC3 as well. Public Safety's Canadian Cybersecurity Tool also helps owners and operators of Canada's critical infrastructure to evaluate their cyber maturity against established benchmarks and by peer comparison. It offers concrete guidance on how they can become more cyber resilient. Public Safety Canada also coordinates and delivers cyber-based exercises for the critical infrastructure community to test and develop capabilities to respond to and recover from malicious cyber activities. More broadly, the department, as the federal lead on cybersecurity policy, promotes communication and collaboration to raise awareness of cyber threats and risks, including with our international partners. Public Safety Canada works closely with the Communication Security Establishment's Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity to enhance the resilience of critical infrastructure in Canada. The Cyber Centre, in addition to providing public advisories, shares valuable cyber threat information with Canadian critical infrastructure owners and operators. And today, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to say that we can begin to debate a new piece of legislation to further strengthen what we have built as a government. Today, we begin debate on Bill C-26 for the second time. And this legislation's twofold objective is, one, it proposes to make amendments to the Telecommunications Act that include adding security as a policy objective, along with implementation authorities, and bringing the telecommunications sector in line with other critical infrastructure sectors. This will allow the government, when necessary, to mandate any action necessary to secure Canada's telecommunications system, including 5G networks. This includes authority to prohibit Canadian telecommunications service providers from using products and services from high-risk suppliers. And two, it introduces the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or the CCSPA. This new act will require designated operators in the federally regulated sectors of finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation to take specific actions to protect their critical cyber systems. And it will support organizations' ability to prevent and recover from a wide range of malicious cyber activities, including malicious cyber activity, electronic espionage, and ransomware. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much. I'm also not an expert on cybersecurity, but I'd just like to ask a quick question. Recently in Montreal, I was at a protest with 10,000 people protesting in favor of a democratic state in Iran and against the repression there. I've also supported members of the Uyghur community here in Ottawa. We know there's a genocide happening in China. The little white square here that I'm wearing is in honor of the people who are protesting in China against the lockdown measures, as well as people protesting the war in Russia. So I'd like to ask whether in C26, there's anything in the bill that would prevent countries like Iran, China, and Russia from causing cyber attacks on social media here. For example, from hacking my account as an MP and interfering with my life as a politician.
For Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite, and I share some of his, I think, ethical concerns with, other state-sponsored actors and disinformation, and ensuring that our cyber infrastructure and that our lives as MPs are also protected from the attacks and incidents that are too often, I think, affecting some of our institutions and even us as individuals. So I think this bill really looks to strengthen the work that the government has been doing year over year to invest in protections against cyber attacks in our critical infrastructure, and to ensure that we're enhancing those tools and investments and leveraging them to the best degree possible to protect against the kinds of threats that the member opposite identifies.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I think cybersecurity cannot be underestimated in its importance, especially in the world in which we live. But one of the concerns that certainly has been highlighted to me as I've listened to security experts surrounding this issue is the how far behind Canada is in terms of taking action on cybersecurity, whether that be the decision regarding Huawei or how Canada lags behind its Five Eyes partners, which is essential in ensuring that we are on the same playing field. So I'm wondering if the member from the government would be willing to expand as to why, after years of being in government, that this is only now coming to debate on the House of Commons now.
Honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite for the question. And I'm not really sure how we get these types of critical remarks coming from the opposite side of the House, given the fact that in my speech I've given very tangible examples of two agencies that have been set up and some pretty significant investments that have been made since 2018. So $4.8 billion in cybersecurity is no small amount. We're making investments, setting up the systems and tools. I've been briefed as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on our House of Commons cyber infrastructure and cybersecurity, and I found it to be, although those briefings were in camera, I know full well that there are very strong and resilient systems that have been set up to identify and neutralize threats ahead of time and ensure that our critical infrastructure here in the House of Commons is protected. And I think that extends right across Canada with the work that our government has been doing.
For Edmonton Strathcona, with a headset.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to take a moment to apologize to the translators. I completely forgot. I'm not feeling my best, and I obviously am not on my game very well. I want to thank my colleague for his intervention today. It was very interesting, and I agree with my colleagues from the Conservative Party that this is, of course, very late. We are very late to the game, but I do think it's vital that we get it right. It is just so important that we do that balance right. And one of the concerns we're hearing from stakeholders that we've spoken to is the concern that this bill has orders that will be exempt from the Statutory Instruments Act, so that they will be therefore unable to be reviewed by the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee. Can he speak to why the government made that decision?
For Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for a great question. I'm not sure of the specific details that she's referring to, so I'd have to say to her in good faith that I would get back to the member opposite on that after doing a little bit more research on why that decision was made. What I can tell you, though, is that the key provisions in this Act really do, I think, further the objectives, the overall objectives of protecting our critical infrastructure. Specifically, the Telecommunications Act, it adds the objective, the promotion of the security of the Canadian telecommunications system to the Canadian telecommunications policy. And
to interrupt the honourable member, we are way out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Whitby for sharing his time with me. I think it's very important that we talk about such an important piece of legislation that's been brought forward, Bill C-26. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that the changes in technology are happening so incredibly quickly that it's at times seems a daunting task to try to keep up with them and to try to make sure that we are always ahead of those actors out there, whether state or non-state, that are trying to engage in activities that could seriously cripple our economy or other aspects of society in Canada. And when you think about it, Madam Speaker, it seems as though it was just yesterday that we didn't have internet. I can remember vividly getting the first internet connection that I did, a dial-up connection. I was a computer engineering student at a local college in Kingston back in the early or mid-90s, I'd say. I think it was 95 or 96. And I remember signing up for my first dial-up connection and having access to the internet. Just downloading something as simple as a single image sometimes would take 2 or 3 minutes just to get the full image on your screen. And what was the image of? It was not an image of the member opposite that asked. But the point here is, Madam Speaker, is that things are evolving so quickly, and we've come we've come so far in such a short period of time in terms of our ability to really utilize and perfect and, for lack of a better expression, exploit everything that the internet has to offer. And we've seen it change commerce. We've seen it change how we engage with each other. We've seen it change just about every aspect of our lives. But unfortunately, with that comes new opportunity for people to really try to affect what we can do in our day-to-day lives, trying new forms of fraud, new forms of theft, new forms of harassment and intimidation, new forms of trying to influence elections, as we know. These are all things and nefarious manners in which people are trying to now utilize the internet. And of course, cybersecurity is a huge part of any government operation now, and every government should be seized with doing everything it can to secure it, because when you think about it, everything is connected now. I mean, you can create a cyber attack on a utility company, on a parliament, a democracy, a functioning parliament, for that matter. You can have an attack on just about every aspect of our lives. So it's critical that we have legislation in place to ensure that we can properly safeguard those things. And, Madam Speaker, I have heard individuals talk in the House on, just the last two questions. One came from the Conservatives, one came from the NDP, to suggest that this is something that's taking way too long and that we are behind other countries. And I would caution on that. I would suggest that that's not entirely accurate. When you look at the UK, for example, right now, Madam Speaker, the United Kingdom has a very similar bill to ours that's being studied right now by members of Parliament. A Conservative government, I might add, in the UK has a very similar bill to this one, and they're going through the exact same process that we are now. So I think it's always easy to say, and this is one of the things we hear quite a bit from opposition parties is like, why is this taking so long? And I have my own opinions on why things take long in this House. But the reality is that I don't believe that we are significantly trailing behind other countries. Yes, have some countries done more than us? Yes, I'm not going to disagree with that. But are we significantly behind? I disagree. And I bring you back to what I just said about the United Kingdom, where a Conservative government has introduced almost the exact same or very similar piece of legislation to what we have. And so that brings me to the legislation specifically that we're debating today, Madam Speaker. This bill has two primary parts to it, and the first is to amend the Telecommunications Act to add that objective of the promotion of cybersecurity of the Canadian telecommunication system to Canadian telecommunication policy. It also authorizes the Governor and Council and the Minister of Industry to direct telecommunication service providers to secure the Canadian telecommunication system. And I think that that's incredibly important, Madam Speaker, because in this process we have to remember that a huge part of what we need to do is work with private partners and the various different telecommunication services that are out there. We need from a policy or government perspective to put in place some of those things that they need to do. Because the reality is that in a competitive business environment where various different telecommunications companies are fighting for to be more competitive and more efficient to maximize profit, which we all appreciate and is important in the capitalist environment that we live in, we have to respect the fact that in order to ensure that some of these safeguards are in place, we're going to need to make sure that the legislation is there to make sure that companies are doing what they need to be doing to create those safeguards, because otherwise it just might not happen to the degree that it needs to because of the nature of the environment, the competitive environment that they're in. And then the other part of this, the other aspect to this bill, Madam Speaker, is that it enacts the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act to provide a framework for the protection of critical cyber systems that are vital to national security and public safety. And of course, this is key because this is what everything else is built upon in terms of our national security and the systems that we have. We need to make sure that we can properly safeguard those. And in that regard, it authorizes the Governor General and Council to designate any service or system as vital service or vital system. So just think about that. I'm running out of time, but I'll come back to where I started from this. When I was in college studying computer engineering and I went to get that first dial-up connection, who would have ever thought that a mere 25 years later, we would be talking about designating some of these services as being vital to national security or public safety. And the reality is that's where we are now. Because we rely so heavily on these systems, we rely so heavily on ensuring that we have in place the systems that we do in order to protect our security as it relates to cyber threats. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this very important piece of legislation. I get the sense that it's being widely supported in the House. I hope that we can move this along so that it can get to the next steps and that we can continue to move and get into place what we need to in order to properly protect our cyber system from a security perspective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like to know, how will this bill strengthen the trust of Canadians in the internet system as such. So what is the instrument of trust that is guaranteed by this bill? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, as I said in my speech, Madam Speaker, one of the things that the bill does is it specifically directs, and that will be very clear and open, what the various different telecommunications providers need to do in order to maintain that security. So those, that's what we do from a policy perspective is we establish what those requirements are that are required of the telecommunication systems in order to ensure that security is there. And I think that what we will see coming out of this is that the telecommunication systems, being in a unified fashion, will promote these particular policies and safeguards that'll be put through those directives, as I indicated.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, one of the things that's become very clear, particularly since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is how destabilized our world is, how many bad actors are out there at the state level trying to undermine democracy. And my concern is the question of the ability of the federal government to withstand cyber attacks. Earlier today I talked about 2011 when actors coming out of China were able to shut down both Finance and Treasury Board for days on end with relentless attacks. The amount of financial information in those departments for Canadians is very serious. We know that in the Immigration Department, which has turned into an absolute nightmare for anybody trying to navigate it, that the system is breaking down. Staff in those departments can't access information files because the system's not up to speed. This will require a major investment, just let alone to protect people, but also to deal with dark forces, whether it's the Russians, the Chinese, or any other non-state actor. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if the government has put in a credible plan to ensure that we get our federal systems up to speed to be able to withstand these kind of hackers.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is the basic fundamental principle to having our own, our full and complete autonomy over our nation. We need to ensure that these systems are secure.
On a un problème de
qui rentre en conflit avec l'audition de l'interprète.
OK. Vient de la mettre sous son merci.
So he's moved it. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. It's not my first day. I shouldn't have let that happen, but I apologize to the interpretation staff through you. Just getting back to what I was saying is that this is, in order to maintain that autonomy that we must have as a country, we need to make sure that the proper investments are in place to do that. And so the member indicated that there would need to be a major investment. And I personally, my own personal perspective is that we should spare no expense to ensure that security is absolutely robust. Will there be penetrations, or will there be times when it's difficult, might be challenging to maintain that? Yes, but we learn from those. So his example from 2011, I believe we learned from that, and we made our systems even better as a result.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you very much, and I can attest that this gentleman is not, it's not his first day. It seems like I spent a year staring into his eyes there. My question is this, is that in the legislation there's a fair bit of gray area with respect to definitions. Will the government be releasing additional information on such undefined terms as cyber incidents? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm flattered to hear that the member's been staring into my eyes for a year, Madam Speaker. But in all seriousness, he asks a good question. I don't have the answer to that. I'm certainly not in a position to be able to provide to him what the government will release later. When the government tables a bill or releases information to Parliament, they do so in a fashion that allows every member of Parliament access to that at the same time. So his access to that would be no different than mine. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
And I'll be sharing my time, Madam Speaker, with the member from Battle River Crowfoot. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of my constituents in the not quite fully connected riding of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke. As the longest-serving member of the National Defence Committee, I fully appreciate the need for Canada to secure critical cyber systems. For too long, the government remained indifferent while Canada's telecom companies were being infiltrated, robbed of intellectual property, and sabotaged. It took the collective pressure of our Five Eyes allies before this government put up any resistance to the Huawei expansion throughout Canada's telecom infrastructure. Only after having been thoroughly shamed and threatened with being cut off from critical security intelligence has the government finally responded with any legislation. As so often is the case with all governments, having finally been shamed into action, the executive branch overreacted. It now falls upon Parliament to moderate the executive overreach. Cybersecurity is not a partisan issue. No party ran on a platform to make Canada insecure again. Conservatives support sending this bill to the committee for carefully considered amendments. And I hope my colleagues across the aisle be open to working in a collegial way to ensure we as parliamentarians strike the right balance. This legislation must balance security with privacy and transparency. It must balance expediency with efficiency and effectiveness. I appreciate the members opposite will place greater trust in this government than most Canadians will. But what about the next government or the one after that? Our duty as parliamentarians is to keep not just this government in check, but future governments as well. And to that end, I encourage all parties to work together at committee and bring back a bill we can all support. There are four main issues which need high levels of scrutiny. And as we've seen with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, even when this Parliament gives clear definitions, the executive branch believes it can extrapolate or simply opt for an overly broad interpretation. Now, while this government's being forced to defend its decisions on the use of the Emergencies Act in a public inquiry, Bill C-26 lacks any significant accountability measures while granting even more extraordinary powers, including issuing secret orders. It should not fall upon the operators of critical cyber systems to guess what the government means by immediately. The bill currently grants the government the power to order telecom providers to do anything necessary to secure the telecommunications system. Granting the executive the power to do anything would be a dereliction of duty as parliamentarians. To give the government the power to do anything while enabling those things to remain secret would be an outright betrayal of our duty. It's understandable and reasonable that some secrecy is required to combat foreign espionage, but there must be clearly defined limits. There must be avenues for operators to appeal and for Parliament to scrutinize the government's actions. And by Parliament, I mean Parliament, not some government committee of parliamentarians, but a parliamentary committee. This bill grants the government the power to deny services to any company or person by secret order. Had this law been in place, there'd be nothing to stop a government from canceling internet and phone service to protesters this government disagrees with. Granting the government to deny services to individuals using secret orders clearly violates the legal rights of Canadians. I don't want to trust this government with that kind of power. And I expect my Liberal colleagues would not trust that kind of power when Conservatives form government, hopefully very soon. To paraphrase a great comic character, with great power must come great accountability. There are serious cyber threats, and those threats are growing. The government must have the tools to respond quickly and decisively. Yet when governments move quickly, mistakes are made. Which is why it is all the more important to be a robust set of measures to review those actions and ensure accountability for when the government makes a mistake. This legislation takes the extraordinary step of placing personal liability on individual employees of critical infrastructure operators. We threaten people with jail time to ensure they're accountable for their company's cybersecurity, yet we don't hold government employees or ministers to the same standard. And just as this House must find the appropriate balance between security, secrecy, and accountability, so too must we find the balance between privacy and transparency. This government learned firsthand the public's reaction to its undisclosed use of mobility data from millions of cell phone users. Canadians had demonstrated a willingness to abide by public safety measures, even extraordinary measures. But the minute the government started tracking our cell phones, even for a public health purpose, Canadians reacted strongly. Even Canadians who supported forced vaccinations and punishing the unvaxxed drew a line at cell phone tracking. Now this legislation grants even more power to collect data from telecom providers with no restrictions on distributing it to other departments. Even if this data was held by the CRTC, Canadians would be concerned about the privacy. But it's not the CRTC doing the data scoop. It's the Communications Security Establishment. And I appreciate the government feels the CSE is best equipped for countering cyber threats, but the main purpose of the CSE is collecting intelligence from abroad. CSE doesn't report to the public safety minister who's responsible for keeping Canadians secure. CSE doesn't report to the industry minister who's responsible for telecoms regulations. CSE reports to the defense minister. It's fundamentally a different type of organization from CSIS or the CRTC. And this legislation fails to place sufficient limits on what the CSE can do with the data it can secretly order telecoms to provide. In no way is this meant to disparage the work done by the CSE, but as we expand the powers of the CSE, we must also constrain the scope of what it can do with those powers. Madam Speaker, there are just some of the trade-offs that we must consider when this bill goes to committee. Groups such as the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, Citizen Lab, the Business Council Canada have raised several more. The one area none of these groups have touched on, at least to my knowledge, is the role which private citizens can play in securing Canada against cyber security threats. Parliamentarians have studied this both in Defence Committee and with our fellow legislators at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Canada can take a lead role internationally in cybersecurity by enlisting the aid of ethical hackers, commonly referred to as white hats. These white hat hackers represent an untapped resource for a country as large as ours. Our critical infrastructure spans a continent. The job of securing it exceeds the capacity of the federal government and infrastructure operators. If we can develop a framework which protects and incentivizes white hackers, we may have a solution. As with the measures already in the legislation, such a framework would involve trade-offs. Even an ethical hacker could unwittingly cause significant cyber disruption and damage, but they can just as easily expose flaws and gaps. Regardless of whether or not the government acknowledges the existence of ethical hackers, they'll continue to operate. And it's better for critical infrastructure operators, public servants, and the Canadian public if we found a way to incorporate them into our defense strategy. We need to enlist ethical hackers because we simply don't have the resources as a nation to confront the threat. Globally, cybercrime's cost reached over $600 billion US in 2021. Investments in cybersecurity were only $220 billion US last year. Between criminals, terrorists, and authoritarian states, the potential for significant damage is accelerating. Our enemies are going to match the best cyber defenses in the world. We don't have the resources to match that of the United States or the EU. That's why we must be even smarter than our adversaries as well as our allies. This legislation is all stick and no carrot. Governments are quick to punish because it's easy. Company X failed to properly secure a critical system, they get a fine. But what if the company innovates and not only prevents an intrusion into their system, but detects a source? This bill requires companies to immediately report intrusions, but what about failed attacks? If Bell, Telus, and Rogers were to all successfully fend off an attack on the same day, wouldn't that something we want the CSE to know about? Punishing failure is an important deterrent, but rewarding success is a powerful incentive. In this cyber age, we need data to flow both ways, and we can enhance our cybersecurity by taking both a carrot and a stick approach. We must pass robust cybersecurity legislation, but it must not compromise the rights of Canadians. We need a cyber shield and a cyber sword. As a vast, populated nation, full of remote and critical infrastructure, we must be smart and creative in how we utilize every possible resource available, including enlisting white hats.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it was interesting to follow that speech through with conspiracy theories laid in and so on and so forth. But I guess the most bizarre part of the speech is we hear the Conservatives talk about corporate welfare a lot, but it seems the Honourable Member wants to give money to Bell, Rogers and TELUS for doing their job. Which seems to be an interesting part of her solution to this problem, which she seems to acknowledge, even though she seems to also suggest that members of our armed forces will do wrong by the new powers that they're given. But I was wondering why she wants to focus on giving Bell, Rogers and TELUS more money to help solve the issue of cybersecurity.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
First of all, Madam Speaker, I in no way insinuated the people who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces would do any wrong intentionally. They have to be given the proper direction, and that's why we have to get the legislation right. Furthermore, when they talk about conspiracy theories, that only tells us all that they don't have an answer to the point that we're making. It's just something they throw out when they don't have an explanation for, or they can't deny it.
The
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She said something very interesting in her speech, and that is about giving too much power to the executive would denigrate the work of parliamentarians. I found that a bit strange because currently Bill C-11, which is a very important bill about Francophone content to support Francophone culture in Canada. It's blocked in the Senate because of Conservative senators filibustering. It's been stuck there for months. Does she think that her friends in the Senate, is that denigrating the work of parliamentarians?
Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-11 is a terrible bill. It seeks to censor. There is no rationale to have such a bill in place. It does no good for any freedom-loving, law-abiding citizen in this country, and it must be struck down.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I'm not nearly as old as I look. I came here, I was much younger, but then I had to sit through 8 years of the Harper government, and my hair turned white, but I feel like I'm one of the few who remember what actually happened, and I watched this cultural amnesia play out day after day. I remember Bill C-30, where Stephen Harper decided that he wanted a law that the police could check your phone anytime they want for whatever reason, that they insisted that the telecoms put a back channel in so they could spy and listen into ordinary Canadians. Now, that was before we knew there were conspiracy theories, and the Conservatives got a million over there. They would think this had something to do with us promoting vaccines, but this was Stephen Harper's attempt to criminalize ordinary people without a warrant. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, she talks about, God forbid, that the Conservatives are coming back. I don't know what would happen to the rest of my hair if that happened, but are they going to continue to promote these kind of tactics as Stephen Harper did, which was to criminalize ordinary Canadians in their private homes by listening into what they were talking about?
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, yeah.
The member opposite doesn't have to worry about a previous prime minister coming back to power, because right now, that's what is already happening with the Bill C-21. The police can come into people's homes. They're made into paper criminals just by virtue of their declaring that certain firearms are now prohibited. So it's already happening. He doesn't have to wait for the best prime minister this country ever had to return.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I honestly thought that the member from Timmins, James Bay, dyed his hair
Arctic Chill. I didn't realize it's a Clairol product. You can get it at the local.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I retract my previous comment. I do dye my hair so I look smarter than I am. I have been called out, so I have to admit it. I dye my hair.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just wondering, you know, this is a government that has proven itself to fail on multiple fronts in delivering multiple projects, multiple bills. What concern has the member got as far as delivering on this bill? Thank you.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The other way around. Yes.
Madam Speaker, this bill gives the government of the day boundless energies, boundless opportunities to abuse our privacy, to issue secret orders. One can only imagine what would have happened during the lockdowns with secret orders going forth, or even a peaceful demonstration coming to Parliament Hill. The types of punishments, accusations, jail time, and not just freezing bank accounts and taking money from lawful people.
In debate, the honourable member for Battlefields Crowfoot. Battle River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honor to be able to enter into debate in this place, and especially when it comes to issues that are so very pressing related to national security and some of the challenges that our nation is facing. And you know, especially, I would suggest that the whole discussion around cybersecurity, Madam Speaker, is especially relevant because we are seeing highlighted each and every day how it seems like a drip of new information related to foreign interference in our elections. And Madam Speaker, I think that it highlights how important the conversation around cybersecurity is, because it is often through computer means, through technological means, Madam Speaker, that these malicious foreign state actors will attack Canadian infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, it's especially relevant that I rise to debate C-26 relating to the Liberals' recently introduced bill on cyber security. Madam Speaker, you know, I'd like to highlight a couple of things first. First 7 years of inaction, and I find it really interesting how after 7 years of what I certainly would suggest, and I know many experts in the field, certainly hearing at the Ethics Committee, we've heard a whole host of expert testimony on a whole range of issues, including cybersecurity, where it relates to this government being missing in action. Not even just inaction, but missing in action, Madam Speaker, when it comes to some of the key issues surrounding things like cybersecurity, and which has the direct consequence, I would suggest, to creating uncertainty both in terms of the technological space and the high-tech sector that has massive opportunities. You know, we hear the Ottawa area be referred to as Silicon Valley North. We have the Waterloo sector that has significant investment in the high-tech sector, and in my home province of Alberta, tremendous opportunity that has been brought forward through innovation, specifically in the Calgary area, where we're seeing massive advancements in tech. But this uncertainty over the last 7 years, the government has not taken action when it should have been providing clear direction so that industry and capital could prosper in our country. And it has inevitably, Madam Speaker, as a result, so that's on the investment and economic side, but likewise we see on the trust in governmental institutions side that we have seen an erosion of trust, whether it be the years-long delay on the decision regarding Huawei. Now, Madam Speaker, I and many Canadians, including experts in the field, as well as many within our Five Eyes security partners, that were baffled about this government's delay on taking clear and decisive action against Huawei, even though, Madam Speaker, our Five Eyes, which are a shared intelligence, a group of countries that share intelligence, have a strong intelligence working relationship, yet, Madam Speaker, we see how inaction eroded the trust that these other nations had in Canada's ability to respond to cyber concerns and threats, and the fact that a company that has clear connections to, as a state-owned enterprise, has clear connections to a malicious foreign actor. And Madam Speaker, how that delay led to incredible uncertainty in the markets, incredible costs taken on by private enterprise that simply didn't have direction. So imagine all those telecoms that may have purchased significant assets of Huawei infrastructure because the government refused to provide them direction. Madam Speaker, years and years of inaction. But to speak about specifically how important it is to understand the question around Canadian institutions. You see, Madam Speaker, when one, and I would hope that members of this House take seriously the reports that are tabled in this place, such as from the Public Safety Committee, which in the second session of the last Parliament I had the honor of being able to sit on. And there's a whole host of studies that have been done related to this. And then when it comes to CISA, CISA's tables reports in this place, and I'll tell you, it is astounding. Some of the revelations about foreign state actors and their incursions and attempts to erode trust in Canadian institutions. And specifically the CSE report, there's a CSE report just for 2021, I believe, is the most recent one that was tabled. And Madam Speaker, it talks about 3 to 5 billion, that's billion with a B, malicious incursions in our federal institutions a day via a cyber means. 3 to 5 billion incursions. Madam Speaker, that is an astounding number when it comes, and that doesn't include the incursions that would be whether hacks against individuals or corporations. That is simply federal government institutions. 3 to 5 billion a day. And then, of course, NSICOP tables reports as well, the RCMP, military intelligence. There's a whole host of agencies that are hard at work ensuring that work on many of these things. So it highlights how absolutely important it is. And I find it interesting because over the last 7 years, the Liberals have talked tough about many things, but delivered action on very, very few. And Huawei is a great example. Cybersecurity is another. We see a host of other concerns, which it would veer off topic of this discussion, Madam Speaker, so I'll make sure that I keep it directly focused on C-26 here today. But Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is very, very good at announcing things, but the follow-through often leaves much to be desired. So we see C-26 here before us today. Now, Madam Speaker, there's no question that action is needed. And I am thankful that we have the opportunity to be able to debate the substance of this bill in this place. And I know the hard work that will be done, certainly by Conservatives, I can't speak for the other parties at committee, to attempt to fix some of the concerns that have been highlighted and certainly have been highlighted by a number of my colleagues. But the reality is Canadians more and more depend on technology. And we saw how examples of when there's issues with that technology, the massive economic implications and disruptions that take place across our country. We saw that with the Rogers outage that took place in July. How most Canadians would not have realized that the debit card system, one of the foundational elements of our financial system, was dependent upon Rogers Network. So for a number of days, having disruptions in that space had significant economic implications. And it just speaks to one of the many ways that Canadians do depend on technology. And Madam Speaker, we saw an example in the United States, so not directly in Canada, but how it was the Colonial Pipeline. It faced a ransomware attack, where a major energy pipeline on the eastern seaboard of the United States was shut down through a cyber ransomware attack. And Madam Speaker, it caused massive disruptions. So I think that as we talk about, and just another Canadian example, it's been reported and talking to some in the sector that Bombardier recreational products, You know, a Quebec company has faced it's under a cyber lockdown because of hostile actions. And there's numerous other examples, whether it's in the federal government or provinces, where this has been faced. So, Madam Speaker, there's a number of concerns related to what needs to take place in this bill to ensure that we get it right. It needs to align with the actions that have taken place in our Five Eyes allies. We need to ensure that the civil liberties question is clearly answered, because we've seen this government not take concern over the rights of Canadians to see their rights protected, freedom of speech, whether that's C11, and I know other parties support this backdoor censorship bill, but significant concern. So Canadians have right to question whether or not there will be a civil liberties impact, to make sure there's not opportunity for backdoor surveillance, to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards in place, and not giving too much power to politicians and bureaucrats as to what the actions of government would be. As was stated by one stakeholder in writing about this, the lack of guardrails to constrain abuse is very, very concerning. So, Madam Speaker, we have further in C26, there's vague language. And whenever there's vague language in legislation, that leaves it open to interpretation. And we've seen how in the Emergencies Act discussion and debate, the government created their own definition of some of the things that, even though it was, I would suggest, fairly clearly defined in legislation, we see that they created their own definition. So we have to make sure, Madam Speaker, that it is airtight. And, Madam Speaker, the massive power that is given to the Minister of Industry in relation to many of the measures contained in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to taking questions, because it is absolutely key that we get this right so that Canadians can in fact be protected when it comes to, and have confidence in their cybersecurity regime.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the member talk about Huawei quite a bit, and I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the former contender to the current leader of the Conservative Party was actually on the legal team to support Huawei through its initiative to try to get onto the 5G network in Canada. So I can't help but wonder, why on earth, if the Conservatives are so against against Huawei and so against and treat this threat so seriously, why on earth would the Conservative Party of Canada had greenlit to run in that election, greenlit
If I may, the honourable member may know this is not the business of the House to deal with leadership issues of the different parties. I understand what the honourable member is trying to say, but just try to keep it to the legislation. Thank you.
Jean Charest was a lawyer for Huawei. This member brought up Huawei. Jean Charest is a well-known Conservative who ran in the leadership. Why would they have allowed Jean Charest to run in the leadership had that been the case?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll suggest, Madam Speaker, this has direct relevance to the debate at hand, because I'll tell you exactly why it has direct relevance. Because the victor of that race was not the individual that member referred to, but rather the member from Carleton, who I was proud to support and will be so pleased to ensure that we, as a majority Conservative government after a future election, has the opportunity to get things right and get this country back on track.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Cook. L'honorable député de Beauport. Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for his speech. I'd like for our colleague to reassure those listening, those who are in our communities, who are very concerned about what most of the day they're holding in their hands, their phone, something that lives with them in their house. It holds parts of their lives, intimate details, private conversations that they believe only belong to them. our colleague doesn't seem to think that we should be doing more to control cyber attacks. So how can our colleague hope to reassure Canadians if we don't do more about this?
Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I think that it is absolutely key to the whole conversation that we're having is the fact that, and I can't hold up my cell phone, but we all, I imagine, all of us in this place, carry an incredibly powerful computing device that only a few years ago would have been something that you wouldn't have even seen in the most futuristic sci-fi type novels and movies. So, Madam Speaker, the space in which we're discussing cybersecurity has evolved so rapidly, and specifically to the question that the member asked regarding privacy. It's a very, very important one, and one that as a member of the Ethics Committee that is responsible for privacy, we need to make sure that our legislation, including privacy legislation, both when it comes to the application of government and application when it comes to the privacy of all Canadians in terms of corporations and that whole space, we need to ensure that the legislation that we have in this country reflects the modern realities. And in many cases, decades-old legislation needs to be updated to reflect the realities of today.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about the updated realities of today, persons with disabilities rely heavily on these technologies and this access. So my question to the member is this: if I think about persons with disabilities who rely on technologies for everyday barrier reduction interactions in their life, how can the rights to access, their rights to access, be protected?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And rights to access is absolutely key, and we've seen some incredible technological advancements that have helped those who face disabilities in a whole wide variety of things, Madam Speaker. And I think that when it comes, especially as I referred to, although outside of the context of what C26 directly address in terms of cybersecurity, it does have a particular connection, because if we don't have things like secure networks, if we don't ensure that our telecoms have consistent and stable networks that we can trust as a country, Madam Speaker, then access becomes a real issue, because malicious foreign state actors could take advantage of that, which would disadvantage all Canadians, but specifically those that depend on technology to mitigate things like disabilities.
Before we resume debate, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
River, taxation, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, post-secondary education. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable la députée de Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. And before I begin, I'd like to let the House know that I'll be sharing my time with the fantastic member from Lac-Saint-Louis. Madam Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise to discuss Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity. I'll be addressing elements in the legislation that deal with securing Canada's telecommunications system. As Canadians rely more and more on digital communication, it is critical that our telecommunications system be secure. Let me assure this House, and I think listening to the debate today, we all agree that the issue of cybersecurity is of utmost importance, and the Government of Canada takes the security of this system seriously. That is why we conducted a review of 5G technology and the associated security and economic considerations. It is clear that 5G technology holds lots of promise for Canadians. Advanced telemedicine, connected and autonomous vehicles, smart cities, cleaner energy, precision agriculture, smart mining, and a lot more. But our security review also made clear that 5G technology will introduce new security concerns that malicious actors could exploit. Hostile actors have long sought and will continue to seek to exploit vulnerabilities in our telecommunications system. Le Service canadien du renseignement du sécurité.
CSIS recognized that. It recognized that in its most recent annual report made accessible to the public. In the report, CSIS states Canada remains a target for cyber activities such as espionage, sabotage, foreign interference, and terrorism. These represent serious threats to our national security, our interests, and Canada's economic stability. The report indicates that cyber actors are carrying out harmful activities in order to promote their political, economic, military, ideological, and security interests. These actors also seek to compromise public and private sector information systems by manipulating users or by exploiting security flaws.
The CSIS report also highlighted the increasing cyber threat that ransomware poses. The Communication Security Establishment has similarly raised concerns about threats like ransomware in recent public threat assessments. We have seen how such attacks by criminal actors threaten to publish a victim's data or block access to it unless a ransom is paid. It is not just cyber criminals doing this, Madam Speaker. CSIS warned that state actors are increasingly using these tactics, often through proxies, to advance their objectives and evade attribution. To be sure, Canadians, industry, and government have to this point worked hard to defend our telecom system. But we must always be on alert, always guarding against the next attacks. This has become more important as people are now often working remotely from home office environments. Et la technologie 5G a pour effet
The effect of 5G technology will be to exacerbate these challenges. In 5G systems, delicate functions will be increasingly decentralized in order to be faster. We can all recognize these cellular pylons in our communities and along our highways. 5G networks will add a multitude of smaller access points in order to speed up the process. And 5G devices will also be more and more popular, exponentially so.
Given the greater interconnectedness and interdependence of 5G networks, a breach in this environment could have a more significant impact on the safety of Canadians than with older technology. Bad actors could have more of an impact on our critical infrastructure than before. Madam Speaker, the security review we conducted found that in order for Canada to reap the benefits of 5G, the government needs to be properly equipped to promote the security of the telecommunications system. We need to be able to adapt to the changing technological and threat environment. And for these reasons, we are proposing amendments to the Telecommunications Act. The amendments will ensure that the security of our telecommunications system remains an overriding objective. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi.
Madam Speaker, this bill would add to the list of objectives laid out in Section 7 of the Telecommunications Act. It would add language about promoting the security of the Canadian telecommunications system. It is important that these words be in the legislation.
The government will be able to exercise its powers under the legislation for the purposes of securing Canada's telecommunications system. The amendments also include authorities to prohibit Canadian telecommunications service providers from using products and services from high-risk suppliers in 5G and 4G networks if deemed necessary and after consultation with telecommunications service providers and other stakeholders. It would also give the government the authority to require telecommunications service providers to take any other actions to promote the security of the telecom networks upon which all critical infrastructure sectors depend. Madam Speaker, we've listened to our security experts. We've listened to Canadians. We've listened to our allies. And we're following the right path. We will ensure that our networks and our economy are kept secure. A safe and secure cyberspace is important for Canada's competitiveness, economic stability, and long-term prosperity. It is clear that telecommunications infrastructure has become increasingly essential. It must be secure and it must be resilient. And telecommunications presents an economic opportunity, one that grows our economy and creates jobs. Madam Speaker, the amendments to the Telecommunications Act accompany the proposed Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act. This bill will improve designated organizations' ability to prepare, prevent, respond to, and recover from all types of cyber incidents, including ransomware. It will designate telecommunications as a vital service. Together, this legislative package will strengthen our ability to defend telecommunications and other critical sectors, finance, energy, and transportation that Canadians rely on every single day. Madam Speaker, the legislation before us today fits within the Government of Canada's telecommunications reliability agenda. Under this agenda, we intend to promote robust networks and systems, strengthened accountability, and coordinated planning and preparedness. Les Canadiens dépendent des services de
Canadians depend on telecommunications services in all aspects of their lives. The security and reliability of these networks have never been so crucial. They are critical to the security, prosperity, and well-being of Canadians.
Madam Speaker, we will work tirelessly to keep Canadians safe and able to communicate securely. This legislation is an important tool to enable us to do that, and I look forward to working with members in this House to getting this right and making sure that our telecommunications system is as strong as it can be. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speech through your chair. My question is in all earnest and in all candor. This government has had significant failures when it comes to procurement. I would point to the shipbuilding where we're years and years behind. It's also had significant failures with respect to IT. I'd point to the Phoenix pay system. Given these failures, what has the government learned, and how can the Canadian public have any belief that they'll be able to deliver on this legislation?
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. I had the opportunity of sitting on the Defence Committee during my first mandate, and I had the opportunity to work closely with the then Minister of National Defence on strong, secure, and engaged. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be reviewing strong, secure, and engaged in terms of our defence spending, and including what we're going to be doing in terms of procurement. A lot of things have changed in the last 7 years in terms of defence, what's happening across the way in terms of Ukraine and Russia and cyber, and how things have changed significantly. And we need to absolutely invest in cyber and make sure that we get our defense procurement projects completed. Thank you.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est elle.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes, my colleague is the one for Longueuil-Charlemagne. We're the two federal members for Longueuil. Now, on the Hill, we have here today the Federation of Francophones from Acadie and elsewhere. The House is working on Bill C-13, knowing that things are going downhill for French. We need to do something for French. And most people in my colleagues' riding speak French, but the speech she just made was mostly in English. Is she not uncomfortable about that? Doesn't she think that we could send a clearer message by making speeches in French?
Enfin, je reviens à mon intervention tout à l'heure.
I'd like to come back to my intervention earlier. This is not really about the speech, this comment, so I will let her respond. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the member wants to put a speech about the bill, I will be very pleased to answer it. Concerning the language that I speak both official languages, and I'm proud of that.
Ms. James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question of Canada's ability to deal with our situation in a growingly unstable world raises serious questions about priorities. For example, we are years behind on the frigates that are supposed to be brought forward by the Navy. The cost overruns are staggering. And yet we've just seen in Ukraine where the Russian flagship, Admiral Makarov, was taken out by drones. Whether or not we actually need to completely reassess our thinking. This is the 21st century. We're investing often in 20th century solutions in a world of warfare, cyber terrorism, and cyber power that is completely transforming the nature of warfare and democracy's ability to defend itself. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks we need to do in terms of a larger rethink right across the boards in terms of our strategies and our ability to defend ourselves.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for that question because that is one area of our domain awareness that we have not focused on a lot. So when we think about whether it be Air Force, Army, and also Navy, we usually talk about those three domains, but we didn't talk a lot about cyber. And we know that that is the fourth domain that we need to focus on. And in terms of our NORAD modernization, I know that cyber is top of mind, working with our partners and our Five Eyes partners. And we have to be able to have that modernization take place so that we can make sure that this fourth element of our national defense is also included. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member for Longueuil-Charles-Lemoyne has heard some of the debate today, not just from other MPs, but from civil society organizations that have raised concerns with respect to secrecy as it relates to addressing cyber security. And I'm really curious to hear her reflections on potential improvements she thinks could be made to the bill in order to better balance the need to improve cybersecurity while holding on to accountability and transparency. Thank you.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I unfortunately don't sit on the Public Safety Committee, so I won't be the person debating it when eventually it gets to committee. But obviously, there are opportunities for improvement in any piece of legislation, and I actually look forward to seeing what some recommendations might come out from our colleagues in this House when it gets to committee. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to join debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cyber security. When we consider the challenges and opportunities we face in this field, the theme of collaboration underpins all that we do. The prevalence of cybercrime in an increasingly online world, improving cyber defense posture in an unstable global environment, deep thinking about what the future holds in a world where innovation and change are exponential, a critical look at whether our policies and laws are up to the task, and the protection of content and intellectual property as data becomes one of the world's most precious resources. In Canada, being online and connected is essential. Today, more than ever, Canadians rely on the internet for their daily lives. And it's about more than just conducting business and paying bills. It's also about staying connected with loved ones from coast to coast to coast and around the world. We should be able to do all of these activities safely and securely. And I'd like to offer a few words about what we're doing here in Canada to get that balance right. And I'd like to emphasize the importance of our commitment to protecting the cyber systems that underpin our critical infrastructure. Take the emergence of new technologies, such as 5G, as one clear reason why we need to redouble that focus. Think about our increased reliance on technology in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And think about international tensions amidst Russia's unprovoked and unjustified ongoing invasion of Ukraine. with threats ranging from supply chain disruptions to state and non-state malicious cyber activity. Through all these remarkable events, Madam Speaker, the government has been working tirelessly to keep Canadians safe. And we recognize that, now more than ever, secure and reliable connectivity is a necessity for our daily lives and our collective safety and security. It underpins the delivery of critical services, such as energy production, financial transactions, safe transportation, and emergency communications. As part of his mandate, bestowed by the Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Safety is seized with the opportunity and challenge of developing a renewed national cybersecurity strategy. We need to make sure that we articulate Canada's long-term plan to protect our national security and economy, deter cyber threat actors, and promote norms-based international behavior in cyberspace. The Government of Canada is working to enhance the cybersecurity of the country's critical infrastructure. The work to identify cyber threats and vulnerabilities and to respond to cyber incidents is around the clock and ongoing. Unfortunately, we have seen that malicious actors continue to attempt to take advantage of the current environment to exploit certain sectors. But we're not starting from scratch to tackle this threat. Since 2018, the Government of Canada has invested a total of $4.8 billion in cybersecurity. Through the National Cybersecurity Strategy, the Government of Canada is taking decisive action to strengthen Canada's defense, preparedness, and enforcement against cyber threats. The strategy was paired with the largest investment in cybersecurity ever made by the Government of Canada, totaling close to $800 million in the 2018 and 2019 federal budgets. In the 2021 budget, the government allocated an additional $791 million to improve and defend cyber networks, enhance data collection, and protects taxpayer information. And in the 2022 budget, another $852.9 million was committed to enhance the communications security establishment's ability to conduct cyber operations, make critical government systems more resilient, and prevent and respond to cyber incidents on critical infrastructure. Under the strategy, 2 flagship organizations were established. The Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, known as the Cyber Centre under CSC, and the National Cybercrime Coordination Centre, known as NC3, under the RCMP. The Cyber Centre is a single, unified team of government cybersecurity technical experts. This center is the definitive source of unique technical advice, guidance, services, messaging, and support on cybersecurity operational matters for government, critical infrastructure owners and operators, the private sector, and the Canadian public. The NC3 coordinates Canadian police operations against cyber criminals and establishes a national mechanism for Canadians and businesses to report cybercrime to police. Public Safety's Canadian Cybersecurity Tool also helps owners and operators of Canada's critical infrastructure to evaluate their cyber maturity against established benchmarks and by peer comparison. It offers concrete guidance on how they can become more cyber resilient. Public Safety Canada also coordinates and delivers cyber-based exercises for the critical infrastructure community to test and develop capabilities to respond to and recover from malicious cyber activities. More broadly, the Department, as the federal lead on cybersecurity policy, promotes communication and collaboration to raise awareness of cyber threats and risks, including with our international partners. Public Safety Canada works closely with the Communication Security Establishment's Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity to enhance the resilience of critical infrastructure in Canada. The Cyber Centre, in addition to providing public advisories, shares valuable cyber threat information with Canadian critical infrastructure owners and operators. And today, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say that we can begin to debate a new piece of legislation to further strengthen what we have built. Today, we have begun debate of Bill C-26, called An Act Respecting Cybersecurity. This legislation's objectives are twofold. It proposes to amend the Telecommunications Act to include adding security as a policy objective, along with implementation authorities, and bringing the telecommunications sector in line with other critical infrastructure sectors. This will allow the government, when necessary, to mandate any action necessary to secure Canada's telecommunications system, including 5G networks. This includes authority to prohibit Canadian telecommunications service providers from using products and services from high-risk suppliers. And two, it introduces the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or CCSPA. This new act will require designated operators in the federally regulated sectors of finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation to take specific actions to protect their critical cyber systems. And it will support organizations' ability to prevent and recover from a wide range of malicious cyber activities, including malicious cyber activity, electronic espionage, and ransomware. Cyber incidents above a certain threshold will be required to be reported. And legislation will give the government a new tool to compel action in response to cyber security threats or vulnerabilities. And we'll have to stop there. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank, from Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I put this question earlier to another colleague, and it's something that really concerns me because I said so earlier, and I'd like to repeat it because I don't know if this colleague was able to listen, but cyber hackers are organized in ways we can't even imagine. They have such a head start that it'll be hard to catch up with them, even if we throw everything we have at them, our expertise, our knowledge, our technological systems, and so forth. We've seen companies like Desjardins and Bombardier that have been victims of these cyber attacks. And they've put out ransoms, called for ransoms, and so forth. So aren't we already too late? Isn't the fact that we've taken too much time to decide, for example, on Huawei? So the fact that the government seems to have waited for so long before tabling a plan that might seem to work, doesn't that mean that we'll always be too late and lagging behind these other countries and organizations that are hitting back? And in any case, these cyber hackers are too strong. Madam Speaker, I feel that in the case of Huawei, that matter was studied for a long time with our security services, and I believe that the government and the security services have learned a great deal. They've learned lessons that they'll be able to apply in future in order to better protect Canadian businesses and critical infrastructure. Madam Speaker, as concerns catching up. Well, yes, technology evolves so rapidly that society has to react. But it's better to react than to do nothing at all. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question related to crown corporations like we have in Quebec, for example, Hydro-Quebec. How is this bill going to provide parameters for companies such as Hydro-Quebec to ensure that they can be proactive in terms of cybersecurity? Is this bill going to support these initiatives? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Well, I certainly hope that a government corporation as large and important as Hydro-Quebec has the resources to be able to protect itself, because clearly that is a key sector. It offers essential services. As I said in my speech, we hope that this bill will also serve as a model for other provinces and territories. And for example, when we talk about cybersecurity, it's the same for the environment, we need to work in close collaboration, in partnership with the provinces and territories to come up with a watertight solution and one that's effective.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. We've spent a lot of our day together today. We had an excellent event that he organized this morning, so I'd like to thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for that. One question I do have with regards to this bill. It has been written in such a way that secret orders could be issued and they could be kept from being publicized or published in the Gazette. Why was that choice made? What was the decision made to have that level of secrecy with regards to this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
I would also like to thank the member for taking part in the panel this morning in front of about 40 students from the Max Bell School of Public Policy. It was wonderful to have her perspective as a Westerner and as a parliamentarian generally. But I would imagine that when we're dealing with matters of national security in regards to cybersecurity and systems that are key to our well-being, that there might be a need in certain cases to be a little more circumspect. I would hope and I believe, because every bill that is introduced to this House has to go through a charter analysis, I would hope and I would expect, quite frankly, that any such measure that the member refers to would pass the test of the charter.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe.
Alors, pour ma part, je ferai mon allocution en.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be making my speech in French. Ottawa is finally proposing a bill to deal with the problem of cybersecurity. And I should indicate I'll be sharing my time with my colleague. And his speech will no doubt be even better than mine. So we're pleased to see the government finally addressing the issue of cybersecurity. I won't say too little, too late, but I will say we've been waiting a long time for this. The purpose of the bill is to force internet service providers to improve on their practices, and we all agree on that. We applaud the government for that. However, why is Ottawa always reacting? We've been talking about 5G and Huawei for years. For years in Quebec, we've been talking about Hydro-Quebec being attacked every day. And we know about the rise of China and its increasing interference. In short, we've known for years that Canada is extremely vulnerable when it comes to cybersecurity. Why is it that in this post-national regime, everything's always done after the fact and never proactively? Anyway, We won't be able to change the fundamentally dysfunctional nature of Canada. We'll just have to get out of it. But I did want to mention that. We support this bill in principle, but there are a number of gray areas that need to be clarified in committee. The legislation is essentially a regulatory framework, allowing the government to make regulations primarily to ensure the security of critical cyber systems. So we'll need to consider how the bill might affect Quebec, particularly Hydro-Quebec, since the legislation designates interprovincial power lines as critical services and critical systems. The committee will also need to consider whether the broad regulatory powers in the bill are justified and don't unnecessarily bypass Parliament. The cybersecurity threats continue to grow, and they will in the future, but they're also very much a part of present day. There are a number of experts in the field in Quebec. There's one I like listening to on TV, Steve Waterhouse, who's now a deputy minister in the Quebec government. He's always fascinating to listen to, and he raises public awareness. And the constituents of my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. So Hydro-Quebec is under attack every day by so-called denial of service attacks. These are the least sophisticated cyber attacks around and the easiest to pull off and to fight. But they do cause major disruptions anyways, unfortunately. For example, the Alouette aluminum smelter on the North Shore was a victim of a major cyber attack, and a Russian group claimed responsibility for that, and it led to a major power outage. And remember the Rogers outage, which held up debit card transactions. The first thing we all wondered was whether this was a cyber attack. The bill's goal of mitigating risks proactively could help Quebecers, for example, by acting on ISPs to require certain standards, such as not using products from suspect companies like Huawei. In 2020, Parliament passed a motion to force the government to make a decision on Huawei and on Chinese interference in general. And Ottawa recently blocked Huawei after years of dithering. Years, so much time wasted. The 5G network, Madam Speaker, could you ask my colleagues to stop me if I'm bothering them? I don't want to stop them from having their little chit-chats. Order, please take your side conversations elsewhere, outside of the chamber, please. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. They're not even listening to you, so I'll try not to take offense. So the 5G network is a new telecommunications technology with 10 to 100 times the bandwidth of current networks. The technology stands out more than for its speed, for its extremely low latency, which is the time between when one computer communicates with another and receives a response. This opens the door to many possibilities in different areas. But to achieve this high performance, 5G uses a multitude of paths. To put it simply, let's say a sentence is sent from Montreal to a computer in Paris. It could have one word passing through New York, another through London, and another through Barcelona, etc. This makes the technology particularly vulnerable, since it can be used to send a message to a computer in Paris, and it becomes very difficult to trace where the data is going. Huawei has already been implicated in the scandal of China's spying on the African Union headquarters. China had offered a state-of-the-art building to the African Union, and everything was provided by China: the networks, the computers, the telecommunication systems, and so on. After a few years of operation in 2017, the African IT people realized that the servers were sending a huge amount of data overnight when no one was working in the building. They discovered that the data was being sent to servers in China, which was spying on all staff and political leaders. Huawei was the main provider of the network infrastructure. Bugs were also found in the walls and tables. In 2017, China passed a new national intelligence law. All Chinese companies under that law must participate in China's intelligence gathering efforts. So that's economic patriotism, trade patriotism, and even digital patriotism. In other words, all private sector actors were mobilized and forced to take part in building the Great Digital Wall of China. And a company, for example, could be forced to spy on behalf of another Chinese company with the goal of putting China at an advantage in the global arena. As we speak, because we're talking about Huawei, the Chinese company BGI, which works in genomics, that company continues to provide medical equipment to Canadian hospitals, machines that collect data and that only the company's technicians are allowed to service on a monthly basis. They're the only ones with access to those machines. The company is closely linked to the Chinese army. We could also include the Alibaba Group, a publicly traded Chinese company like Amazon, founded by businessman Jack Ma, which derives its revenues from internet activities, including a public marketplace designed to facilitate business-to-business exchanges, payment and retail platforms, a search engine for shopping, and cloud computing services. We could also talk about Tencent, a company founded in 1998 that specializes in internet and mobile services as well as online advertising. Tencent's services include social networks, web portals, online commerce, and multiplayer online games. Tencent manages or operates services like Tencent QC messaging, QQ.com web portal, or WeChat messaging. China is now the champion of data collection. Its rise to power requires new practices, new barriers, new ways of doing things. But let's not assume that the U.S. doesn't have its own giants engaged in massive data collection. But China has more than 800 million internet users in China alone, which is more than the U.S. and India combined, a quarter of the world's internet users. This critical mass offers Chinese public and private actors access to a very large source of data which they draw upon without any hesitation. China has built a formidable digital system, and it is no coincidence that it's constantly increasing its storage space. So let's face it, the issue of cybersecurity is at the center of the current economic warfare that is going on in an increasingly multipolar world. We need to be aware of this, and we need to take action. This bill is, of course, well-intentioned, and we support it for that reason, but we're going to have to try to flesh it out at committee. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate very much the Bloc's tentative support of the legislation for it to go to committee, and recognize that within this legislation it empowers the minister to be able to take direct specific actions in order to protect Canadians and businesses. As the member points out so accurately, there is a very real cyber threat that is out there, Madam Speaker. It also ensures that there can be financial penalties. The question I have for the member is would he not agree that this is just but one step? We ultimately would suggest to the member that, or I would suggest to the member, that we have had literally tens of millions of dollars invested in cyber threats over the years. We've had all sorts of group discussions and meetings, making sure that the government is being kept up, and there are a number of stakeholders that all have that responsibility to fight the cyber threats that are there today.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Look, of course, this is just one chapter, and we're supporting it at this stage, but we're not sure it'll be enough, but we can't oppose it. It's motherhood and apple pie. So much the better if some money is invested in this, but we have to do some serious work. And there are a lot of areas that need addressing. There's industrial espionage as well, economic espionage. because, of course, there are other legal processes and other things that companies can use to get a hold of corporate secrets and from their competitors. Questions and comments?
Member, is that what does he propose of a solution that he believes that is immediately needed to deal with some of the pressing issues on cybersecurity attacks that we're facing in the country?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Look, I think there are some good potential solutions here, but the devil's in the detail. We need to look at that closely. Are we giving the minister too much power? Because giving the minister power at the expense of Parliament when we're not sure the minister is going to deliver the goods, because we've seen promises in the past and hesitation, so that's debatable. So there are things that we can observe, but at least the intentions appear to be good. And for that reason alone, this bill deserves support at this stage.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. It was very interesting. He seems to know the subject very, very well. One of my questions is, as we look at the legislation, we've been talking about how this has been a long time coming, that we would have liked to have seen this legislation before us sooner. I'm wondering if he has, as he studied this bill, if he's had the opportunity to look at legislation from other countries, if there is legislation from other countries that we could be emulating, that we could be looking at as we try to improve this bill. After second reading, I think all parties want to make sure this bill improves.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I said at the outset that I was a bit harsh in my criticism. Unfortunately, what we see all too often with this parliament, with this government, is that, and I'd like to congratulate the interpreters on having to deal with what I just said. So when you look at the general culture, the general policy of other countries like the U.S., they wasted no time in banning Huawei. They took a quick look at it. Why did it take Canada years and years to decide? And the EU is starting to take action too. They're starting to move. They're setting up watchdogs and so on. To look into extraterritorial practices. So there are some things that need a closer watch. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who expressed a wish for more proactivity, and that's what I hope to do. So I don't think we should lose sight of the horizons here. As you know me, I'm someone who prefers to discuss the whys than the hows, and I like to define what we're talking about. So when we're talking about security, what is security? Well, it's the absence of worries, it's peace of mind, it's a sense of safety. That's easy enough to define. Now, cybersecurity is used for this and for that. It's combating cybercrime, cyber stalking, and so on. Cyber this and cyber that. What does this prefix mean? Cyber. We seem to be overrun by cyber this and cyber that. So the origins of the word help us understand it. It was born after World War II in the mind of an American researcher named Norbert Wiener. And this brilliant mathematician was hired at MIT to look at new forms of weaponry. He was specifically asked to develop missiles capable of hitting the V-1 and the V-2, which were the unmanned German rockets that caused so much damage in England. So Wiener had to model the behavior of a pilot who knew he was being chased in order to better understand human decision-making mechanisms in general. In 1948, Norbert Wiener named a new field of science cybernetics, a new field in science where the control of machines is studied. So the idea for the name came from the Greek kubernao, which means to control. And it's the same etymology as the words for helm or tiller or rudder and even government. In 1949, Wiener's book was described as one of the most important books of the 20th century. The New York Times praised it and predicted it would be leading science in the future, and our current situation proves him right. This book sheds useful light on the world of today because one of the main concepts that underlie this new theory is that of regulation. With the internet, everything can and will become cyber. But the stakes for society are huge because in cyberspace, we no longer know what is the cause and what is the effect. We no longer know who is governing and who's being governed. We don't know whether the chicken comes before the egg or the egg comes before the chicken. In cyberspace, chickens and eggs, you can't make heads or tails of them. So when we're talking about the internet, we're talking about space and time, which are concepts that throughout history have allowed us to find our way, to understand ourselves, and to understand one another. Space, in philosophy, we say that nothing exists without time and space because everything is to be found somewhere at some time. But on the internet, it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The web is like a web with no center, and it's hard to make sense of because normally we look for the core or the center of something, but with the internet there is no such nugget or heart. And the time on the internet is eternal. It's timeless. So it's very hard to understand, to have a cyber perspective, if you will. So Bill C-26 has two parts. It's about strengthening our telecommunications system. There are a few few changes to be made. The second part will create the new Telecommunications Act for this and for that. But basically, when I read C-26, I find that there are a lot of hows and very few whys. What's the why that underlies this bill? I think, in my view, there's just one, and that is to ensure Canadians or the public trust in cyberspace and cybernetics. And it's hard to build trust, to instill that confidence in people. One of my colleagues, whom I can't name because he's not here, has inspired me. And when you talk about confidence and this peace of mind, it's a value that's very hard to grasp. It's intangible. But that's what C-26 is all about. And confidence begins with education and clarity. Today, and we've heard this all day long, I won't repeat what others have said, but the geopolitical world is changing. The balance of power is shifting, and it's hard to know even today where the center is. The Government of Canada's foreign policy is at very best unclear, and it took years before the federal government acknowledged that there was a problem with Huawei. And yet, we were the last of the Five Eyes to actually finally see the inevitable. I talked about education. This bill says nothing about cybersecurity education. That education, when it comes to privacy and facial recognition and so on, that education would enable people to avoid doing things that this bill would prohibit. And, there's strength in numbers, and people have already thought about these things. Other institutions have given this some thought, and yes, the idea of cyber diplomacy, which presupposes cooperation and dialogue between nations, and to answer a question that nobody asked, because that's what philosophy is all about, The Council of Europe could offer some very interesting answers and some interesting avenues in this area. So this raises a lot of questions, and there's many things I don't see in this bill. Things that would prevent our devices from being taken over by malware or by a foreign power. When our devices are taken over remotely, it's not science fiction. It's something that is happening today. I also don't see anything in this bill that would prevent infringement of intellectual property rights. And another thing I don't see is I don't see any controls being put around the dark net. But 6 agencies are identified that will have the power to act as regulatory bodies. But my question is, do they know how to do that? It's not an obvious, the answer is not obvious. For example, the CRTC is tasked with implementing certain provisions, but that organization's been around for a long time. Is it really up to date? So cybersecurity is not easy to regulate, and that's why we should look around and see what's out there. This bill is full of good intentions, I agree, but intentions without courage are worthless. A poet I met recently in Montmartre said that there's no love, there's only evidence of love. Well, it's the same thing here. Only the evidence of courage counts. So I hope the government shows some courage with Bill C-26 and converts its intentions into action. Madam Speaker, let's refer C-26 to committee as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Alors, le temps est écoulé et puis
Time is up, and the honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments next time the bill is before the House. It being 5:42, the House will now turn to private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper.
Seconded by orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business. First time consideration at second reading of Bill S-203, Federal Framework on Autism Spectrum Disorder Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Alboutaïf, moves that Bill S-203, an act respecting a federal framework on autism spectrum disorder, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an absolute pleasure to stand here and to discuss Bill S-203, which came to us from the Senate, unanimously passed by the Senate before it got to us here. And Madam Speaker, as you know, I don't speak with the authority of someone who has autism, as autistic Canadians have such expertise, and I don't speak with the expertise of a scientist. Madam Speaker, you guys look like there's some uncertainty here. Madam Speaker, I'm going to just pause because it looks like there's some uncertainty here, and I'm distracted. I don't know if you're distracted. I do believe the uncertainty may have been the fact that this was supposed to be seconded by Mr. Coteau, but maybe I'll let you clarify, and then I'll start.
The honourable member is absolutely right. There was an error, not in the way that I read it, but there was an error, and so we will correct the record to have it seconded by Mr. Coteau. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, I rise today, and I'm pleased to speak to Bill S-203, which came to us after being unanimously passed through the Senate. And I don't speak with the authority of someone who is an autistic Canadian, someone who has autism. I don't speak with, the authority of a scientist, folks that do just unbelievable work, many of them right from here in Canada, leading the world in the science around autism. I come as a father of an incredible young man, very familiar to people in this place, named Jaden. He was 10 years old when I was first elected, and last month he turned 27. And yeah, I see the surprise on your face. He's an energetic young man who just brightens up this place when he runs around, gives people high fives, and has those sort of happy squeals as he's running around, so excited to meet folks. And you know, I'm probably going to share a little bit more from the heart. I'll start with the technical details quickly, just touch on what this bill does. It is, as was mentioned in the introduction, it's an act respecting a federal framework on autism spectrum disorder. I'm not going to get into every aspect of it. It's just over 2 pages long, French and English, so it's not a super long bill. But important that it leads right off with a statement that the Minister of Health must develop a federal framework on autism spectrum disorder. And then it lays out measures to be provided, which folks can take a look at on the internet and see the bill there. But its real strength, I think, is in its accountability mechanisms. And towards the end, it talks about the minister. It says, within 18 months after the day on which this act receives royal assent, the Minister of Health must cause to be tabled in both houses of Parliament a report setting out the federal framework on autism spectrum disorder developed under Section 2. And then further to that, later on it says, within 5 years after the day on which the report referred to in Section 3 is tabled in Parliament, the Minister of Health must cause to be tabled in each House of Parliament a report that sets out the measures from the federal framework that have been implemented and their effectiveness in supporting autistic persons, their families, and their caregivers. And B, with respect to any measure included in the framework that is not implemented, the reason it has not been implemented, and the timeline for its implementation. So I think that there's a really strong accountability framework. And for anybody that's been working in this area over the years, there's a real impatience. Right now, it's been many, many years that we've been talking about a national strategy. But here we are today, and I think it's an opportunity to move forward, I think, with some of that impatience, yes, but real hope for the future for people with autism in this country and the people who care about people with autism in this country. And my other hope is that in addition to whatever strategy the government comes forward with, and there's indication that the government will be coming forward with a strategy maybe even ahead of the timeline outlined in this bill, that it will be both substantial and organic. I think part of the problem over the years is we've been waiting for perfection, waiting for every box to be checked, and therefore we've had delay after delay after delay. I think we have to recognize that we're never going to have unanimity, but there is a lot of common ground, and if we work together towards that common ground, we'll be able to make some progress, and then through constant consultation with autistic Canadians, with scientists, with the broader community, with families, caregivers, we can just make whatever it is that we come up with stronger and stronger all the time. A few thank yous worth mentioning. First, this bill did come from the Senate, where it was supported unanimously, but largely led by Senators Housakos and Beam. So a huge thanks, appreciation to Senators Housakos and Beam. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Senator Jim Munson, who has led the charge on this for years and years and years, now retired from the Senate. I would also just want to thank colleagues from all sides of the House. I've been so fortunate over the years as we've worked on these things to have support from my own colleagues. Today we're here, this bill is seconded by a Liberal colleague who I've had the chance to work with in his previous life when he was on the provincial side of things and sort of more behind the scenes trying to work to find some common ground when we could. And so my experience is that we've had so many people contributing in that way. You know, to everyone who's contributed in Jaden's life, to his sister Janae and his mom Debbie, to his grandmothers Helen and my mom Bonnie and her husband Dale, and to all of the people that have surrounded him over the years. Now, I'm going to turn sort of in the second half of what I'm saying, because my time is going by fast. I'm going to turn to where that common ground in my experience lies. And it's pretty straightforward. As you have conversations with people across the country and around the world, there's really some really common areas where there's a lot of work that needs to be done and that are critical to achieving the best outcomes for autistic people. And that's diagnosis, early help. Some people say early intervention, early therapy, whatever it might be, but a good common ground word would be just help for people. Education, of course, employment, housing, and then the sixth thing that is a little bit more sort of vague, I think, but we all are concerned about it, is this idea of what happens when we as parents are gone. Are we going to have a society? Are we going to have people around our loved ones who are going to care for them like we cared for them? And that's a critical question. One of the areas, or two of the things I think that I've kind of focused on or learned as I've gone down this path, both through my experience with Jayden, but then in talking to lots of other stakeholders, particularly autistic people themselves, is about the ideas of inclusion and autonomy and what those things mean. And I like to kind of think of them, if I think about autonomy for Jayden, it's a little bit tricky because Jayden has real difficulty with abstract things like danger. So Jayden couldn't have full autonomy because he might run into a street. He might see a dog across the street. He loves dogs, and he might run across the street to grab the dog by the side of the cheeks and pull its face into his face so he can smell the dog's breath and feel the dog licking his face. And he wouldn't even be aware of traffic as he's running. So all sorts of danger awareness issues there. But I like to think about maximum autonomy. And with Jayden, when I think about maximum autonomy, I think about the fact that too often we're impatient, trying to figure out what he wants or presuming we know what he wants. We don't take the time to really listen to him. What I've learned over time, and my advice to loved ones of people with autism, is to really try and get down to their level sometimes, in a sense. Really kind of don't force them into your world, but get down in their world and really take that time to try and understand what it is that they're trying to say. So when Jayden grabs my face and he's saying ba 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 super intently, he's trying to tell me something. And it's incumbent on me as someone who cares for him to try to understand what it is that he's trying to tell me. And sometimes that's going to be through his body language, his facial expressions. Sometimes his skin tone's a little bit different. Sometimes he's paying attention to something, looking at something that's bothering him. We forgot to grab something that's important to him, like his iPhone or something like that. But he's always trying to communicate something. It's incumbent on us to try to find out what that is if we're going to maximize people's autonomy. My time is going by very quickly, so I have lots of things that I could say. I'll answer some questions. I think I've got a couple of minutes left, and I'll close by saying this. I have 6 minutes left, do I? Well, that's including questions and answers, I think, isn't it? Oh, I have full 15. Oh my gosh. I have more time than I thought, and I'm talking about my son. So there we go. Okay, well, I will say a couple of other things then. I'll talk about inclusion and the idea. I talked about maximizing autonomy for Jayden, but we talk about inclusion as well. And full inclusion is a really tricky concept, right? Not every fully inclusive situation is perfect in every scenario for every single person, but that goes for us as well, right? Like, we might have things that we don't prefer, ways that we prefer things to be that aren't the same as what everybody else wants. So as we look at inclusion, I think about inclusion in Jayden's case. Jayden was included in a classroom, in a regular classroom, but he wasn't included in the same way as every other kid by himself in that classroom. He had an assistant with him. Right? So it is a little bit different, a modification to help him mitigate some of the challenges he had. But he was in a regular classroom from K to 12. And that regular classroom really served him well. He was able to surprise a lot of people. He had kids around him that really saw what he was good at. And because they paid attention to what he was good at, and because they got a chance to realize that he oftentimes his abilities surprised them. They were beyond what they might have thought because they had a chance to get to know him because they were in his classroom. They challenged him. So for him, that looked like being included in grade 10 in a musical theater production. First in a group scene in grade 10, but then he, again, outperformed expectations. So in grade 11, they gave him a few more scenes and put him in some sort of dance routines and things like that and taught him to do those things. And then in grade 12, they did another performance where one of the girls in the class asked if Jayden could be her partner, her husband in Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. She modified all of the routines to make it look like he was doing exactly what everyone else was doing. That's what inclusion looks like. That's what maximum inclusion looks like, is people getting to know people and then challenging them, embracing their skills and abilities, helping them with their challenges, just like all of us need in this place. And we have so many people who are here to help us in those regards. Not all of us can draft perfect policies, so we have people working in the House of Commons who help us with that from time to time, right? There are all sorts of those things. We have translators who translate because not all of us are perfectly bilingual, right? We're all challenged with something. for people with autism, it's no different than that. I'm gonna close by telling a story that I use at the end of my presentations. I do presentations around the world about kind of how we define normal. And so we had a chance to do an interview about 10 years ago. And my daughter at the time, she was 13. Jaden was about 17. And we had this chance to do an interview with Steve Paikin. And so we're sitting there, and for anyone that's done an interview with Steve Paikin, there's a few people in this world, he can ask some tough questions sometimes. And he actually gave Janae a heads up in the interview. He said, I'm gonna ask you a tough question, but he hadn't given her a heads up on what it was gonna be. And he said to her, do you ever sometimes wish your brother was quote unquote normal like every other kid? And he said quote unquote. He knows Jaden, he knows Janae, we'd done interviews with him before. And Janae, without skipping a beat, at 13 years old said, well, honestly, since Jaden was diagnosed with autism before I was born, I don't exactly know what a normal brother is like, so Jaden kind of is my normal, having autism. And Steve pressed her, he said, you like him just the way he is? And she goes, honestly, if Jaden didn't have autism or was like cured or something, he wouldn't be the same as Jaden is now. And 13 years old, has a sister, she said that. And when I'm talking to students and I'm talking about this in front of 500 intro psych students or whatever the case is, I'll point out that in Janae's case, she didn't have a choice, right? She was born into the family that already had Jaden there, so her normal was kind of set out for her. But the school that they went to, from K to 12, the school they went to had a choice, and they chose to include Jaden in the classroom. And because they chose to include Jaden in that classroom, we thought at the time that that was for Jaden. We thought that that was better for him. But every single kid that he graduated with, every single kid that was in that school with him would say that their life was immeasurably better because Jaden was included in their class. They learned so much. And when they move forward in their life, the sort of diversity of knowledge that they have is so different. And I often like to, think of my life and my normal and how we define it as almost like and bear with me here, like a video game character, right? So think of a video game character and imagine a circle as long as we can see. And that's our video game character, and we walk around and experience things in that bubble, right? Sometimes that's what our life is like. I'm 53 years old. My life is like 53 years of walking around in that bubble. Sometimes a TV screen or a computer monitor comes into that world and shows me something from the outside. But that's my normal. And my normal, if that circle only included people just like me, first of all, my weaknesses would be the same as their weaknesses, so nobody would be there to compensate. And my strengths wouldn't be strengths because everybody would have the same strengths, right? Our world, our normal, is better when we're surrounded by people who come from different backgrounds and who have different experiences. And to the extent that we grasp that and include all Canadians in our experience, in our workplaces, in our housing, in our education systems, and in everything else, we are all going to be better off for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to hopefully passing this bill and creating this better world for all Canadians. Thank you.
Any comments? The honourable member Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and a sincere congratulations to my colleague. This has been an issue that the two of us and others have talked about so many, many times, and that it gives me great pleasure to stand here and to congratulate you and to ask you about timelines, because I do believe that our government is quite supportive. The timelines that you're looking for to move forward with this framework. Could you elaborate a little bit more about your expectations? I just want to remind you.
She said to address the questions through the speaker, and so she might want to use the word him as opposed to you. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the question. And the bill lays out a time frame, 18 months, for a report. We are hopefully going to move this bill forward faster than would normally be scheduled. I'm hoping that debate will collapse tonight and we'll be able to save some time to get it to committee and then move forward even faster. My hope, timeline-wise, honestly, and she can probably play a role in this as a member of the Liberal caucus, is to encourage the government to move forward with a national strategy, which I know is being worked on right now, as quickly as we can, so that we can put something to work, put all of this energy to work, and this collaborative vibe that we've got going on in the House right now, again, to benefit these folks that really, really can use the help. So thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his very touching speech. And I had the pleasure of having a youth hostel program in my riding, and people who came there were people with ASD. But we had such a wonderful experience, and it really opened my eyes to how important it is to integrate them. But here's my question for my colleague. In Quebec, we have so many beautiful initiatives, and would he be open to us going back to committee to study some of this? Because there are many great things that are being done in Quebec with autistic people.
Yeah, and I thank my honourable friend for the question, and I totally understand the jurisdictional issues sometimes that the members of the bloc have to grapple with, but I've had great conversations with my colleagues from her party. We do look forward to getting to committee and hearing from experts from across the country. The whole point of a national strategy is that we benefit from the very best evidence, from the very best experiences that folks are having not only across the country but around the world, that we sort of in a sense inhale that information and use it to our benefit. And then as we gather that information, we can kind of almost like exhale it to the community for benefit. It's almost like breathing. You just constantly, with every breath, you get stronger and better. And that's what we want to do, and getting to committee is a huge part of that process.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech and for his ongoing advocacy for autistic Canadians. I really appreciated his comments, and I was hoping he would expand on 2 points that he touched on briefly. One is how we ensure this piece of legislation adheres to the principle of nothing about us without us. And the second is the need for tangible investments to improve the services and supports for autistic Canadians, for families, for service providers and caregivers.
The honourable for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I'm loving these questions, Madam Speaker, from all sides. They're kind of hitting the nail on the head. They indicate that there's a real understanding of what needs to happen. So the nothing about us without us conversation is something that I think we continue to get better at, but we've got a long ways to go. It's a challenge. We're able to, there was a segment of the autistic population that's able to clearly communicate what it's like to have autism. There are other people on the autism spectrum in Canada for whom it's a little bit more difficult to communicate. But I think that we're all learning that we have a long ways to go to include those voices. And I will just one more quick comment on that. Very, very important in the conversation is that we make sure we're including Indigenous Canadians with autism in that conversation as well, because I think that they've been underrepresented in many of the conversations over time.
Edmonton Manning has been trying to get up as well. There's not a lot of time left, so I'll ask him to be very brief, and I'll give him the opportunity.
The honourable member being very active on this file for a long, long time, domestically and internationally. What advice he can take from seeing what's happening in other parts of the world to make this bill a better one and stronger?
A brief answer from the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
That's a tough one to give a brief answer to. I will say this, that as I've traveled the world and talked to people, we are doing better in Canada and North America than many parts of the world. We have a lot to offer in terms of knowledge. We have a lot to learn in terms of knowledge. But if we get this right, we can export the knowledge that we have to other parts of the world, sharing and having conversations about how we make life better for everyone. So I think this is a real opportunity for us to take a leadership role at a global level on inclusion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair or Speaker. I'm proud to stand here today on behalf of the residents of Don Valley East to join my colleague in supporting SO 203. I was very proud to be asked to join this coalition of, I would say, great parliamentarians that are working so hard in the Senate and in the House of Commons to really move forward an issue that is long overdue. This bill is a great example of parliamentarians coming together to do the right thing. And it's a great example of the House of Commons and the Senate working together to push forward a bill that will help so many Canadians and their families. This bill, Madam Speaker, calls upon the government to develop a national framework to better support autistic individuals in Canada.
It's a very ambitious bill. It asks territories and provinces and communities, stakeholders, people to come together to build this framework to better support autistic individuals. And what I really like about this bill is that there's a strong emphasis on people as they transition into adulthood, and it puts forward a strategy to better position them if it does pass this House, to better position them in life and look for ways to really leverage all of those great supports that are out there, some that are working better than others, to coordinate and to share best practices. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge, of course, my colleague who just spoke, the great work that he's done over the years. I've had the opportunity to work with the member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, over the years on the autism file while I was a provincial member, and I just want to say thank you for his advocacy and for his work. The Senator Housakos, who is the mover in the Senate of this bill, and of course Senator Beam, who's helped move this bill along. It's been interesting for me, Madam Speaker, over the years. I was a school board trustee from 2003 to 2011, and the first time I really started to work within the autism sector is when a parent came into my office one day to meet me because she was so taken back that the school system, the Toronto District School Board, didn't have the supports in place to help her child. And she specifically spoke about the ABA instructors not being available in the classroom for her child. And back then, I knew nothing of the subject. I have a couple of family members who are autistic, but beyond that, I don't know much about the politics of autism over the years. And learning at the school board about the history of it, and then, of course, going to the province and learning about the history of the autism sector and its interaction with government services over the years really surprised me. It was an awakening to me. And back then in 2006, 2007, we worked hard to put forward, I believe it was the first ABA demonstration classroom in Toronto, if not the entire province. And it was interesting because that parent, you know, she became an incredible friend of mine, but that parent spoke a lot about how, you know, I helped, you know, and I listened, and the director of education at the time, Dr. Chris Spence, listened to help develop this classroom. And she would thank me all the time. And what I didn't realize is that that parent was actually educating me and preparing me for many years later when I became the Minister of Children and Youth Services in Ontario, and I was responsible for autism services in the province. And my journey back in 2006, 2007 opened up the door to an incredible sector of individuals working so hard, and parents and young people in that sector who have worked so hard to support you know, the community and provide the best possible services for children. But there was no question that I could easily sense the frustration of the history of autism services and how they were delivered in Ontario. So when I first became the minister responsible for the file, there was a protest around Queen's Park, probably 10,000 people. And there was a cutoff of age. It was age, anyone over 6 was no longer qualified for the same services as those under 6. And I was put into the portfolio, and I had months to develop a new plan from scratch. So I had the opportunity to work with many individuals in Ontario from the sector, people like Bruce McIntosh, and so many other parents and advocates, to look for a way to build a new program, an Ontario Autism Program, the OAP. And we were able to double the funding back then and remove the age restrictions, but also invest in, you know, diagnostic tools and expand on diagnostic locations where you can go and get a young person to go into to meet with someone to do a diagnostic to figure out if they require services like ABA services. We also got to invest in research, and what I learned back then was that the system itself, not only in Ontario but across the country, there was a lack of coordination. Organizations were not equipped to work with each other and share information, and governments did things differently everywhere. So this national framework, I think, will be able to work with provinces and territories and organizations and parents and advocacy groups and bring people together to better position young people and any autistic individual in this country, better position them for life. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this is about basic decency. This is about returning decency into decision-making, into building programs that speak to the values of us as Canadians. The fact that we can come together in this House and remove all partisanship from this issue and do what's best for people who are autistic and their families, to me it demonstrates our values and our decency as Canadians. You know, I'm hoping that this bill moves through the House as quickly as possible and that we can go forward with a national framework that will better position people in this country. And I do want to also take this moment to acknowledge the Pay Now or Pay Later report back in 2007 that was put forward by Jim Munson. I don't know Senator Munson well. I've heard his name many times, and I know people speak very highly of him. But I think it was that 2007 when I was back in Don Valley East working with a parent trying to build a demonstration ABA classroom. The senator was in the Senate building a call, an awakening across this country to do better for people in our country, autistic people, and to ensure that they have the decency and the benefit and the decency of programming and the ability to live their life at their full capacity. And here we are today, many years later in this House, and I'm hoping that we can come forward with a strategy that will make this country a better place for everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to share my thoughts about Mathieu Caron in Sherbrooke, who got in touch with me to educate me more about his reality as an adult living with autism. Hello, Mathieu. Therefore, I am rising to speak on Bill S-203, which provides for the federal framework to support Canadian adults with autism. It orders the Minister of Health to devise a federal framework relating to ASD. This framework would include a series of measures on research, culture, and taxation. The Minister must conduct consultations with different provinces, territories, social groups, and the Ministers of Health. Lastly, the bill would provide for measures to publish reports to Parliament as proposed by Senator Marie-Françoise Mégy from Quebec. The Bloc Québécois will be voting in favour of this bill at second reading in order that it be sent to committee and to propose amendments so that it respects Quebec jurisdiction. So I will be talking about the advantages and disadvantages of this bill, examples from Quebec, and I will end by reminding everyone of the importance of investing in health. First, the mandate letter of the Minister of Health in 2019 read, to work in collaboration with the provinces, territories, families, and partners to devise a national strategy on autism. In October 2020, the Canadian government announced $1.46 million for the Canadian Science and Health Academy to lead consultations on a national strategy for autism. This report was tabled in May 2022, and PHAC then organized a virtual national conference on November 15th and 16th to devise a national strategy. ASD is a neurodevelopmental disorder and it refers to an array of disorders characterized by difficulties concerning social aptitudes, repetitive behavior, speech, and nonverbal communication. People who are on the autism spectrum can also present other health problems that have an impact on their overall physical and mental health. According to PHAC, some 1 Canadian child or teacher out of 50 is autistic, and this has risen over time. The number of adult autistic people in Canada is unknown. The annual prevalence of ASD among children in Quebec aged between 1 and 17 has increased from less than 1 to over less than 1 in 1,000 to over 4 in 1,000, and this differs among boys and girls. People who are on the autism spectrum need support in different areas, including housing, work, education, and of course, healthcare services. In its areas of jurisdiction, the federal government can play a support role for these people and their families. Autism can be combined with other identity characteristics such as race, ethnic origin, culture, socioeconomic status, gender, and sexuality, and this intersectionality causes a number of experiences and needs. Autistic people do not always feel safe or included significantly in their communities. Such experiences can bring about negative impacts on their health, their safety, and their life quality, and so we need to work to include them. It is possible to fight stigmatization and discrimination by changing public attitudes in favor of accepting autism and educating the public through public campaigns, social interaction, training, and educational programs. Physical and emotional security of autistic people can be strengthened by implementing spaces and programs that are accessible and inclusive and that affirm neurodiversity, and through the better understanding of autism within local communities. Best practices in terms of suicide prevention can also be adapted to better respond to the needs of autistic people who have suicidal risk. Community participation of autistic people can be improved thanks to better accessibility and inclusivity in public transit, recreational facilities, leisure programs, and technologies. Each province and territory, as well as Quebec, should provide diagnostic and support services. However, there is an extreme disparity in what is provided, and this causes delays. Some autistic people who live in rural or remote areas, who are from underprivileged groups or who are adults, are particularly underprivileged. Research is required to improve access by autistic adults to diagnostic assessments. The adoption of services centered on the family and available in a lifelong way will contribute to the improvement of their health and well-being, in addition to helping families. Early access to support and services for autism is good for young children because this is where significant development occurs. Equal access to school and community supports can also help them succeed in terms of sociability and life development. Implementation of transition practices and policies in terms of health and education can contribute to the management and prevention of mental and physical health problems and improvements of outcomes for adults. Over half of autistic Canadians depend on disability benefits. Supports for education and accommodations in the post-secondary world do not always respond to the diversity and needs of these autistic people. The enrollment rate of autistic children is lower than other children, and so in order to create more inclusive workspaces and to improve outcomes in terms of employment, we should use the following means: employment and accommodation aids, allowing access to professional experience and internships, and promoting the acceptance of autism in the workspace. Given the limited availability of affordable housing in many regions, adapted housing for autistic people should be focused on. Second, Quebec has an excellent social safety net that offers an array of services for autistic people. The Bloc Québécois would like to see these efforts recognized by the strategy, and Quebec should not be penalized for its general social coverage. There are great examples in Quebec. Les Grands Ballets Canadiens is an excellent model. It uses dance to help people living with ASD as well as their families. Quebec offers a wide range of services for people with physical deficiencies and intellectual disabilities to foster their autonomy and their social participation. This is also for their families and caregivers. Now, these services have are divided into three categories. Local services that are also often offered in different areas, for example, work, home, and school. And it seeks to compensate for functional incapacities and to reduce the risk of harm by ensuring safety. Home aid services and support services for families. And I just would like to point out the work over the last 45 years of the Quebec Federation for Autism, which is a provincial grouping of organizations that seek to help people with autism and their families. This federation defends the rights and informs and trains Quebecers on matters related to autism and participates in research. This federation is divided into five areas in Quebec. And it includes rehabilitation centers, early childhood centers, school boards. Everyone works together, and so do the regional autism associations. Their common mission is to promote and defend the rights and interests of autistic people in order to allow them to a life with dignity. And I simply have to say that healthcare services is not under federal jurisdiction, and so the federal government should not impose its standards and ways of doing things on Quebec and the provinces. The Bloc would like to point out that fair access to screening and diagnosis of autism should be focused on. In terms of healthcare service delivery, the best thing the federal government can do is to increase health transfers. Therefore, the Bloc Québécois will be proposing amendments to the bill to respect Quebec jurisdiction. And in closing, I must say that the meeting of the health ministers across the country ended with no real outcome. What we need is to increase these health transfers. So the Bloc Québécois is depending on these health transfers to improve services across the country in order to help people with ASD. Only a federal contribution to the tune of 35% will allow people with ASD to live with dignity. Also, thank you to AGDIA for all its work. I just met with them recently. You do wonderful work. And in Quebec, we have wonderful organizations like yours. I hope the federal government will give us these health transfers so we can continue to help you in Quebec. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to be here to speak on S203, the Federal Framework on Autism Spectrum Disorder. But before I speak about this really important bill, I just want to recognize that today is my grandson's birthday. I just want to wish him a very happy birthday, dude. I wish I was with you. As so many of us in this place know, we miss a lot of important days, and it's a hard one for me to miss his birthday today. So I just wanted to wish him all the best. Thank you. So I first of all just want to say a big thank you to the member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. I know about his advocacy. I've certainly seen this bill in this place before, and I hope that we finally get it through that passing line that is so, so important. And I think the basis of this is really about how do we look at this whole country and make sure that everyone feels like they belong. And, you know, one of the things that's very clear, and it is a challenge in a country as big as ours, is often different provinces and different territories have different services. And it doesn't always meet the need. And so it's really important that when we look at this framework, we understand that by bringing everyone together, what we want to see is the best supports in place for those living with autism spectrum disorder and for those who love them the most. And I think that whenever we come into this place and one of our fellow members has brought their human experience, their lived experience to this place and said, here's a way as a person who has lived through these realities, here's a way that we can make life better for everyone. That we should all pay attention, we should all listen, and make sure that when we speak on this issue, we speak in a collective voice, and I certainly hope that that's what happens. So this really talks about having a national framework, making sure that there's a timely and equitable process for people to access screening and diagnosis so that they are able to access the supports that are there. It is also so much about providing good financial supports. We know that often folks living within this group have challenges, there's extra needs. We want to make sure that people have the supports that they need to do this well, and support for caregivers. There is nothing worse, Madam Speaker, than seeing people that are working so hard, they're giving all of that care, and they burn out because we don't have the proper supports in place for them. And we don't want to see that happening. We want there to be success where there should be success. It also talks about having meaningful research and the resources there to provide that research so that, again, those services are there, so that our communities are doing better, and so that we can provide an adequate service, community connection, so that people can succeed. You know, I often think about this. I think about how is it that we can pay attention to what's happening to all of the people in our communities so that no one gets left behind, so that we actually take the time to notice where those blocks are and remove those blocks so that we can have that wholesome support. And public education is a part of this framework, and I think that's incredibly important because it is only with educating that we draw so much more awareness, allow people to hold this information, and it creates an environment of curiosity. And I think that's really important. I can't say enough for my perspective about how much we need to have curiosity so that when somebody is a little bit different than us, instead of us being afraid, we really open doors, ask questions, and learn how we can work with people in a more meaningful and profound way. And what we know based on so much research is that people in our communities have been left behind. And it's shameful that in our places, in this country, that when people are left behind, things fall apart. And that really worries me. You know, I always think of Maya Angelou, who is a great hero of mine, and she used to say, when we know better, we do better. So this is why public education is important, because hopefully the more we know, the more opportunity we can see, the more doors that can be open, and the more inclusive our communities will become. We also know that if there is a co-occurring condition, that it is even harder for families to be successful, and there's complexity and challenges added. So we need to be addressing that, and that's why I think this framework is so important, because it brings people to the table to talk about that, to talk about co-occurring conditions and what that means going on to the future. If we're going to provide and build communities that we can be proud of, a country that we can be proud of, we really need to make sure that that is done. So we know that resource around knowledge, around research is desperately needed. And we also know that rural and remote communities often are challenged to provide the services. And this is a big concern for me. I know for myself, representing a rural and remote community, all too often the services that are desperately needed across the board are just not there. And the people that are trying to provide those services are doing their very best. But often when we look at service delivery, we forget that broad areas with lots of travel for service providers becomes very, very challenging. And asking families to take their families to travel big distance is another challenge. So we need to be looking at this. This is really important. And I know I've spoken to people in my riding that deliver services, that work with families, and they talk about this repeatedly. They need more time. They need the right services in place. We need to find pathways so we're not sending families far, far away from home to get their help, because it just adds another burden. It's harder to get ahead. It's harder to do the everyday things of life. It's harder to maintain employment sometimes because of the high needs and care that are required. So I really hope that when we look at this framework, we're really attentive to making sure that the needs that are out there are supported regardless of if you live in a more urban center or in a more rural center. And I think, you know, one of the things that's so important about this bill as well is it talks about that coordinated effort, bringing all levels of government together, making sure that we're not seeing overlap, and where there are gaps, identifying them and finding the resources to fill those gaps. So this is so important. So I'm grateful to be here to speak on this bill. And in closing, I just want to say, the most important part for me, and I think we're almost there in this bill, is nothing without us when it's about us. So I need to be very clear that that's something that the NDP will be making sure, because what we don't want to see happen is a framework that's put into place where people who are not living this every day, who are not supporting it every day, are having more of a say than those who are experiencing it. So Madam Speaker, I just want to say that the NDP will be supporting this bill. I look forward to seeing it finally getting through this place and out into this country so that we can see better supports and identify those key challenges so that we can build a better Canada for everyone. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a fantastic 45 minutes, almost an hour here. A rare time in the House, because oftentimes things are pretty combative in here. I'm reminded tonight, as we kind of think about what we're doing here, that of a quote from JFK: "Things do not happen, things are made to happen." Right? Things do not happen, things are made to happen. And so thankful for two senators who didn't take for granted that, you know, the government is moving towards a national autism strategy. They've signaled so much, but these two senators and then the entire Senate by extension didn't take that for granted, because it's been a long time, and a lot of us on all sides have worked on this for a long time. We're not going to wait for it just to happen. We're going to work to make it happen together. And today was a real just example of that, a coming together of people from across the House. A few folks mentioning things that they might change a little bit when it gets to committee, whatever the case may be, which is the way it should be. Let's find that common ground. Let's debate how we can make it stronger, and let's move forward. One other thing that I'm thinking, and it kind of relates to that, I often talk politically when I'm talking to university students about political labels, and you know, we're Liberals, Conservatives, NDP, Green, and Bloc in here, and how helpful they are, but remembering the fact that those political labels are constructs, as helpful as they might be for the functioning of our democracy. We're human beings before we are our political labels. And tonight, as we had the conversation we're having tonight, it felt more like we were human beings having a conversation about how we make our country better, and we set aside the political labels for a night tonight because we agree on something. And sometimes it's okay if we largely agree on something. And that extends also, I would say, to the label that are our sort of, labels that are, science or whatever puts on us in terms of autism is a label, right? If you think about it. There are a lot of labels we use that might be helpful for organizing, understanding, whatever the case may be. But again, we got to remember that we're human beings first. Talked a lot about help, and so often it's easy to think about legislation like this as legislation designed to help people. But I just want to remind everybody in this place, as we have the conversation, that a big part of this and getting this right is understanding that we are going to benefit from this. As a society, we are stronger when we're using all of our strengths, all of our skills, all of our abilities. And a huge part of what we're doing here tonight is creating an environment where we are operating on all cylinders, where we're using all of our strengths and abilities. And there's too many people who have strengths and abilities that we really need in this country that we're not using to their full capacity because they're just simply not included to the extent that they ought to be. So, Madam Speaker, I'm gonna close there. I'll close by just thanking everybody that took part tonight and those that stuck around to support. And we really look forward to having a fantastic conversation at committee and getting this legislation passed through the House as soon as we can, so that we can take the steps that we need to take to realize the full potential of our country, including everybody. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Cotto, move that Bill S-203, an act respecting a federal framework on autism spectrum disorder, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Si un député d'un parti reconnu.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
So is someone going to stand? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin?
Well, on division. Yeah.
On division?
It's passed.
The honourable member is asking that it be carried on division. Excuse me. According to the bill, so I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Okay.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in the House tonight and sharing the time and the discussion on this topic with my colleague from Glengarry, Prescott Russell, who I know works hard on this file and is committed to agriculture, as many people are in this House. So appreciate that he is here this evening for this discussion. One of the things that I've talked about in the House a number of times is the carbon tax and the challenge it has for a particular part of the ag industry, which has a lot to do with ag production in Canada, but also specifically in the Bow River riding. And it's to do with the topics of exemption, rebate, and inflation. So Canadian farmers, as my colleague would know, are among the most efficient, if not most efficient in the world. Ag emissions from the Canadian ag producers are 70% lower than the average. And at times, the public doesn't understand or realize how efficient the ag sector is. But another important aspect is that Canada is the 5th largest exporter of ag food in the world. But often ag producers feel like they're vilified, where they should be applauded, but they feel vilified in our country. In the Bow River riding, where the majority of irrigation is in Alberta, where 4% of the land produces almost 20% of the Alberta ag GDP, what is the title of our ag minister? It's Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation. That's how important that irrigation is in Alberta and in the Bow River riding, where the majority of irrigation is. So I'm going back to that exemption topic. To run irrigation, we use electricity. Ag producers use electricity. That powers the irrigation. Electricity is not one of the exemptions under this particular government. The government often refers to the exemptions for fuels, like natural gas, but electricity is not an exemption. It's very expensive. Then they'll talk about rebate. Well, it's about 1% or a penny on the dollar. and these days penny aren't even a legal tender. That's not much. So I've seen bills from my ag producers and irrigation, $7,000 a month for a carbon tax. I've seen irrigation carbon tax electric bills, $40,000. Those are huge. And when the government says the rebate is 80%, $8 on 10, no, it's 1% for our ag producers. That's why they feel vilified. Inflation, 110% increase. Farm fuel doubled. Combines can cost $1 million. So if you add all of the carbon tax on ag producers, they are feeling like they're vilified in their own industry, that the government is leaving them behind, that the ag producers will be an industry that can't produce food security within our own country. Ag producers are price takers. They have nowhere else to put these costs. And when you talk about taxation, it is brutal. Electricity is not exempt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say that we are aware, this government is aware of the importance of investing in agriculture. Our budget was a bit less than $4 billion, the highest in recent years. These historic investments are funding innovation and for our supply managed farmers. An agreement was reached to inject $500 million into the new partnership for sustainable agriculture. Of that amount, $250 million was granted to the program to support environmental programs in the agricultural sector.
Targets such as 3 to 5 megaton reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, increasing sector competitiveness, revenue and export, and increased participation of Indigenous peoples, women, and youth. To respond to the member from Bow River regarding carbon pollution pricing, we have recognized the special role our farmers play in Canada. I would remind the honourable member that much of the agricultural sector is already exempt from pollution pricing. Greenhouse gas emissions from livestock and crop production are not included in carbon pollution pricing systems. And we also provided exemption for gasoline and diesel fuel used by farmers for agricultural activities. And there's also a partial rebate for commercial greenhouse operations. As well, beginning in the year 21-22 tax year, we are returning a portion of the proceeds from the price on pollution directly to farmers in backstop jurisdictions through the refundable tax credit. Farmers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario will be eligible for an estimated $100 million in the first year, and that is expected to increase year to year. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we are standing by our farmers who are on the front lines of climate change. Along with the provinces, we delivered over $1 billion to help farmers get back on their feet after droughts, wildfires, and flooding in Western Canada and Northwestern Ontario last year. And we are there for farmers in Atlantic Canada who have suffered damages to buildings and crops from Hurricane Fiona. Madam Speaker, I know the member will engage in some discussions after I'm done my speech. I do want to say I do sympathize with farmers who last year in Western Canada lost 30% of their crops. That's 30% of crops that couldn't make it to market because of the effects of climate change. Failing to act is there's also a cost to farmers on that particular issue. And we may differ on the areas to get there, but I believe that pricing pollution is the least cost-effective way to get to, or the most cost-effective way to get to decarbonizing the process in our agricultural sector. Otherwise, we'll be stuck and bowed down with regulations that will cost farmers even more. And I welcome the honourable member's debate.
L'honorable député de Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments and those programs that many agriculture producers across the country enjoy. But again, the electricity and irrigation is one of the challenges that we have that wasn't mentioned. But there's one other one that we need to mention, and we need to be thinking about it now. The Americans, they don't have the carbon tax, but they're building a bank of vaccines for hoof and mouth disease. Canada has not done anything, and it's not a matter of if, but when. We need to start looking at building a vaccine bank for our agricultural cattle industry. It's going to be critical, and I hope that my member understands that and will lobby for that particular vaccine bank. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Bow River for his question. And I do want to re-emphasize one point. I've mentioned about the federal backstop, and the reason why there isn't specificities to irrigation systems or electricity in Saskatchewan is because the Saskatchewan government refuses to put a price on pollution. But if the Saskatchewan government tomorrow would choose to respect the Green Gas Pollution Act, they could exempt those specificities to or Alberta or Manitoba or Ontario. They could realize those specificities to each region. And I think that that's why it's incumbent on provinces to act. Otherwise, we're going to keep facing these major disasters, which cost our communities and our farmers extreme amounts of monies. And on that particular foot and mouth disease vaccine bank, obviously he's making some good lobbying efforts. I know the cattle producers have made those same representation to me, and I know that we are looking at this right now. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And science and research are the basis of our modern life. All the technological marvels and comforts we enjoy come from that. And in the research ecosystem, it is graduate students and postdoctoral fellows that do most of the work. They do the heavy lifting. And they work full-time on their research. It's a full-time job. They're paid through postgraduate scholarships through the federal funding councils, the Natural Sciences and Engineering Council, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, and the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. Now, the values of these scholarships were at one time enough to allow young researchers to live reasonable lives. I had one of these scholarships when I was doing my master's studies at the Memorial University of Newfoundland in the 1970s, and it paid for my housing, my food, with a bit left over. And by sheer coincidence, I'm actually wearing my mun tie tonight. But that's not the case today. The scholarship amounts have not changed since 2003. 2003, that's almost 20 years ago. Now, master's students now receive $17,500 annually, and PhD students get $21,000 annually. Might have been enough 20 years ago, but think how housing costs have skyrocketed since then, and food costs. On top of that, these students have to pay their tuition, and that adds thousands of dollars to those annual costs. In fact, the average postgraduate tuition in Canada is over $7,000 a year. Madam Speaker, these are poverty wages. This is below minimum wage. And yet this is what we are expecting our best and our brightest to live on. We're depending on these students for our future, and we have to keep them here in Canada. But many of them are lured out of the country to find research and educational opportunities in countries that value them more than we do. A group of students, scientists, and other concerned citizens formed a group called Support Our Science recently. They sponsored a petition here in the House of Commons that garnered over 3,500 signatures. They were asking the government to increase the value of graduate scholarships by 48% to match the inflation over the past 20 years, and to index that to the Consumer Price Index so that it doesn't fall behind again. They also asked that the number of scholarships be increased by 50% to match the demand for graduate students and the demand for these graduates in the innovation workplaces of Canada. Madam Speaker, once these students complete their doctoral degrees, they seek out postdoctoral fellowships. It's the traditional route to finding work in academic institutions and in research and development companies across the country. But the number of postdoctoral fellowships doesn't line up with the number of doctoral students. About 3,000 students, master's students, receive these scholarships. Almost 2,000 PhD students receive the scholarships, but there are only about 450 postdoctoral fellowships offered. And because of that, a huge number of recent graduates leave Canada for postdoctoral work elsewhere in the world. fact, 38% of them leave the country. They're drawn by good salaries and good lab support, both aspects that Canada doesn't compete well. At its most basic, valuing these students means paying them enough, so I urge the government to do the right thing, the obvious thing, and pay these young researchers a living wage.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to respond to the comments just made by the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay regarding federal investments in science for our graduate students, scientists, and researchers. And in fact, I agree with just about everything he said, and I must say it's good to see you flying the school colors there, the MUN school colors. Madam Speaker, Canada is a leader in science and research, and the government is committed to ensuring that this continues. Every day, Canadian researchers stand at the forefront of new scientific discoveries and research breakthroughs, and the Government of Canada has continued to invest in Canadian researchers, the key drivers of innovation who are helping to build a healthier and more prosperous future. Madam Speaker, enhancing the opportunities available to researchers has been a priority which the government has backed up with significant investments in successive budgets. Since 2016, Canada has committed more than $14 billion to support the valuable contributions that scientists and researchers make to the health, well-being, and prosperity of all Canadians. For example, Madam Speaker, Budget 2018 announced historic new investments in science and research, over $1.7 billion over 5 years, including $925 million to the 3 granting agencies to support fundamental science and $462 million per year to establish permanent, stable funding to the Canada Foundation for Innovation to support research infrastructure in our country. In terms of targeted investments to support students and postdoctoral fellows, the government recognizes the critical role that federal scholarships and fellowships play in nurturing and sustaining Canada's top talent through support for career progression and increased financial security and independence. Budget 2019 provided $114 million over 5 years, with $26.5 million per year ongoing to create 500 more master's level scholarship awards annually and 167 more 3-year doctoral scholarship awards annually through the Graduate Scholarship Program. The government also recognizes, Madam Speaker, that students and researchers are facing financial challenges that can be a barrier to pursuing higher education. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government made $450 million available through the Canada Research Continuity Emergency Fund, with a view to helping our scientists and trainees get through a very difficult period. Well, looking forward to deliver an equitable, accessible, and effective suite of scholarships and fellowships, the Government of Canada continues its work to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion. Budget 19 invested $37.4 million over 5 years and $8.6 million per year ongoing to expand parental leave coverage from 6 months to 12 months for students and postdoctoral fellows to help young researchers better balance work and family. Budget 2019 also invested in bursaries and scholarships for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis students through a $9 million investment in Inspire, while the granting agencies have partnered with Indigenous people to develop a national research program to advance reconciliation. Furthermore, through Budget 2022, we invested $40.9 million to support targeted scholarships and fellowships for Black student researchers. Madam Speaker, we want to promote science in this country, and we will continue to invest in science across our nation. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. The fact is that there hasn't been any new money for these scholarship programs that I've been talking about as I say, for almost 20 years. And you know, these are our best and brightest researchers, young researchers, and they're living in poverty. And as I say, I appreciate the government has increased spending in some aspects of science. They support science, but they need to support these students. And more of them are leaving Canada for the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, many countries that are providing better living conditions and studying environments than Canada. And this brain drain costs our economy almost $1 billion a year just in the lost training dollar investment. So the solution is simple: increase the scholarship amounts and increase the number of scholarships. It would be a relatively small investment that would have an immense payback for our country and for the young researchers that our future depends on. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks the way I started them by saying that I agree with the member and what he is saying. The government has heard the calls from the research community to increase the value of the scholarships and fellowships, and I'm happy to say we'll continue to work with the federal granting agencies and the research community to explore ways to better support our next generation of researchers and top talent. The Government of Canada recognizes that for Canada to achieve its full potential, support for science and research must evolve. We're committed to ensuring Canadian researchers are positioned for even more success now and in the future, and to better respond to the needs of the modern research enterprise. This is why the government recently announced the launch of the Advisory Panel on the Federal Research Support System. This panel will provide independent, expert policy advice on the structure, governance, and management of the federal system supporting research and talent. In a rapidly evolving global science and technology landscape, this panel will advise on how the government can be more effective in fostering research excellence and support downstream innovation to support economic growth, drive breakthroughs, and address complex societal changes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay. La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant réputée adoptée. La Chambre demeure.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.